Thanks, Jared. For those tuning in, we are waiting to start our special standards and assessment committee meeting. We don't have a quorum yet to begin the meeting, so we're waiting for a couple of committee members to join. So we are live though, and streaming for everyone who's on.
Scott, did I miss this? Are you having someone text our committee mates?
No, you didn't miss that. Not having that happen. I think everyone's well aware of the meeting.
Okay, then we'll just.
We can send out some text, certainly.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and start texting.
As soon as we have one more person, we can go ahead and start though, Chair.
That will be a quorum. That's what we're waiting for.
Thank you, Chair.
And there she is. Looks like we have Janet here with us this morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Oh, there's my video.
Good morning. So with Member Cannon, Member Belknap, and myself, I believe we have a quorum and we can go ahead and get started. This is our Special Standards and Assessment Committee meeting for August 30th, 2022. We have one agenda item today, and we're reviewing the K through 6 social studies standards revision with some revisions that have been proposed by board members. We got through a few pages of this during our last meeting. We have a lot of ground to cover going forward. What I'd like to do is first have Patty Norman go over the reference sheet that was included that kind of shows how we got to where we are in this process and lead us in that way. Then I'll go over some suggested ground rules for our discussion today, and then we'll get started. So please, Patty.
Thank you and good morning. We're excited for this day. I'm going to review these steps that we have, and we have 2 new steps that have been implemented this time, so I'll review what those are too. So in the very beginning, the elementary social studies standards, so the K-6 standards, have not been revised since 2010. So this has been 12 years in having the current standards that we have now. The first one, we started this process in June of 2019. That was step 1. Then again, moving to step 2, where the board approved had the approval for the standards review. And then in step 3 was when the standards review membership identification happened. And that is where the legislature has 5 from the House, 5 from the Senate, and the board has 5. And they trigger that review to be able to say, are there any holes or gaps, or is there a need for a revision process to begin? Once that's done, then we have the standards review committee. And that report comes back to the board, and they submit the report to the board to be able to say, you know, should we start this review or not? And then the board can take those recommendations, use them or not, but they do submit them to the writing committee. And then as we move forward, the writing committee is organized and they do their draft, their standards, they do the writing. And as you can see, it took about 2 years in the writing process from 2019 to 2021. Of course, that was due to COVID, the pandemic. There was a lot of reasons that were in there. And also that careful review and analysis that does occur by the committee. One of the things that occurs with the committee is if I were a third grade teacher, I would write horizontally with the rest of my peers, and we would be talking about what should happen in third grade. But then as a third grade teacher, I also review the second grade and the fourth grade standards, which is called the vertical alignment. And with that vertical alignment, there's a really intricate weave that happens with every word, with every standard, making sure that there's not holes and gaps as they move progressively through the standards and as they move across the standards as well. A good example of that would be the Constitution. In the early grades, they're looking at signs, they're looking at symbols, they're understanding that type of thing. And then it builds and builds until finally they're looking at the Constitution itself. So it starts in one place, it builds on their skills, knowledge, dispositions, attitudes, and then as it moves forward, it talks about the more complex things throughout the curriculum and those curricular pieces, those standard pieces. I do not mean curriculum at this point in time. I want to be clear. And so then as it goes out, there's a 90-day public review, and the standards are revised and brought back to the board. So this number 10 that you're seeing right now on the screen, this is one of the new ones. And this is a very explicit step for board member to submit feedback. Now, board members have always been able to submit feedback in step 9, but it was part of public comment. So this is the first time where we've had it. The board has done their explicit feedback taken as a whole, separate from public comment. And so that's what's happened at this point in time. And then that board member comment and revisions came in with a deadline of July 5th, which meant in our August meeting, this committee started the review of the board member comment, which is going to be finishing up hopefully today, because we've got lots of time to do it and a lot of good energy to get it done. Then the step 12 is also a new process. And this step 12 is something that needs to be decided at the end of this process today, which is whether it goes to the board for the full board for just a review in the regular meeting, or this committee needs to decide if it needs to go to a special session and have a special day for the board to review the standards on that. So that's a decision that needs to be made by this committee at the conclusion of reviewing and the revisions for the standards.
Thank you, Patty. Then just to refresh, I think, all of our memory, the writing committee, who's that made up of and how are they selected?
Yes, and we have Director Thronson on here. Actually, we have Joanna on here. And Joanna, do you want to talk about your writing committee? And we also have a member of the writing committee on here. I think Erin, I can see. So Director Thronson, do you want to address that, or would you like Joanna to?
I'll yield to staff. She knows. Once upon a time, I was a member of the writing committee. The last time the standards were revised, actually. The writing committee this go around was made up of teachers from all across the state, different districts, different grade levels, experts in their grade levels. I was not on board yet when the committee was built, but I've had the honor and privilege of working with them for the last year. So expert teachers, phenomenal people. Erin is here today. She knows how important this work is and left her class with a trusted substitute teacher so she could be here with us today. And John Arthur, it's his first day with students today. So we'll excuse him from this morning, but he will be here in a little bit once he's able to.
Thank you, Joanna. And then I believe one thing that is unique in this process is after we have these standards developed, we will be creating some curriculum for social studies. And that's a kind of a new venture for the board to have a statewide curriculum that the board will produce and districts can adopt. So we look forward to that after this process is done. As I said, I think we got, thank you. We've got a big start here, flag on the screen, which is very helpful. What I'd like to do today, I think, to move the process forward, you can see that we're on page 3, and I believe this document has about 63 pages. So we've got a lot of ground to cover. What I'd like to do, if the committee is amenable, is start with the motion on each of these items. So, 13, 14, all the places where there are changes. Start with the motion, allow each committee member to speak once, allow the writing committee to comment once if there are appropriate comments that need to be made, and then take a vote. on each one. If we run into some kind of a special circumstance, you can let me know, committee members, and we'll try to address that. But in general, I think that's the way I'd like to move forward, just for efficiency, so that we can get our job done and move this on to the full board. That being said, I think we are on number 13 on the page that's on everyone's screen. Is there someone who'd like to make a motion for this one? Member Earl, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, so we're just tackling each individual thing by itself. Is that accurate, Chair Hansen?
I think that that's going to be the best way to proceed, because I don't believe we can chunk this without having everything divided up. So that's what I propose going forward.
Okay. I would make a motion that we strike the question, what are ways we feel like we belong and are welcome in the school and community? This goes back to that feeling, trying to measure feelings of children or expectations. So that's my motion.
Okay, thank you. And you spoke to that a little bit. Is there anything else you'd like to say, Jenny, on that one?
I don't think so, unless, no.
Okay.
Very clear.
Anyone else who'd like to speak on this one?
I'm sorry, Chair Hansen. I'm in Google. I'm looking in our agenda attachments
Yes.
at a board revision suggestion table, and I don't have mine aren't numbered with 13.
You know, they are not numbered. I'm looking at that same document, and the one on our screen has the 13 there. Let's get oriented as far as the page on that document, because I'm sure you use that to make your notes.
So it's kindergarten strand 3.
So kindergarten stand 3, and then if you can scroll us down just a little bit to get to the number. So it's just starts with kindergarten strand 3. That looks like page, that's the bottom of page 3.
Yeah.
On that PDF document.
Okay, I found you. Thank you.
Okay. So again, the motion is that we delete the question, what are ways we feel like we belong and are welcome in our school and community? Okay, Laura, please.
I'm just trying to get clarity on the second column, gratitude and kindness. Is that already been added, or is that something that someone wants added?
No, that's something that wants to be added.
Chair Hansen,
Yes.
can I have Joanna reorient everyone to how this chart is set up? So I'll scroll to the top and have Joanna reorient to the making up of the chart.
That's fine. I think that'll help with Member Belknap's question. Sorry. Please go ahead, Joanna.
Okay, thank you. So the first column is the revised standard that the writing committee settled on based on all the feedback from public comment. The second column are comments, suggestions, questions, amendments proposed by board members. The third column is what the changes would look like if the amendments were approved. And then the last column is context from the writing committee or comments from staff in case we feel there was a misunderstanding between what was intended. Also, to Member Belknap's question, the blue in the second column, there was a suggestion to add the phrase gratitude and kindness to a question, but the question that it's being suggested it's added to wasn't in that latest version of the standards. And so we were confused about where that came from. Does that help?
Can I speak to that?
That help?
Sure, that does help me.
Just a moment. Laura, are you okay? Is that okay? Thank you. Jenny, please.
Where we're taking these one at a time. In other words, that would be my substitution for this particular amendment, but I'm not sure how to proceed with this because I don't know if we're moving. Do you know what I mean? Would be removing the one and replacing with the other, or it's removing the one, then I make a motion to put the other in, just if that makes sense.
Okay, and in this case, I guess if you're going to remove and replace, we can make the motion to do all that in one step.
Okay, well, let me do that then.
So maybe when we talk about chunking this, we'll do it in as big a chunks as we can take, and maybe that's everything in this block, in this this row that's going across. Is that Jenny, was that how you want to combine those?
Sorry, one more time, Scott. I apologize.
No, that's fine. So we have this row that's labeled 13, and it has a delete and then an add, right?
Right.
But then down below that, it has another delete and move and all that. If we can chunk all that to one and just say adopt all these changes, you could explain those and we can vote. That will be up or down on all of that.
Yeah, I don't know that I want to do that. That's why I was,
That's where I'm struggling with is
yeah.
when we go too big, then we.
I guess in this case, it probably would be appropriate though, or would work.
You're the maker of the motion.
All right,
Make your add and subtract there, and then we'll go ahead.
Okay, well, then the motion I would make is that we remove what are ways we feel like we belong and are welcome in our school and community, to how can you treat others with respect, gratitude, and kindness? It shifts the question from internal to external kind of a thing.
Okay.
And we can't predict how people feel, nor can we guarantee that. So anyways, those are my,
There's still more in there, Chair.
But that's the motion.
that would be that motion. And then,
Member Belknap, that's the motion. If you want to amend the motion, you can amend the motion, but we just need to move forward and we have a motion. So is there an amendment? Do you want to try to do that?
Well, if we're going to chunk all of 13, then if we're going to add anything else in 13, we should do it in all in one fell swoop.
That's not.
I
the-
got it.
we
I
have.
got it. I'm not going to do.
Okay. So right now we're commenting on the motion that was just
we're
made.
not doing all of 13 though. Is that accurate?
No, we're not.
Okay.
The motion is to delete the question and to add. So staff can highlight that perhaps. Starting with delete the question, what are ways that we feel we belong and are welcome in our school and community, and add gratitude and kindness to how can you treat others with respect? Yeah. Is that right, Jenny?
That would be accurate.
Is
Yes.
it on here the way that you want this to look, or do we need to do that on a separate screen?
I'm looking.
So the highlight is not correct as far as what's been proposed, because
So the red right here is what's been stricken. It's hard to highlight because it goes into multiple cells in the whole thing. So that's what's been stricken. And then, oh, good. Jennifer's Director Thronson has the part that then is going to be added, which is how can you treat others with respect?
okay. Is that correct, Jenny?
Respect, gratitude, and kindness. So it's those 3 items.
Okay, so as I understand the motion, it is we'll strike what are ways that we feel like we belong and are welcome in our school and community, and add how can you treat others with respect, gratitude, and kindness. So it's a substitution for that. Okay, we've heard from the maker of the motion. Anyone else like to comment on this particular item? Anyone from the committee? Is there anything the writing committee would help members straight, please?
So, in honor of consistency, I don't see this change as better or worse. And so if there's any question in my mind, I'm going to put the burden of proof on the change, especially since the process just went through from the writing committee. So I'm not against this, I'm not for it, but just so everyone knows, I won't be speaking. If I don't feel like it's a change that makes a difference or matters, then I'm gonna vote no.
Okay, thank you, Member Straight. Any other comments from the committee? Does the writing committee feel there's anything that needs to be added here? We did have a comment on communities, but I don't see that it addresses what we're talking about right now. Oh, Member Cannon, please.
Yeah, I'll just more or less ditto what Member Straight said. I have a feeling of wanting to respect the work of the writing committee that spent hours and hours on this and that have such great background and experience. And so if it's something that doesn't really make a huge difference, I think maybe I'll vote to go along with what the writing committee did.
Thank you, Member Cannon, Member Belknap.
I actually appreciate this change because asking children how they feel rather than what they can do is a really different change. I don't think they're exactly the same. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I think I voiced kind of my opinion on this, that I don't want to be acting as a committee as the editors in chief after the writing committee has done the work that they've done. So unless there is something that I feel is substantial, then I'll be voting to retain the work of the writing committee. But I think we're ready then to vote on this one. Well, please go ahead and check your boxes. We'll vote on the screen. I think we can do that. And Nora Lee, just let me know when you're ready to call the vote on these. I can see it looks like the motion fails with members Earl and Belknap voting in favor.
That's correct, Chair. That's what I have.
Okay. And then just to be clear on how we're going to document this, is staff able to, have you got the motion?
Yes, we just did a quick behind the scenes, and what we're going to be doing is over in that final column, instead of changing the original document, we'll be documenting the motions over here, highlighting it in yellow. So it just said Earl motion. We have the motion, and then we're going to put down the motion fails and then moving that forward. Will that work?
Okay, I think that'll work, as long as we can sort this out and come up with a as revised document that goes forward to the board. So we'll move to the next items on this. And I believe, Jenny, we're probably going to be coming to you for a lot of these motions because you're the one that took the time to make the comments and review this. So please go ahead. Next motion.
Chair Hansen, that is exactly accurate. And this is should not sideline us at all, because these are the same comments back in November. These are the same comments back throughout the whole process. And I just want to remind committee members that this is the process that we have we're put in at the end, and we didn't weigh in at the first because we have the end say. So as much as the time has been put in by the committee, which they've done a great job, there's some great things in here. This is part of that process. And I just want to remind people of that, where they're just, and throughout the whole thing, I went back and listened to all the committees where this came forward. They articulated, keep working, keep working. We never saw the progress until the very end when they brought things out. And so there wasn't any room for feedback during those times. So this is the feedback time. This is the process. It's not, anyways. So I'd like to make a motion that we add, who in your community promotes the welfare and safety of others? And I just think at an elementary age, this is just a common, this is something of quality that we should have with our elementary students.
So the motion is to add to the compelling questions, I guess we're calling these, who in the community promotes the safety and welfare of others? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Comments from committee members? Any comment on this one from the writing committee as far as how this would affect what the writing committee has produced?
Hi. I don't think that this will have a major impact on changes. So
Okay.
it sounds reasonable to me.
Thank you, Erin. Appreciate that feedback. Could we look at the other questions that are already there? On the, left-hand side of the screen, if we could just scroll down to see those other, oh, here we go. Sorry, it's right here. Okay, and then if I could just ask staff to indulge me, scroll up just a little bit so that we can see what this strand is titled. So this is students will learn and exhibit traits of good citizenship. Okay, and what we're talking about adding is who in the community promotes the welfare and safety of others. Okay. Any comments from committee members? Janet, please.
Yeah, as I look at this, I think this might be worthy of inclusion. We have in our strategic plan, one of our goals is safe and healthy schools. And I think this might align well with what we're trying to do in the strategic plan. So I'm in favor of this one.
Thank you. I'm just going to comment, and I have no problem with the question that we're adding. My question is, does this really fit under students learning and exhibiting traits of good citizenship? And who enforces or who promotes safety in the community? I'm not sure that fits under that heading necessarily. So I'll be voting against this one, but not against the concept, just against the spot that this falls in the strand. But if there are no more comments, let's please go ahead and vote. Oh, Member Straight, please.
I've read so much that I'm getting goofed up, but I thought we had something like this in another spot, but I've been curiously looking for it. I'm not against it. This is an addition, it's not a change.
So Member Straight, we're losing your audio.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better if you're just right in your microphone.
I was looking at my notes trying to find, so we're skipping the delete and move and we're going down to the next one. Is that correct?
So the motion that we have is to add that question, who in your community promotes the welfare and safety of others?
Okay, we can go ahead and vote.
Okay. Let's go ahead and do that then. Members, please vote. You got that one?
Yep, that passes 4-1 with Chair Hansen opposed.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on then to the next one. Does that take us then to the K3-1? Jenny, is that?
The only other,
Chair Hansen, we did skip one, so I apologize. So in the very beginning where it says start here on the strand itself, kindergarten strand 3, civic students will learn and exhibit traits of good citizenship. There is a piece over here where Board Member Earl would like to delete good and add the word responsible. So we skipped over that one.
Thank you. We'll go back to that one. Jenny, would you like to make that motion?
yeah, thank you. I didn't realize that that's.
I moved that one as well, but we need to get
So
back.
I just propose that we switch out the word good for responsible. I think that teaching kids about the citizenship has to do with actions and responsibility, not just being a good citizen, whatever that leads to. So, but being responsible, and that's a proactive language. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I ask Aaron maybe to, if you remember, I see that throughout all the standards, I think we use the good citizen language. Good and responsible have some similarities, but they are different words. Is there a reason that the committee picked good?
We looked at standards from multiple states and kind of correlated things to fit what we thought went along with what already existed for Utah. I don't think there's a major change between good and responsible. So I I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Member Straight.
The word good citizenship, good citizen is common usage. It's just the language of social studies.
Thank you. Any other comments? Bill, and I guess before we vote on this one, what we should do, I think Member Earl has made this change or suggested this change through the standards. So when we run into this, whichever way this goes, when we run into it, as we go down through the standards, we should just adopt whatever we vote on here and be consistent in our usage. Does that make sense to everyone on the committee? I'm seeing most of your faces here. Okay, so right now we're voting on an upvote is to change the word good to responsible citizenship. So if you'd like to make that change, vote yes. If you do not want to make that change at this point, please vote no.
That fails. Chair Hansen, 1-4 with Jenny Earl in favor, all others opposed.
Okay, thank you. We'll move forward then. Get us back on track here, Patty, wherever we are in the. Okay, so 3.K32 is, I believe, where we are. And Jenny, so on this one, we'll go back to, well, Joanna, have you got something to straighten us out here and keep us on track?
I'm just wondering, in the third column, the questions, the compelling questions. So we addressed the striking the one and adding the bottom one in red, but then the one that says what purposes do symbols of our school, community, and country serve? Have we addressed that?
I'm not going to address that. I read the thing and I'm not making a motion there.
Okay, great.
Joanna, so thank you for bringing that up. I think just for clarity, if there isn't a motion made to adopt one of these, and for example, we have some down here that were raised by other board members who aren't members of the committee. If a member of the committee doesn't move that forward in a motion, then we will just be leaving those, and those revisions will die as far as the committee goes. And they can be raised later in the board meeting, but that's how we'll move forward. So if there's not a motion as we move on, we will not be adopting the things that aren't moved forward.
So Chair, I do have a question.
Okay.
One of these compelling questions I've moved to American history standards. And I know that was not included in the original draft, which is indicated here, but do you want me to wait and address that when we get to the American history recommendations?
Yeah, as I looked at that, I think we'll probably just need to vote on including the American history revisions, that strand or not, and then we can go forward and talk about what's in it if that.
Okay, so I will just make a mark by that at that time.
Okay.
Okay.
And make sure, Jenny, that when we're done with all this, that we've included everything you want, because it is a little bit messy because we have some that are revisions to the current standards and some that are additions that are brand new strands. So we'll try and keep on track that way, and we'll ask staff to help us to track that as well. But right now we're on K32, and the motion is, did you make that, Jenny?
Hold on, let me turn my page. I just want a clarification on that. I would make the motion that on where it says list and describe the essential qualities needed to learn and work together as friends, neighbors, and family members. And then just for the example, the motion is to include the word including, or to use the word including. And I think this is similar in many, excuse me, many places throughout the document. So that it actually, do you want me to speak to it?
Yeah, you get your
For
chance.
example, it's an idea or a suggestion, whereas including, I think it's stronger language to say, these are the things that we want to make sure are included in your dialogue and in your core classes. So.
Okay. Thank you, Laura, please.
Yeah, I'd like to amend that to include respect up above and below where it's been written in, or maybe it's just rewritten to include respect.
Okay, so your amendment would be to change to including instead of, for example, and then also to add the word respect.
Yes.
Okay. And interesting the way that, I guess we need to vote on the motion to amend here. Committee works a little bit
I'm
different.
fine with that.
Okay, so the maker of the motion's fine with that. Member Straight, do you have something to say to the motion to amend?
Yes, I would like to divide it.
Okay. Can we divide that without objection from committee members? Let's
Yeah, that's fine.
do that. So we'll divide. So we'll be voting first on changing the word include, or excuse me. So for example, to including. And is there any comment to that? Okay, and I just have a question again for the writing committee. Aaron, we're going to give you a workout today. So are we consistent, or do you know, are we consistent in using the word either for example or including through the document, or is there a?
I believe we've used, for example, several times. The difference in this case would be if you use the word including, you are expected every kindergarten classroom to touch base on every single one of those, which may not be realistic in every single classroom based on the length of day, the size of class. I think we were envisioning this to be, here are some ideas to start from, go with what you can accomplish successfully.
Okay, so the committee's idea, at least in the difference between, for example, and including, was that including would be a list of things that must be included, and for example, would leave the teacher some latitude, I guess, on what to include.
Correct. Yep.
Joanna, we're going to jump back to you.
Thank you. All of those words except for respect come from Utah code. And so the writing committee was careful to repeat those throughout, and board member Earl had made some suggestions of where those could be added. So they're throughout different grade levels. So even if it doesn't say including, it's repeated. Those things are repeated several times. So there are multiple chances for those to be taught. And then also it was board member Norton that originally requested respect to be added. So that's not in code, but that's just where that came from. And so down below I put, if it's added here, should we add it to the other places? Just letting you know that that list of qualities or characteristics appear in later standards.
Thank you for the background on that. And we're going to vote now, I believe, unless there's anyone else that hasn't spoken that wants to.
I do have a comment.
Jenny, I'm going to have to, we got to kind of move this forward and stick with one at a time. Is there, Laura, please go ahead.
I would just like to make that amendment to include respect throughout rather than each time it pops up.
We're not on that yet. We're back to only.
Oh, to include. Okay,
including,
sorry. Sorry, Chair.
Anybody who wants to speak to that who hasn't spoken, please do. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and vote on that. So the motion is to change the words, for example, to including, and that would be throughout in the document.
Can I ask a question?
Sure, Jenny.
My question is where, I understood this was integrated, like it's integrated throughout. So which one of those, I just see this as not exclusionary. And so that's why inclusion would be there. Is this, am I misunderstanding that we're teaching these as separate lessons or integrated?
Okay, that's a question, I guess, for staff or for the committee. So you're asking whether this is all taught in one lesson or whether these are all separate lessons?
Yeah, my understanding was it's integrated. So the idea that we're going to exclude some of these just really isn't, I don't see that happening, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we exclude civility or duty or somewhere in the kindergarten.
That's fine. We got the question. Let's see if we can get the answer. Staff or writing committee?
I think that's going to depend on the teacher and the situation for teaching social studies in that particular classroom or school or or LEA.
So it's not spelled out that well. And I guess also we're going to be developing curriculum too, which is going to have a lot to do with this. But you're saying not spelled out, at least in the standards for how that would be approached by the individual teachers. Jennifer, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Jennifer Thronson, Director of Teaching and Learning. With the way that it's written in the proposed motion, this is just saying they would have to teach those things. How they go about teaching those, that list of essential qualities would be still up to teacher discretion.
Thank you. Member Straight, is your comment to this one?
Yes, so I know in regards to when you sit down as a group of teachers of PLC and you start looking at these standards and start unpacking them, that word example given or for example, or if it was changed to including, what's listed there carries a lot of weight as a teacher, but it's not inclusive. And so the discussion becomes in a PLC, well, is there anything we need to add? Is there anything that we're missing here? I found that sometimes the examples given sometimes are a little bit of a hindrance, but I don't want to make that language any stronger. I think the word, for example, is much better than using the word including, because then including says you must do these things. And perhaps that's not the case. And as a teacher, I want that flexibility. But at the same time, it will carry weight, and it does, as we outline and design our lesson plans from there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think, is there any other committee members comment on this one? If not, we're going to go ahead and vote. The motion is to change the words, for example, to including, and that would be throughout. I guess it's used many places here, so throughout the document. Please go ahead and vote.
That fails, Chair. 1-4 with Member Earl in favor and all others opposed.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move to the next one then. Have we got another one on? So now we're on respect. And this is the one, Laura, I believe I'm back to you.
Thank you. And if this, I'd like to add respect throughout the document when it's in these pieces with these other pieces. Thank you.
Okay. We already heard, I believe, from staff on this one about the words, the origin of the words that are here. That comes from code, and respect isn't not necessarily in code. Go ahead then, Member Straight, you had your hand up or no? Okay. Any comment to this from committee members? Member Earl.
Yeah, the compelling question would correlate directly with this that we just voted not to put in, but this, I think respect should be added throughout. I know that when I talked with Member Norton, this was a key thing that she felt needed to be in, but of course, well, anyways, yeah, I think it needs to be there.
Okay. So I'm just reading back to where we're adding this, if I can find it. I don't know if you guys are having problems looking at this text. It's a little bit small on my screen, so list and describe the essential qualities needed to learn and work together as friends, neighbors, and family members. For example, honesty, integrity, morality, civility, duty, honor, service, obedience to law. And we would add to that list respect throughout. I guess I'm just looking at how that fits with the other words. I'm looking at civility and respect, which are similar but are different. And then wondering if there are other words that would be added if we added respect, or should be added, but that's the one we have in front of us.
That is the motion, meaning that that's the thoughtfulness that someone put into this.
That's right. Yeah, that's what's before us to add. Okay, let's go ahead, committee members, and vote. The vote is, the motion is to include respect in that list of traits throughout the document. Please go ahead.
And that passes unanimously, Chair Hansen.
Thank you, Norley. Okay, we'll move on to the next one. This one is 3.3, K 3.3. Identify ways that people work together to build a strong community. And this one looks like, Jenny, did you want to make a motion on this one?
Yes, yes. I'm trying to see what the difference is between Moss's and mine. I think he added, I guess, soldiers to it as well. So I'm just looking at the difference real quick, sorry. Okay, so I think
Moss has teachers with his.
Oh, instead of school, teachers and other school, okay. So I think I will move the motion that we do have before us there that's in the blue. So I would recommend that we add, and I guess if we're going to do not including, we're just going to do, for example, probably, right? For example, parents, religious leaders, school personnel, police, oh, sorry. Teachers and school other school personnel, police officers, firefighters, soldiers, and business owners.
Okay. And then comment to that, Jenny?
No, I just think a clarification of what we're talking about in our communities, I think is key, those key foundational people.
Okay, Member Straight.
So I would take it that this motion would need to start with, for example, instead of including.
That's, I believe that change was made. If you look, what's typed there. Yep.
I am absolutely for respect for all of those people, parents, religious leaders, but I think we could make that list for long ways. And, you know, the standard is very straightforward and simple. I think as a teacher, if I was doing this, I would let the students make the list, and we would go from there. I think that's the way the standard's written. I don't have strong feelings either way on this one, actually. So I'm going to go back to my beginning statement. So I shouldn't even have said anything.
Okay, we're fine. Member Belknap?
Yep. So Chair, are we voting on both of these in red because they're the same motion?
No, we're voting on the blue on the far right. So what Member Earl did was look at hers and look at Member Moss's, and she's combined those into a.
Okay, but there are two different questions there, right? Identify people. No, that's the same one. I apologize. Okay, thank you.
Okay. If I could hear from just quickly from staff and the writing committee, maybe on whether we do this anywhere else in the standards. And that's where I have the biggest problem is I tried to go through all these pages and see if we make a change here, what happens other places. I know that's a lot of the work that the writing committee did. Is there an impact vertically, I guess, if we include this language? Because when we make this, for example, this is fine. I could add, others, essential service providers. There's a lot of other things we could add to the list, but for example, just gives us some people we can look at. But what does this do vertically, if I may ask that of Aaron or of staff?
We spent a significant amount of time debating just that. And we opted to put in a few for examples throughout, particularly for brand new teachers fresh out of college who might need a little more support, determining exactly what to teach, especially if social studies is not their forte. However, we also attempted to make sure that a lot of these standards were as short as possible. If they all start including for examples, they tend to become just visually overwhelming for teachers, and the lessons tend to get less attention. I don't think it is a detriment to this standard. I would just caution adding quite a few of them, just for sake of space and for clarity for brand new teachers.
Okay. Could you, Erin, so is this, oh, Johanna, please.
Yeah, I've learned through the public comment that when you have a list like this, always somebody feels that somebody else is left out. So it's great to give direction, but at the same time, someone is always excluded, even if it says, for example.
Okay, thank you. And Jenny, I don't remember if we gave you a chance to speak to this, so please go ahead and you can speak.
Well, I'm just speaking to the comments that were just made, and those were that one of the other things from public comment is there was not a lot of precise or clarity to it, to our standards, that they were very broad or ambiguous. And so that was one of the things I looked at in putting things in here, just the key people. So.
Okay. I think then we're ready to vote. The motion is to add the, for example, parents, religious leaders, teachers, and other school personnel, police officers, firefighters, soldiers, and business owners to strand K 3.3. Members, please go ahead and vote.
Chair Hansen, that passes 3-2 with board members Cannon, Earl, and Belknap in favor, and Chair Hansen and Vice Chair Straight opposed.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to the next one. We're at K 3.4. And
On this one, I would like to reserve the right to come back to it after we address American history standards, because it would be addressed there.
okay. Can we, staff, make a note on that one so that we come back and address this after we hit, and there's a section here where we have the American history standard. That's a new proposed standard. So when we get to that, depending on the outcome, we'll come back and return to this. Okay. So that takes us then to kindergarten strand 4, economics. That's on page 5 of the PDF. And oh, sorry, did I miss one here?
Chair, there's one more right above
Yeah.
it.
So
Yeah.
is that one's not addressed in the,
Right. That one's not addressed. That is
Okay.
being highlighted right now. K3, 4.
do you want to address that then, Jenny?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we add a strand K 3.4, identify ways to show gratitude for the service and kindness shown to them by family and community members. I guess it could even say students, but I don't know, how do we refer to it throughout our document? To refer to students? Does anyone have a comment on that maybe?
Okay, shown to,
No, so I guess in place of kindness shown to them, I'm just wondering if them needs to be used or students. Does that make sense?
yeah, I noticed that we used their and them in many.
Okay, so then maybe them works. I just didn't want, I wanted it to be similar to the rest of the language.
I had that same question. I think
Okay,
we refer to them sometimes as students, and that may be just a cleanup that we could do afterwards where we have their or students. So, okay, Patty?
Yeah, I think that in being parallel, it would need to not have that identifier in there. So it'd be identify ways to show gratitude for the service and kindness shown by family and community members.
Okay, that's fine then too.
Okay. Okay, Jenny, anything on that?
Yeah, this directly correlates not only with our health standards and other standards that we have, where we have gratitude, but it is one of the key elements of civics. So, and I think that it speaks to civility as well, but that gratitude and kindness. So I would recommend we add this to our standards.
Okay. Other comments from committee members? Okay, anything that we should be aware of from staff or from the writing committee on this one? Not seeing hands, so this would fit under them. Students will learn and exhibit traits of good citizenship, and it would be added as standard K 3.4 at this stage. That's right, Jenny? Okay.
Yes, that would be accurate.
All right. We ready to vote? Looks like we are. Please go ahead.
Chair Hansen, that fails 2-3 with board members Earl and Belknap in favor and all other members opposed.
Thank you. We'll move then to the next one, which is number 4. We're getting into economics. This is kindergarten, strand 4. It looks like these are yours, Jenny. Are there any of those you want to move forward? Oh, sorry, member Straight. Oh, can't hear you, Brent.
So we have the suggestion from board member Norton on the sentence structure. Is that relevant? Or
Is that one that did we skip over something above?
am I looking in the wrong spot?
It's the one we asked to come back to.
Oh, okay, so,
Okay, period after important.
okay, hold on just a second. I guess we have to decide how to handle that. So just a period after important in a new sentence beginning with what? I guess, Jenny, if the other one goes forward and we don't return to this, then we probably need to decide. This is getting into a.
Well, we have to go through economics and then we make that decision. So I just think you move forward and then we come back to this.
Yeah, that will be fine, as long as we're going to.
We're not going to skip her. We're not going to skip her.
We don't ignore it. You okay with that, Brent?
It doesn't matter.
Okay, we'll get
Bring
back.
it up because since it failed, then it became.
Yeah, we'll come back to 3.4. So we're on 4 and we'll look to Jenny for a motion.
Okay, so I would make a motion that we change, why do some people put money into savings, to why do people save money? I just think it's clear. And not only that, it doesn't suggest that some people do this, some people don't, which some people do and some people don't, but it provides that framework of why save money. So.
Okay. Will any comment to that? Looks like member Straight's got his hand up.
Yeah, so putting money into savings is a very specific type of thing versus where is it again? Well, I misheard. I'm reading what it says here. I just don't.
Hey, Brent, we're going to have you really put your mouth right on the mic because you're coming out garbled when you turn your head. Please go ahead.
let's move on.
Okay, so I think we're ready for a vote. Jenny, your hand's still up, but we heard that. Okay, so we're ready for a vote on this first one, which would be to change why do some people put money into savings to why do people save money? Let's go ahead, committee members, and vote.
Chair Hansen, that passes 3-2
Okay,
with board members Earl, Cannon, and Belknap in favor, and Chair Hansen and Vice Chair Straight opposed.
okay, thank you. Okay, that takes us to the next one. Jenny, I think we're still on that same one.
Yep, that's right. I'd like to add the question, how do you take care of your property and respect the property of others?
Okay, comment to that?
Just that, once again, I think when we talk about things going on in school and communities and stuff, that this respect for property, our own and others' property, I think just is it's I think where we need to be. Those are questions that we need to be asking, and especially at young ages of kindergartners, how do we take care of things? And this is just a natural byproduct of what goes on in the kindergarten classroom anyways.
Okay, other committee members with comments there? And then if I could ask, if there aren't any hands there, staff and writing committee. Anything? I just have a question about, again, these are all good things. I just have a question about this under economics, basic economic concepts. Needs, wants, spending, saving, sharing, and the value of work. And taking care of property is certainly important, but I'm not sure. I don't remember that fitting into economics class when I studied that. So I don't know if this is a place to include that or not personally. And I'll probably be, I will be voting to just go with what the writing committee has recommended here. But committee members, any other comments? Is there anything from the writing committee or from staff? Don't see any hands there. I think we're ready to vote then. Please go ahead.
Chair Hansen, that fails 1-4 with board member Earl in favor and all others opposed.
Thanks, Norley. Down to 4.1. So K 4.1. Jenny?
Yep, I would move to strike and how that can change over time. I do see the comments that have been put here by members of the writing committee, but I do think that in this case, we're talking about basic human needs and individual wants, and I think that sticking with that instead of that change over time element just provides greater clarity.
Okay, thank you, Jenny. Comments from committee members? And I will just say, as I read the writing committee's comment, I thought, yeah, my wants changed from, the beginning of the day to the end of the day sometimes. So I could see how, at least for me, that did apply on the want side especially. Let's go ahead and vote, committee members.
That fails, Chair Hansen, 2-3 with board members Earl and Belknap in favor and all others opposed.
Okay, thank you, Norley. Okay, next one. We are down to, let's see, there was an added, so this would be
Yep.
K 4.4.
This would have gone along with that, or it goes along with that question up above, correlates with it. Identifies what ways they can take care of their own property and respect the property of others. And I do believe that this is an economic issue, to be able to own and have something that's theirs. This is a basic governmental issue as well as a foundational principle issue to own property and to care for it. It is basic economics. So I just argue that this should be in there with the correlating question.
Okay. Any others, member Straight?
So I voted against adding that to the questions section at the beginning of the strand.
Okay.
But since that passed, I don't know how we can hold that out, which is one of the consequences of once we make one decision in one place based on what the writing committee has done and they've aligned everything. Then that basically creates a
Member
situation.
Straight, that one failed. That's highlighted on the board.
Oh, I thought it passed.
Yeah, failed that on that
Oh.
one. So
My apologies.
Then that probably is not a proper motion.
I think it is. Well, you can,
let's
I can still move it forward.
Yeah, so we've got a motion. The motion is proper. I mean, we can have motions to include anything, I guess. I guess your comment would be that now that you don't think that is in context for the strand, is that?
Well, I was going to vote for it because I want to maintain consistency, but I guess I remembered that wrong and I checked my notes and I am wrong. It did not pass. So I want to maintain consistency. I was going to vote either way based on the consistency.
Okay.
Thanks for pointing that out, that it did not pass.
Okay. Other comments from committee members? Okay, let's go ahead and vote on this one then. The motion is to identify ways they can take good care of their property and respect the property of others.
Chair Hansen, that fails 1-4 with board member Earl in favor and all others opposed.
Thanks, Norley.
Mhm.
Okay, we'll move down to the next one, K. 4 point, let's see, we did 4.1, right? And so now we're down on this is the additions to the American Utah history strand. Is that right, Jenny?
That would be correct.
Okay. And can you please make the motion here for kindergarten, but if you can kind of give us an overview, because this goes not just to kindergarten, but also through all the grades, right?
That would be accurate. And this is one of the things that was taken from public comment, as well as other organizations that are interested in seeing us add, as well as myself, and I think other board members, adding an element of American history standards into our into every grade level, those basic concepts and foundational principles. As we work to try to keep it simple and concise, moving a couple of the ideas and concepts from questions and other areas, so it was not cumbersome. But I do think there is just a key need to have foundational knowledge put back into our standards, which is clearly missing from them. So those are my comments. I'm not sure how you want to proceed with that, whether it's to go through each one or exactly how you want to do that, Chair Hansen.
Well, I'm struggling with this as well. I mean, we could have a motion to adopt all of this. I guess we could have a motion on whether to adopt a kindergarten American and Utah history strand. If that passes, then we can go into the details. That may be a way to go forward. Because if it failed, then we wouldn't go into all the details here. So if that's a motion that
if that's the case, then I would like to, and I spoke broadly, is this, you want me to speak to the pieces of it, or how do you want me to address that?
If the motion is to add an America and Utah history strand to kindergarten, I'd just like you to speak to that and to why that's important. I think that you have spoken generally to that, but if there's something you want to add, then please do that.
Well, thank you. The only other thing I wanted to add is that this is basic stories which we know that research is showing that when you have stories from history in your ELA programs, that it actually increases reading. It's basic dates, people, and symbols, and information, and the stories that circle around those. It still allows for the flexibility of how those are going to be taught. That seemed to be some of the criticism, is that teaching exactness we seem to think it can only be done one way, but it doesn't lend itself to that. It still lends that autonomy and flexibility. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Committee members, any comments at this stage? I really would like to hear from the writing committee, and I don't know if we do that right now, Janet, or if looks like we've got Janet and Brent with hands up. Could we hear from them at this stage, please? Erin, I know you've written some kind of response here on this, but this is kind of a fundamental. We've got to understand what everyone was thinking so that we can make a good decision on this. Oh,
Sure, I can speak to that. The basic structure that standards have followed in the past, more of like a building block system. And although I can see the intention with this addition, I think it will lend itself to being just instructionally a more difficult task on teachers, particularly new teachers, which I know we're hoping to maintain in the state and not lose as many. But I just feel like it might be a little bit too heavy. These are all concepts that are covered in later grades, and that really just starting with some foundational skills at this point in kindergarten is more appropriate.
okay, thank you. Let's go to Brent and then to Janet.
Do we have any idea what the scope and sequence would look like for these grades? For kindergarten, we're speaking specifically to that, to add such a standard? Especially since, not everyone is even on board with all-day kindergarten. So what does the scope and sequence look like? How does it change it based on adding this?
Who are we asking, Brent? Is that a question for staff then?
That is a question for staff. Do we have any idea, or has it even been looked at?
Chair Hansen, if I may.
Please.
We have a lot of teachers who are already worried about fitting in the standards, the revised standards without this strand. We know that social studies has been marginalized in the elementary schools for the last 20 or so years, and teachers have very minimal time to teach social studies. And board member Earl has spoken to integration, and I think that's really one of the only ways we even get time in elementary classrooms. Adding an extra strand, board member Straight, I don't know how teachers will do it all, to speak frankly.
So thank you. So I am interested in this concept of increasing participation and knowledge, especially regarding the Constitution. Many schools do have Constitution Day around September 17th of each year. Some don't. Maybe we need to think about, and I think this could be done separately, and it can't be done today, that's for certain. I think it'd be inappropriate to move much past the idea, is to strengthen a Constitution Day curriculum to where it's a one-day lesson where you work through different principles or concepts within the Constitution that can have historical connection. And perhaps by strengthening that would help teachers have something that was prepared as we develop the curriculum along those lines. I appreciate the comments made by the writing committee. I think they're right on. I want to remind everyone that K through 12, let's just talk about that. I think this is age appropriate to do it how we currently have it. U.S. history is taught in 5th, 8th, and 11th grade. And the Constitution and government is specifically taught in 12th grade for a half year. And so we have a very much a building organization of expanding environment of the teaching of U.S. history and the Constitution within our current system. I wouldn't mind incorporating, and I love the idea ELA, and I think English language arts have always been intended to be included within standards as a way of bringing that together. So I think to the extent that that can be encouraged, that would be great.
Okay, thank you, Member Straight. Member Cannon.
Thank you, Chair. I believe that this is an area where I personally have received lots of public input and have done some real soul searching about whether or not this is something that should be added. And I have come to the conclusion that yes, this is something that should be added. This is something that I believe the public continually pointed out was missing in our standards, and that they wanted this taught to their children. And one of the key things that I heard over and over again was that this particular strand should be repeated over and over and over, so that our children come to embed it into their core beliefs as citizens of our country. I also remember having an in-depth conversation with our former Governor Herbert, whose big concern was that our children did not graduate from school with a feeling of being citizens and understanding our country's principles and so forth. So I am in favor of adding this strand.
Thank you, Janet. Any others from committee members?
May I make one more comment?
Jenny, you're making me break my rules.
Okay, well then I won't.
You can go ahead, please. Please.
By law, we're asked to do this, and in an important way. And I would have loved to have reached out to the writing committee. I had asked to do that a couple of times and I was told I couldn't. So unfortunately, some of the vetting has to be done here. And I'm grateful for that, actually. It's tried to be kept simple. With the American flag, which we do the Pledge of Allegiance every morning, this is not something that's a stretch. It just adds a simple element to it. As a matter of fact, they're probably doing most of this anyways. Try to keep this simple, but yet foundational. A 1 day a year type of program does not instill a love of our country. And so I just think that, I think we can work through this, and I think this is a beneficial thing.
Thank you, Jenny. Jennifer Thronson, please.
Chair Hansen, can I just break in really quick? I can't raise my hand, so.
Raise your hand. So you have that prerogative, Patty.
Yes. I'm just wondering, and this is just a suggestion, if we can review the rest of the standards and then pull this out at the end. One of the reasons why is because some of these things are found in other areas or in other grade levels. So when we talked in the very beginning about that intricate weave of leaving something out or putting something in, or something being taught somewhere else, or whether something is pedagogically or age appropriate. For example, in kindergarten, a lot of times the kindergartners aren't even sure the difference between a state and a country yet, because it's not appropriate. Sometimes they haven't been outside their home. So to talk about some of these things, they have to have that building block before. So to make sure that those building blocks are in place. So just maybe a suggestion to pull out this and then do a more thorough review on this piece to see where it aligns, where it's duplicated its efforts, so that we're not missing big chunks or duplicating efforts along the way in different areas. Just a suggestion from staff moving forward to be able to say, one, vote if this should be included, and if it is included, for there to be more time spent on where it's at, duplication, finding out age appropriateness, all of those things moving forward, so that the committee's time is spent on the rest of it. Just an idea.
Thank you, Patty. Go ahead, Jennifer Thronson.
Thank you so much. So just a comment around kindergarten. I hear the committee's respects adding the strand. I just want to raise the kindergarten issue. Most of our kids are in half day, which means a little under 3 hours of instruction a day, and there are hundreds of standards that teachers are supposed to cover. I wonder if this might be well served starting in a first grade strand, just given the time. You'd hate to see teachers who are like, I can't teach it. There's so many. I'm just not going to teach it at all. And that is a potential problem that comes when we beef up the standards. I looked at just ELA and arts, just to give you a quick count. There's over 100 standards between those two content areas. So those are just things to put in the back of your mind as you make these decisions.
Chair Hansen, I have a question.
Okay.
What percent of our kids are still half day? And it's my understanding that many are moving that towards full day. Am I right in that? We're looking forward thinking, right?
Yeah, so right now we have about, last year was 30%. We're headed towards about, I think, 40% this year and slowly working our way up.
Okay, thank you. I just need to chime in on this one. I certainly see a need for this type of standard. I don't think that our process that we are using now was really set up to have a wholesale addition of a whole new strand at this stage without the vetting of, I mean, what we lose is the vetting of the writing committee. And I think Member Earl has expressed some frustration with that as well, just in the way that the process has been set up in the past. We haven't done this in the past, at least in my experience, where we've been making small changes to standards at this stage in the process and not wholesale additions, which some of the same concerns that Deputy Superintendent Norman voiced are on my mind as well. And I wonder if there is a way to carve something like this out so that we could get the social studies standards passed and moving through the process, and then maybe have this as a separate, it almost is a standalone, where it is dealing with the Constitution, Declaration of Independence, that sort of thing. It's an American history standalone. I wonder if we could deal with this in another way so that we don't, I don't think the board is equipped to do all the work of drafting this new strand without the experts that we have on the writing committee being able to weigh in on that. And right now, this would go straight to the board and go forward if we follow our current process. So I'm kind of voicing some concerns and looking to brainstorm a little bit to avoid us as the board becoming standard writers, and not just standard reviewers.
Correct me if I'm wrong. We've had these all summer. We've had these since fall of last year. It's not like this was new either for the writing committee or for this committee or for any board members. And I think it was very clear, there was a great deal of public comment and other concerns that this is the direction we needed to go. So it is, I'm not sure either, Chair Hansen, I'm trying to think through, because I really would have liked to have had some dialogue with that committee, but I was told their work was done. As a matter of fact, I'm a little surprised we have people here and engaging, because I was under the understanding that their work was complete and finished.
They're here to explain why they did certain things versus the comments that are here.
Yeah.
The committee that we put together and asked to help us with this process. In fact, that's their job, is to put that together. So I invited them here to help us understand what they were thinking and put things in context.
And I think it's our job to move forward, however we can. I want to be thoughtful about it, obviously, but I do think we need to.
So maybe my question to staff and to committee members is there a way that this could be carved out? We do have to put together curriculum after these standards come out, but carve out this section and be able to come up with a process that allows us to get some input on the appropriateness for grade levels and the integration of this and all of that. Because I understand, Jenny, that you've been very thoughtful in putting this together, but one person, and I don't know all the people who are involved with you, but with the committee brings some special skills and just in the, I guess, in the people that we select, people from a broad range of grades and from broad educational settings come together and discuss, what's appropriate. And we're kind of missing that out, the boots on the ground teacher perspective that helps us to put together the standards. So I guess my question to staff is, if we were to say that we think this should be included for the grades, is what would it do to us timing wise as far as getting all this done if we were to split that out and maybe come up with a process that would involve our writing committee?
Let me begin to address that, and then we can have Director Thronson add to it. One of the things that would be needed, and one of the things that would be needed would be to create a crosswalk between these new standards or this new strand and what's already in place to be able to identify. So I'm on the screen right now, and for example, the significance of these dates with respect to the formation of the United States of America. So kindergartners would be learning about 1776, 1874, the Declaration of Independence. So to be able to then align and say where it is found or where a concept similar to that is found, and then be able to align back to say it's found in this other area or it's not found, and where it would fit most appropriately. So what I'm hearing is then we would pull some of these other areas out, say if it's in another part, and then put it into a discrete strand titled the American history and so we would have a discrete title called American and Utah history. And so then we would have to pull from other areas to put it into this discrete strand and then articulate vertically and horizontally what that would look like. So that would be the difference. And so Dr. Thronson, what would that look like time-wise?
Yeah, I think you're looking at 3 to 5 months just to allow the writing committee to do the work that would take. And just to make sure that we can do it well and make all those considerations of vertical and horizontal alignment and developmentally appropriate.
Thank you. We're going to go to Brent, please.
So as an advocate of the social studies for many, many years, having taught that subject and wanting to see more and better history taught in the primary grades, I am absolutely for that conceptually. I think the key thing though, from a practical standpoint, is that we need integration. Now, if we look at what happened with the ethnic studies bill, that's what the ethnic studies bill calls for in social studies standards, is integration within the curriculum itself. There's another level of integration or collaboration between the social studies and the language arts. And I think that's what Deputy Norman was referring to in that crosswalk. So this is a complex issue. And as such, I just can't wrap myself around doing it this way and imposing this strand. Now, do I want to get there? Yes. But we've got to figure out how we're going to create that crosswalk, how we're going to integrate, because I am absolutely 100% behind increasing social studies instruction. But I also realize that the social studies is not tested. It's not part of that system even. And that's difficult. I do have a question, because as an historian, Jenny, was July 24th, 1874.
Oh,
And I'm done.
Brent, we're not hearing you again.
I know. Oh, you can't? Can you not hear me?
Yeah.
July 24th, 1874. I am confused.
Oh, sorry, that should be 47. I don't know if that was my error or someone else's.
1846. Oh, you're talking about the arrival of the pioneers.
Okay.
I guess I'm having a hard time. I don't even think this standard is fully put together. Whatever we have, I think it needs to be great. And I think we need that alignment. My vote would be, for now, leave it out, but let's go back and let's work on this, because I think it is important to improve and grow our social studies instruction. And I'll tell you right now that has been a frustration over the years. That's the first thing to go, social studies instruction. I would like it not to be that way. I don't think this is the way to get there at this moment. Anyway, I'm not voting for it, not because I think it's bad, not because I don't think we need to have elements within our curriculum, but I think we're moving in the wrong direction right now.
Can we come back to the motion, please? Can you bring that back up? Okay, I'd like to propose an amended motion that we vote that we move to add an American and Utah history strand to grades K through 6, and that we instruct staff to come back at our next standards and assessment meeting, that's in a week, with a draft process for integration and development. And I'll speak to that just briefly. I think, ideally what we would have done is, when we started this process back in the review, and I think we need to change our standards review process. Things have changed in society a bit during the last several years. But when we say we're going to revise a standard, I think there should be an opportunity for the board to weigh in on some objectives for the revision, so that we give our writing committee some direction, some goals, some objectives, so that we don't get into this situation where we have the writing committee do a lot of good work. They consider public comment, it comes back all revised, and then the board says, oh, this isn't what we were thinking, and we need to do this. That's our process now. I understand Member Earl's frustration, because our process doesn't lend itself to what's happening right now. And we need to work on that process. And I think we as a standards and assessment committee can put that back on our agenda, or ask executive leadership to put that back on our agenda, to get some board input earlier in the process, at the beginning of the process for the committee. But we are where we are with this one. And our process actually has worked for many of the other standards. But where we're looking at kind of some big changes in emphasis here that weren't introduced earlier, I think that's what's behind my motion, is that we split this off. We expedite the process, but we don't become as a board, we don't become the standard maker. We become the standard. We again get this out to people from the field, give us some good direction on integration, integrating this sort of content, and then we move forward with this as a separate item. So, any comment to that, Jenny? Go ahead.
Yeah, this is, I guess, because I've spoken at every meeting about this, frustrating. We were told that there would be amendments at the end because of our process, and that we should be expected to change. I just wrote down comments here, listening to Robert Austin, reminding the standards or the writing committee that they need to leave their egos at the door, because there would be changes to it. And I don't think that the recommended changes need a massive process. I think we can easily look at them. We're talking about symbols. This is already included. The thought process was to be very thoughtful as I worked with people on this. The flag is already introduced at that young age, and then some basic people. I don't think we have to overcomplicate this. I don't think that the process is that complicated. I don't mind sitting down and working through some of these though, but I don't want months and months of process just to feel like it's, I don't know, it feels cumbersome. This, unfortunately, it is our process to do it this way, and that we do need to make, seeing edits come forward. Like I said, many of these have been out for over a month and a half. I've only had a handful of people even reach out to me with thoughts about them or direction to go or alignment, that kind of a thing. So I would think that those were publicly available for that time. It's interesting that that hasn't been engaged. I don't mind continuing to work on these, but I don't want it to get sabotaged in some lengthy process that's hard and cumbersome to actually work through.
Jenny, if I was to make a friendly amendment to my motion that says, come back to the committee in September with an expedited process.
I could do that. I can't do a.
And I'm fine. I think the committee, it seems as, we have the appetite to put this, we've heard the public. The writing committee has some considerations because they are in the classroom and they're saying, hey, we don't have a lot of time for this and we need to hear that, but we also they need to follow our direction as well. So my motion is trying to bridge that gap and get us something that will can move this forward in a practical way that is doable in the classroom. So
I appreciate that.
I've commented more than once. I've allowed too much comment on this, but it's a big item. Is there anything we haven't heard from Member Belknap or Member Cannon on this one? Anything you'd like to say to this amended motion? Janet?
Yes, I appreciate what your thoughts are, Chair Hansen. I am persuaded that this is needed because of the public input that I received. And I believe what you suggested to us is maybe a better way of going about it rather than just doing all of the individual votes today. So I am in support of your substitute motion.
Thank you.
And
Oh, Laura, you okay? Not to speak on this one?
I'm good.
Okay. Patty, you got your hand up.
yeah, yes. And then one more thing, especially to Board Member Earl's comments. Part of this would then be for staff to bring in September. I'm looking at our clock right now, and this has been super important conversation and work. And so I'm told that I'm the timekeeper to be able to move this forward. So we've successfully revised 2 pages, and we have, I think, 57 more to go. So I don't think that we're going to be done with this process today. So when it does come back to the September meeting, we would still be in process of this revision cycle. So I think that expedited process would actually fall in line with moving these conversations forward. The other piece that I wanted to put out is that if this does pass, then as we move through this, anything that aligns to this piece, for example, when Board Member Earl, I'm going to go back up to it where it says return, that we just place a return if it has to do with adding or deleting from one section to another, that we just put a return on those as well, if this motion does pass.
Okay, I think that sounds like an acceptable way to handle it if it passes. And then as we move forward, I guess, and when we have this process, we can decide whether we can proceed with part of this with the main body of the standard on its own and then add this and do things in parallel, or whether it needs to all be integrated and done together. But maybe you can bold that expedited in the motion so that we understand that. But let's go ahead and vote then. We're voting on the amended motion. Committee members, please go ahead.
Just a second, I just want to read back over the motion again, make sure.
And that passes unanimously, Chair Hansen.
Okay, thank you. So that would then, you'll have to help me, staff, that will move us forward over some of this and get us to first grade, I think. And then as we run into the additional strand, which goes all the way through, then that would just be included in that motion. Okay. So we're at first grade strand 1. And looks like we have some items that member Norton had suggested, and also member Earl. So looking for motions with regard to first grade strand 1.
Okay, I would recommend that, that's not mine, that's Norton's. I don't know if she has someone moving that for her, so maybe I better wait. Is someone wanting to move that for her?
And I think, Jenny, just go ahead and make yours. And then
Okay, so I would recommend on the first question that it's just reversing questions before remembering is all. I just think it flows better. So ask questions about and remember events from the past.
Okay. Any comment to that one? Looks like none. Let's go ahead and vote on that. Oh, sorry, Laura, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, can we do that? It hasn't changed the word. Can we do that without objection, Chair? Just reversing the order?
I think it's going to be quicker just to vote. So let's.
Okay, great.
Okay, please go ahead. Okay.
And that motion passes 3-2 with board members Earl, Belknap, and Cannon in favor, and Chair Hansen and Vice Chair Straight opposed.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Jenny.
Okay, I would like to make the motion that we add as a question, what is a primary source? And I'll speak to that real quick. We address primary sources later, but I think that key question needs to be asked before I just think it's part of the dialogue in this, so.
Okay. Comments on that one from committee members? I have a question for the writing committee just on when is the concept of primary source introduced? Would this be the first introduction of it?
That would be the first introduction of it. Typically in your language arts standards, it is in later grades. It's a concept that is difficult to explain, I think, to a kindergarten student. It's more developmentally appropriate later.
Yeah, I think we're on first grade here, but so that.
Yes, thank you.
When you say later grades, would that be, what grades are we talking about? Do you know? I don't want to put you on the spot, Aaron, but is this third, fourth grade? Is this?
Off the top of my head, I'm not entirely sure which. I just know that as a committee, we had gone through that and looked at when primary sources, because we were trying to do as much correlation to ELA standards as we possibly could.
So in 1.1.4 of these standards, it says create a primary source to show. I think the question is appropriate as you're using that reference later in these same grade level standards.
Okay. Thanks, Jenny, for pointing that out. Joanna?
I think it's appropriate, as board member Earl said, we're trying to introduce to the students in this grade level what primary sources are, that they can use them, refer to them. It's not necessarily a piece of text, right? It could be a picture or a painting. I don't think it changes things too much. And I have to I know we're short on time, but I'm so impressed with Erin and what she can remember from the meetings, because as Patty went through earlier today, this has been such a long process. So Erin, you're amazing.
And thank you, Joanna, for reminding us of that. I'm certainly not trying to put anyone on the spot. We're just glad to have a resource that can help us, but that has been a long process, and that's one person of 15 or whatever was on the writing committee. Go ahead, Member Straight.
Yes, as I'm looking at this, I'm trying to reconcile if we add primary source, but then if we eliminate bullet point 2 as being not age appropriate. I know they're separate motions, but I think they do affect each other. I'm trying to figure out, because I am not an expert when it comes to elementary age appropriateness. I have to, and so I'm struggling.
Okay,
Can I get some help with age appropriateness of both of those? Because I'm not sure what I think. We have a teacher who teaches elementary who is saying the bullet point 2 is not age appropriate. So that carries a lot of weight for me. So anyway, if I could have someone address that, help me understand.
Chair Hansen.
yes, please.
When Vice Chair Straight is referring to bullet point 2, is it this bullet point 2 that has that is in there that has not been deleted, which is why do people often see things from different points of view? Or is it bullet point 3 shaped by, can you, Vice Chair?
The first one.
This one right here.
Mhm.
So that no one has brought that motion forward to delete that yet. I think you're still on mute.
I know no one's brought it forth, but they seem to be related.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, and I'm wondering also if we can have Director Thronson, who might be able to, because she has, or even Robert Austin is on here as well, to be able to say where in the ELA standards does it begin to address primary source documents. And I'm wondering if either one of them can bring that forward.
I do not have that mastered. I would say for this one, this is meant to be a compelling question section. And so what is a primary source? There might be a way to make that more compelling for a student. Like, why would you use a primary source? And that gets at what is, but also gets a more meaningful, like, why do we care? Kind of a perspective to it. So just throwing that way, I have you, and I'll go check the standards and get you a grade level.
so Jennifer, if I heard you right, something like, why is it important to use primary sources, or why is it?
Yeah, like the value of it, like, and that would accomplish what Board Member Earl's proposing, like understanding what it is, but it moves it towards the meaningful part, which is what the compelling questions are trying to compel.
Jenny, would that be a friendly amendment if it was something like that? For a compelling question?
Well, sure. I mean, I suppose you could ask why it's important, but you need to know what it is before you can ask why it's important. And this is first grade. So I guess I don't see this as being that complicated, but we do address it later in the standards. So if we don't have something in here, then the question becomes, do we not, are we articulating it well enough earlier that we can actually address it anyways, right?
No, I think that was clear. I mean, we asked the students to actually create a primary source.
No, but my point in saying up here is that you're asking for the importance of a primary source. You have to know what a primary source is before you can ask whether it's important or not.
Yeah, what I took the comment to be is that these compelling questions are more than just, primary source is a firsthand, depiction of the event. It's, why is it important for us to use a primary source? And in discussing that you say, well, that's because, it's what happened at the time. It's not, somebody come back or whatever the answer to that is. But that brings it out. So I that's what I read into, I think, what.
Well, if Director Thronson feels like it's a more compelling way to address that, that's fine. I just argue that maybe that we're first graders and maybe actually showing them what some primary sources are might be enough, but I could be wrong.
Our standards, and
I could be wrong.
Our one comment, but I think in our standards, we've kind of moved in the last few years away from describe a primary source to why is a primary source important? So that's the general trend. I'm not the expert on any of this, but I believe that's kind of what the questions are supposed to be, is to draw things out from folks, from the kids. Laura, and then, Joanna, help us, and then we'll go to Laura.
I agree with Jennifer that the way it's worded is not necessarily a compelling question, and the compelling questions are just to guide teachers maybe as they're checking for understanding or doing assessments in the classroom, or get kids to think. We try to do social studies based on inquiry, but also on the standard 1.1.3 use primary sources, for example, these things, and make inferences. I think it's just implied within that standard that what a primary source is will be taught as a part of accomplishing or addressing that standard, if that helps.
Okay. Thank you. Laura.
Well, that kind of changed my thoughts here because I'm just wondering if this question shouldn't be in that other standard, is what is a primary source and why is it important to use?
Yeah, so Laura, if I've got it right, we're looking at so we've got the main standard. If you scroll up just a little bit on here, we've got the main standard, which is, students will examine important events from historical figures in the community. And then under that, we've got the compelling questions. And Jenny's motion is to add one about primary sources here. But then we've got the substrands or the subcomponents of this standard down below. And one of those deals with primary sources. So we don't have questions necessarily.
Okay, so Chair, then I'm not even sure who made this motion here. Oh, it's a possible. I would like to amend Jenny's motion to say, what is a primary source and why is it important to use them?
Okay, Jenny might take that as a
Friendly amendment. I love it.
Thank you.
I just think we need to know what it is, even though we're shying away from actually telling kids what things are.
Jennifer, then on that.
Yes, I was just going to add, I found the ELA. It's in 6th grade when primary sources are first mentioned.
Okay. But we haven't heard from the committee, I guess, after this was pointed out, but we do reference primary sources in this standard, right? In the 1st grade standard. So, okay, let's go ahead and vote if there are not. No, I've got Jennifer, your hand's still up. No, Janet.
Yeah, can I just make a comment?
Yeah.
I'm sitting here thinking that the kids are not going to be the ones reading these standards. It's going to be the teachers. And I'm imagining the teachers have a pretty good idea of what a primary source is. And then we don't introduce the idea of a primary source to children until 6th grade. If I heard Jennifer correctly. Was that correct, Jennifer?
In the ELA standards, that's when it's explicitly used. In 6th grade.
So my thought was just whether or not teachers know about primary sources. I don't know that it's critical that we include it here in 1st grade. Thank you.
Okay, I've relaxed my standards, Laura. Go ahead on this one.
I'll be fast, Chair. I try not to talk too much, but clarifying is that it is talked about, a primary source is talked about in 1st grade here. And if we don't have that question, then we don't have that opportunity to teach these kids that. So.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on this one, folks. The motion for the board is to add a compelling question, which would be, what is a primary source and why is it important to use them? We'll go ahead and vote on that. Norley.
That motion passes 4-1 with Board Member Cannon, the only person opposed.
Okay, thank you. Move to the next one. So Jenny, you've got, well, okay, we had some comments from Member Member Norton on those. Any committee members that want to talk about anything on this initial strand? Go ahead, Brent.
Well, I feel like I'm in a conundrum because I'm still back to where I was. So we're considering this bullet right now.
So we're on.
Do I need to put it up?
We're on 1st grade strand 3. And if there's anything else that we want to do, so Member Earl has raised her motions. If any other committee members want to raise any other motions on that, now is the time.
Well, I guess I want to address Board Member Norton's bullet point 2 as not being age appropriate and have that discussion. because I'm completely up in the air on that, just
Okay.
like I was in the last.
Do you want to make a motion to adopt that
Yeah.
change?
I move that we adopt, that we eliminate bullet point number 2. Why do people often see things from different points of view, and how do we show respect for different points of view or opinion?
Okay. And then comment to the motion or questions for staff or?
Well, I would like staff to address the question of whether it's age appropriate or not, because I have a hard time voting not to exclude it based on the position of Board Member Norton as a teacher in the classroom, elementary.
Okay. Jennifer, please.
Yes, thank you. I was a first grade teacher for my first 5 years of my career. So thinking about this question, maybe not social studies rich question, but simple things like, do you like peanut butter or jelly? And that somebody might not like it and you might love it. And being able to have that conversation with really benign topics in first grade, so that when we get to topics that maybe have a little more passion behind them, and who knows, some kids are very passionate about their peanut butter and jelly, you can start to navigate that successfully, that we accept that people might think differently than us. That doesn't mean I can't have my favorite sandwich be peanut butter and jelly. So I'm going to give a little kid example, because that brings me back to my first graders.
Okay. Any other, let's see, we've got Member Earl, please.
Yeah, I do. While there may be difference of opinions on that, I do think that in this grade, I do still think it's not really developmentally there yet for some of the things we're asking them to do. So I do appreciate Member Norton moving this forward.
Okay, thank you. I'll just briefly comment. I kind of, well, I appreciate the example from Jennifer Thronson on this. I think that if we want to talk about respect, we should start early, and kids certainly understand that not everyone thinks the same and people can see things differently. So again, I'm not a first grade teacher, but I have raised kids who were first graders, and I believe that they certainly could understand or needed to understand that different people see things differently, and we can't just shut people out because they don't see things the same way, that we should respect their viewpoints. So I'll be voting not to delete this one. Let's go ahead, committee members. So the motion before the committee is to delete bullet point 2, which is why do people often see things from different points of view, and how do we show respect for different points of view or opinions? So yes is to delete that one.
Chair Hansen, that motion fails 2-3 with members Earl and Belknap in favor and all other members opposed.
Thank you. Anything else on the main standard? First grade strand 3. Member Earl, you have something on that one?
On 111, are you ready to move there or not?
Okay, yeah, if there's nothing on the one above, then yes, we're done, and we'll go to 1.11.
Okay, this is a combined effort here, meaning taking parts of both, but it's explain that history tells the story of people and events of the past, and describe why a variety of primary sources from different points of view should be used to help us understand history. I think that's why we do primary sources. So I think it's just worded better.
Okay. Any other discussion or comment to this one? I personally, I guess looking at this, I worry about us complicating many of these things. We've introduced primary sources already, and now we're building on that here, which wasn't necessarily part of this strand. I understand that maybe the intent is to add that to it, but I'm concerned that at this stage we're we're unnecessarily complicating things when the main idea is already contained in the standard. So let's go ahead. If there's no more comment, let's go ahead.
I just think the point of view, I mean, the reason why we use primary sources is to get more to the exactness of history. So I think it's key.
Okay. Thank you. We'll go ahead and vote.
Chair Hansen, that motion fails 2-3 with board members Earl and Belknap in favor and all other members opposed.
Thanks, Norley. That moves us to 1.1.2. And looks like we've got a couple then. Jenny, please go ahead.
All right, let me get to my notes here. Sorry, I'm just having to go from one to the next, so I'm looking at notes. So I would move that that it reads, after reading or listening to true stories about famous Americans of different ethnic groups, faiths, and historical periods in their community, state, and nation, evaluate their significance. I guess we leave, for example, there. Figures that exemplify honesty, integrity. So, and the rest of that listed there.
Okay, can I ask Jenny for you just to explain what the main difference is between what you're proposing and what really came up and the reason, I guess, for the change?
Well, specifically, just spelling out that, sorry, let me look back at the. Just I guess the word choice on there might be chosen based on their examples. It just simplified that there. Figures that exemplify is just a clarity of wording on that one. And then just to spell it out. So instead of using just diverse range of historical figures, it's adding into it. Instead of summarizing, we're actually reading and listening to true stories about famous Americans.
Okay.
So it's maybe the action part of it, not just the summarizing of it, but actually providing those in-depth stories. Oh yeah, yep, I guess respect needs to go in there too, huh?
Okay. Anything from other committee members? Comments from staff or writing committee? Let's go ahead, Brent.
I am concerned about removing the word diverse, and it's actually done later as well, where the word diverse is taken out. It appears that using the word diverse is used in context of integrating people of many different cultures, groups, ethnic groups, religious groups, race, religion. So I know I'm repeating myself, but I don't think the word diverse is necessarily I see it.
Brent, I'm gonna have to jump in. We can't hear you for some reason. You've got a mic problem this morning.
I'm concerned that the word diverse is used in a way that it's somehow interpreted as being divisive. I do not believe that using the word diverse is divisive. I think it's what brings us together, it's what unites us. So I'm very concerned about taking the word diverse out of this, out of two, well, wherever we're at, I lost it. But it's also done several times throughout where there's amendments proposed to take the word diverse out. And I'm concerned about that. And I do not believe that it would be in alignment with Senate Bill 244, which talks specifically about integrating people of diverse backgrounds into the curriculum. And that's, so I will not be supporting this.
Thank you. Joanna, please.
Yeah, I'd like to make a suggestion. I don't know if it's my place, but maybe rather than saying true stories, something like historical narratives. And then also I do have concern with this being a little too prescriptive in how this should be taught with after reading or listening to stories. I think we need to trust our educators to figure out the best way to cover this with their own students.
Okay, thanks for those comments, Joanna. Anything else from committee members? I think then we're ready to vote on this one. So the motion, I guess one thing, so there was a suggestion that we change true stories to historical narratives. Is that something that you would want to adopt?
Yeah, that would be fine. I think that's appropriate. And I think summarizing the contributions is also prescriptive. So, I mean, I think you're exchanging one and the other, right? So.
Okay, do this, but we got to keep moving. I guess maybe, Jen, we can reserve your comments until after you've heard the other comments so that you can comment at the end when it's your motion.
I thought we were
A little
voting.
bit of a disadvantage.
I thought we were voting.
But we're ready to vote. Yeah, we're ready to vote now. So let's go ahead. Member Straight, you already spoke to this one. I can't hear you.
We amended it.
We did amend that. Are you speaking to the amendment?
Yes, I think it's, well, and if we're going to amend, then I feel like we need to divide the question because we have multiple things coming in here. I hesitate to do that, but I would like to point out that this particular standard is an excellent place for integration with the English language arts. It's a perfect place. And so, you know, I guess my question is that I like the change with the amendment, but it still has a fatal flaw, especially as it's currently presented. So I will be voting no, even though I do see some value in the amendment.
Right, let's go ahead then and vote as a committee. The motion is in the far right column in blue. It would be to change 1.1.2 to read after reading or listening to historical narratives about famous Americans of different ethnic groups, faiths, and historical periods in their community, state, and nation, evaluate their significance. For example, figures that exemplify honesty, integrity, morality, civility, duty, honor, respect, service, and obedience to law. Please go ahead and vote.
That motion fails. Chair Hansen, a 1-4 with Board Member Earl in favor and all others opposed.
Thank you. So we're down to 1.1.3. And looks like the comment was from you, Member Earl.
Yes, I would like to move the down, not that one, down one more. In place of create primary source to show how their personal histories are shaped by family, school, and community, for example, timeline, to replace it with place events from their own life in chronological order, for example, timeline. So kind of rewording it just a little bit, and note how primary sources can assist in recording their personal histories.
Chair Hansen.
Yes, Patty, yeah.
I just wanted to clarify that we were skipping 1.1.3. And
Yeah, I
that
didn't
was
know that.
Okay, wanted just to make sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Yeah, I was looking at 1.1.3 and trying to find the wording you were talking about. So
All right, I had some individuals reach out to me on that one and I appreciated their thoughtfulness. And so.
okay, thank you. That's
Yep.
fine. We'll move to 1.1.4 then. Okay, so the motion from Member Earl is that we change what's in the far left column. Create a primary source to show how their personal histories are shaped by family, school, and community. For example, timeline, interview, artifact, collection, and recipe book. To change to place events from their own life in chronological order. For example, timeline, interview, artifact, collection, recipe book, and note how primary sources can assist in recording their personal history. And Jenny, I don't know that you commented, is there, can you tell us the main thrust of what the change would accomplish?
Yeah, I think you're using items to create those, a timeline, chronological order, things that kids can easily put together, and then using those primary sources for that, you know, whether it's birth pictures or whatever. So I think it's just a little different application, but I think it just goes along better, just a little different wording.
Okay, thank you. And do any other committee members have a comment? I'll just reiterate, I guess, where I don't see a big add or a big substantial change or a difference from what the committee has put in place. I'm just not going to vote for what I see as wordsmithing kind of proposals. So that's just my explanation of my vote. So we can go ahead and vote on this one. Committee members, go ahead.
Chair Hansen, that motion fails 1-4 with Board Member Earl in favor and all other members opposed.
Thank you. So that takes us to first grade strand 2, geography. And on the compelling questions, it looks like we had Member Earl, you had a suggested revision there.
Yes, this directly correlates with our science standards, just what crops can be grown in Utah, and I put feeds, but that needs to be crops as well. That second one, what crops are hard to grow in Utah and why? And it speaks to some of our laws, just as far as self-sufficiency. It brings it closer to home, kids understanding. So when you talk about climate and geography and those kind of things, so that's why I would encourage us to add that question.
Okay, as I looked at this, maybe just a question. So we say, how does food that doesn't grow in our state end up in our lunchroom and home? So that's peripherally, I guess we're addressing that, right? There is food that doesn't grow in our state and it's brought in from other places. And so this is just an expansion on that, hitting it more directly, I guess.
Yeah, and I think it's speaking to the climate, the geography and that kind of a thing, just a little bit more. What can we grow here? What things are hard to grow here? So.
Okay. Any comments from committee members? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and vote. The motion is to add, I guess, 2 questions. Is that right? What crops can be grown in Utah and what crops are hard to grow in Utah and why? So is that right, Jenny? That's writing 2.
Yeah, that would be accurate. That would be accurate. Like I said, it correlates with our science standards directly.
Okay.
Sorry, did you hear me?
Oh, yes, yeah, we're
okay. Sorry, I looked up and it was.
Hear me. Okay. We're voting, I think.
And Chair Hansen, that motion passes 3-2 with Board Members Earl, Cannon, and Belknap in favor, and Chair Hansen and Vice Chair Straight opposed.
Okay, so the next one that we have.
Sorry, may I interject?
Yes, please.
That question doesn't have a standard associated with it. When we ask how that's expected to be covered.
Okay, sorry that we didn't have that before we voted. We probably should have come back, Jennifer, and feel free to raise your hand or get my attention if there's something that needs to be brought up before the vote. Come back to that question. So Jennifer, what you're saying is that there's no standard associated with the foods being grown in Utah?
Correct. I think how Board Member Earl expressed it, it might be in the science standards, but it's not actually in the social studies standards here. So how would you like teachers to make sure that they address that from a standards perspective? As the compelling questions are meant to be kind of guiding questions to help teachers facilitate, engaging content, but the standards really drive the instruction. So maybe Board Member Earl, we missed that in your communication. Just wanted to check in on that.
Okay, so if for my basic understanding, I guess we have these compelling questions, there should be and are in the others that we've looked at above, a standard down below, like 1.2.1 connects to compelling question number, the first compelling question. Is that, Jennifer, that's what we should be seeing here, right? And now we've added a compelling question, but we don't have a corresponding standard down below. So
we probably have that in, so you're saying that, I'm just trying to clarify here. So how does food that doesn't grow in our state end up in our lunchroom and homes? That one correlates with the last one. Is that what you're saying? I'm trying to figure out where that one.
let's look and see. So down below, where would the standard be that matches with that one?
Chair Hansen, may I?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I think the question that Board Member Earl is talking about, the how does food that doesn't grow in our state end up in our lunchroom and homes, is a supporting question for 1.2.4. Explain the reasons that people, animals, and goods move.
Okay, thank you. Makes sense.
Kind of, I was going to say it kind of correlates the same with the question too. But.
And so I guess, it's been moved and voted on. Now we need to move forward. We can either move to undo what we've done, or we can move to do something to adapt to what we've done, or we can do nothing and leave the standard with kind of that issue in it. So Laura, please go ahead, help us.
Yes, Chair, I'm on the prevailing side and I'd like to bring the question back and then make an amendment.
Okay.
So I would like to add under the first bullet, how do geography, climate, and natural resources affect the way people live and work? For example, food grown in Utah. Or because climate would affect that and geography would affect that.
Okay.
And we could actually keep the whole thing there, such as, for example, I keep thinking, what do we have? For example.
Okay, make sure this is, I'm not tracking exactly where you are, so make sure this says what you want it to on the board, Laura. So how did geography, climate?
That's the first compelling question.
Yeah, it's the first compelling question, then she's adding to that.
I'm saying, for example,
Mhm.
food grown in Utah and why it's hard to grow food in Utah. And I don't care how you put that together.
Okay, so
And
you're,
why? Because climate, natural resources, and geography would affect that. That's just an example to bring up.
so help me procedure. So if your amendment was to pass, then it would undo the one that's already, we're reconsidering the previous motion and now we're amending it, right?
Yes,
Okay. If your motion fails, then we stay where we are.
yes.
Okay. Go ahead, Patty.
I'm wondering if we can shorten that to be able to say, for example, foods that can be grown in Utah, because then embedded within that question is foods that can't. So this can
Right.
be, because, so if we just shorten that.
Great.
Okay, is that your question there, Laura? So I guess I've got to think through this too. So we're voting to amend, we're voting to undo what's already been voted on and amend it to this. So if this vote passes, then we replace the new compelling question with this revised one. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and Chair, and for example, crops that can be grown in Utah and why. I think we need the why there. That looks good to me. Thank you.
Okay, comments to this? Straight? Member Straight?
Yes, are we once again departing from these compelling questions? Have we used, for example, in any compelling question up to this point?
Question for staff or for the writing committee, is for example, used in compelling questions?
I don't think so. I'm looking back to see, but I don't think so.
Okay,
So I think it's the first part without the example is actually pretty good for developing it right this very second. So I commend that. Oh,
now the first part, Brent, is already the first question.
yeah.
Yeah.
So can I make an amendment?
You're getting beyond my parliamentary procedure. You can certainly suggest an amendment here, and
I suggest we take the, for example, off. I mean,
Brent, then that leaves the first one the way it is. Right?
yeah, I know that.
So that would just be a no vote.
Which is awful good.
So that would be a no vote to this, and then we still have to address what we've done now.
Okay.
So
Can I make a comment? Oh.
certainly, Janet. Yeah.
So I'm just looking back here. Oh, maybe it's not under the compelling questions, but there are other standards, K 2.3, K 2.4, where they do, for example.
Are those in the?
I think it's such a
Yeah, the question was, are those in the compelling question? There's certainly, we use examples when we get into the standards.
okay. Thanks.
And I don't know the answer to that. Okay, Member Earl.
Yeah, the overall strand here is geography, but it says in here, talks about the natural resources affect the way people live and work. And the food, this is a direct, I mean, we're dealing with, not having enough water in some areas to feed cattle or to grow things or to produce things. So I think this is very relevant to Utah. I speak in favor of including this however we need to, or if we need to add something to one of our standards. But I think it's an important concept for kids to embrace in Utah. Or be exposed to, maybe more than embrace. But.
Okay. I guess I'm not necessarily opposed to I think this is covered where it says, how does food that doesn't grow in our state end up in our lunchroom and homes? I think a teacher could expand on that and say, well, why is some grown in our state and why is it not? I think what we've created right here is a very awkward solution. I mean, that doesn't read as a very good, compelling question to me. I think it's probably preferable to what we've already done, though, because we don't have a direct standard that matches it. So I will vote in favor of this, but I'm really not in favor of what we're doing on this standard in its as a whole. I think that we're making a mess of it, personally, just with the way that we've done this. But let's go ahead if there's no other comment, we'll go ahead and vote on this one. So the vote would be to amend the first question to what's written on the board in yellow. And then along with that, we would also remove the additional question that was added just a moment ago, which is what crops can be grown in Utah and what foods are hard to grow in Utah and why. Is that the intent then, Laura, of your amendment or amended motion? Reconsideration, I guess, is what we're doing.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and vote.
We're just missing Vice Chair Straits. He's got a face.
Got, we need to vote, Brent, or an abstention.
You know how I hate abstentions.
Okay, what's the vote? There we go.
Chair Hansen, that motion passes 4-1 with Vice Chair Straight opposed and all others in favor.
Thank you.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes.
I don't believe our staff has had any opportunity to, or any of us to take a break.
I was thinking the
Right.
same thing, but I'm also looking at us getting close to the noon hour and hoping we could get to that point before we take a break.
Okay, well, it's not that kind of break.
Okay. If you need a break right now, we can do that. Let's make it a quick one though, and then we'll take a lunch break at maybe 12:30. Is that okay?
So 5 minutes, 10 minutes, what are we doing?
Yeah, let's do a 5-minute break right now and we'll plan on lunch at 12:30. And we'll take 15 minutes then.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks. Back in 5 then. So 11:31 we'll try. Okay, committee members, if I can just have you turn on your cameras when you're back or give me a thumbs up so that we can get started. Okay. Looks like we're good to go then. Norley's giving me a thumbs up. Didn't see Jenny back in the screen, but I think that we've most of us, if not Jenny. Can you kind of orient us, Patty, as to where we are and how much more there is to do? Oh,
It looks like you should wait for a second.
okay, no problems. Patty, are you the
Hi,
one?
Chair Hansen, we just had a little accident in Patty's office. A bunch of things fell off her wall, just
Ouch.
very random. And she just has a little minor injury that we're taking care of and doing some cleanup. So give
Wow.
us about
Okay,
5 minutes and she should be with you. So I don't know if there's something you can get started on, but just,
maybe we can do this. We were going to take a lunch break for a few minutes a little bit later. Can anybody be opposed to us just moving that up and taking a lunch break right now? Is that okay, committee members?
sorry about that. I know she'll be okay in a minute, but it scared us all. The whole wall of stuff fell down and she just,
Yeah.
cut her eye. So we've got to get bleeding stopped and some things
Okay.
cleaned up. So,
Let's reconvene at noon. We'll take a half-hour lunch break and let Patty get her feet back under her and we'll reconvene at 12 o'clock. Okay, that's
I'll let her know. Thank you.
we adapt to that, and I think we need Patty here to help us drive through this. So, okay, back at noon then, due to that unforeseen circumstance.
Thanks, Chair. Chair Hansen, I'm back.
Thanks, Nora Lee. We'll ask committee members to turn on their cameras as they get back in. Hi, Laura. Looks like just member Cannon was in contact with Deputy Superintendent Norman. She is alive and mostly well. She does have a bit of a cut, and we'll be keeping her camera off for the rest of the meeting, but she assures me she's ready to go forward today. Sounds like just a freak accident at the office. Janet, have we got you back?
Chair Hansen, can you hear me better?
I can. That's much better.
I'm going to turn away, and can you still hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. I switched computers.
Okay.
I apologize for that. It's hard to check your notes and come back and keep your eye on the camera.
If you were Laura, I'd say that you must have spilled your soda all over the keyboard. But
Oh, I would not spill my soda. It's a mile away.
okay.
Sounds like she drank too much soda.
He's awake and alert. That's all we ask for. So, we'll go ahead and hope that Janet joins us here quickly. If you can just, Patty, kind of orient us, tell us where we are now, what we've covered, and what we have ahead of us.
So we just completed the reconsideration. And then as we're moving forward, we are on 1.2.2. And this is the differentiate between natural and engineered geographical features.
Okay. Thank you. That's where we'll pick up. And then we, on my copy of the document, we're on page 9 of 63. One of our earlier actions is going to allow us to skip past a few pages, I think, as we go forward. And then we'll catch up to those later with the American and Utah history strand. But still, we've got a lot of work to do. Jenny, please go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to add to 1.2.2. Down at the bottom here, it's just combined some of those together. I'm grateful for staff's thoughtfulness in this, but it says differentiate between natural and engineered geographical features in an area. For example, engineered geographical features including highways, bridges, airports, railroads, buildings, schools, dams, reservoirs, and identify how families and communities are benefited by these features. And that incorporated both Member Norton's and my motion together.
Okay. So.
And you want me to speak to why?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I would say that the reason we do the things we do is for our families and our communities. So the reason why we build dams is not just to, back up water. It's so that we have water for crops. We have, so these things are put in place. So we have to speak to the why of it. And that's why I've added those in. So.
Okay. Comments from committee members on those? I'm just reading back again to put this in some context. So we have the compelling questions, which talk about geographic features made by humans, and also reasons people or animals move from place to place, and how resources affect the way that people live and work. And now we're talking about the difference between natural and engineered geographic features in an area. And I have the same difficulty, I guess. I don't see any real problem with what's added. I think that that's okay. I don't know that it, for me, that it matches up with the intent of the standard. I mean, this seems like a geography lesson. In this particular item, we're just looking at what are natural and what are engineered features. So we're expanding that to say why or how do they benefit areas. So I guess I don't have a comment to say on this. I'm just trying to reason through it myself. Any comments from committee members? Okay, let's go ahead and vote on that. And so we have Janet here.
Yeah, that motion fails 2-3 with members Earl and Belknap in favor and all other members opposed.
Thank you. The next one, it looks like, is 12. It's a new standard, so 12.5, jumping down to page 10 of 63. Jenny?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to add 1.2.5. Describe a modern technology that has helped preserve the high standard of living in Utah. And similar to the last one, this probably is, you're going to see this throughout my recommendations, is that I'm looking for the positive in our life and in our communities and in our society, and how to articulate those so that children feel that positivity and that engagement. And that's why I would have added the language I added to the last one, and the same with this one, that it's focusing on this idea that these modern technologies and creativity or designs of things help in benefiting our families. So that's my recommendation.
Okay. I've still got votes up from last time, it looks like. Do I have any hands up to comment?
Chair, there was just a question that came in, the definition of a high standard of living, or what, or an example of what that might mean, to bring in some guardrails on what that might look like.
Okay, so question, I guess, from staff is that high standard of living ambiguous, or somehow kids may not be able to relate to that depending on their circumstances? Is that?
So I'm trying to say clarification. So in other words, we don't want to promote that. I'm just trying to understand,
No.
Patty, if you can help me.
Yeah. In looking at that, it would be things like economic opportunity, or is it what, when in creating the term high standard of living, or is it talking about business opportunity, availability of food, those types of things? So Director Thronson, maybe you have more for that.
Yeah, I think what we're trying to get at is like, what's the 4 examples? So what constitutes a high standard of living? Just as an elementary teacher, I would love to get a little more clarity for myself on what we're looking for.
So would you prefer a word like preserve the quality of living in Utah, so that we don't think that people may live in a high standard of living here?
I think it's just like, what do we mean by any of the terms, but what do we mean
Right.
by a standard or quality? Like, what are examples to help teachers know what is intended by that term, if that helps.
And then it would go within the geography component. So tying it to the geography component. What is the high standard of living within the geography component?
Like clean water.
Okay.
Transportation. Do you want me to keep going? Would you prefer quality, the quality of living, that kind of a thing? So we've got ease of transportation. Yeah.
And quality, and that's up to you. It's your motion.
Okay. So you're just asking for examples so they can relate it back to the IC. I'm sorry. Okay. I didn't realize you were actually typing on there.
Yeah, I was just trying to add, and I added a couple more like access to goods and services,
Yeah.
like living in
Yep.
Utah, like that's most locations readily available.
Although we might have to quantify that as post-COVID, but
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
Okay, that helps. I just think from I'm an elementary
Sure.
teacher at heart. I would don't know that I would teach what you would want. So this is helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So we've modified that a little bit. And that's your motion on the screen now, Jenny?
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay. Comments to that, Brent, please.
So the second word is a very simple word. It's a one-letter word. And I'm just wondering how that fits with what we're really trying to communicate. We're describing modern technology. So once you've talked about one, you're done. I don't think that's what you're intending it to mean. Anyway.
So
it's hard to wordsmith these.
So any further comment then, Brent? Or just comment on the word Okay, any others from the committee? So the motion that we have before us is to describe to add a standard that would say, describe a modern technology that has helped to preserve the high standard of living in Utah. For example, clean water, transportation, access to goods and services. And that's the motion. I guess my understanding is that would be like discussing the advent of the railroads or something like that, how that's brought goods and services to our state or
So it could be medicine. It could be, we could go on and on. Just picking one of those to show that the advent of technology, science, medicines, clean water, air, that kind of a thing, just to draw attention to that this is a benefit.
Chair, may I request we go back up to the title of this 1.2?
Yeah.
I just want to see what it is again. I'm sorry.
Please
It's so hard to bounce with everything we have here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments then? If not, we can go ahead and vote on the motion that's on the board there in blue. Brent, go ahead before we vote. No, wait, you're off right now, but I'm getting out of my mode of one comment.
There we go. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'll be quick. I guess I see some potential here, but I still don't think it's there. So I'm at this dilemma. Do I vote for something that I think's headed in the right direction, or do I not? So I guess we're going to make the decision of where it goes from here later today, and this can still be brought up. So I guess I like the direction. I like the concept. I think it can fit, but I'm not quite certain because we're on the fly here. So I'm not absolutely against this one, but I believe at this point I'm going to vote no because I'm not quite satisfied, but it could always come back later.
Okay, thanks, Brent. Joanna, please.
Thank you. To Board Member Straight's concern about modern technology, what about modern technologies, or explain how modern technologies have helped so that it's more inclusive and not just a one and done, like he said.
Okay, Jenny, would that be a?
Yeah, I'm open to that. I think that's a good direction to take it, to describe modern technologies that have helped.
Okay.
And that's completely in line with the direction if they choose to do more than one or several or however to implement it.
Okay, and Jenny, I gave another committee member 2 chances and you had your hand up. Do you have something else that you wanted to say besides that?
Nope, I did have something and I didn't write it down, so I should have made a note of it, but.
And I don't want to sound like a broken record, but when I go back and read what Laura had us read, so this is using geographic tools and map skills, students will explore the ways geography, climate, and natural resources affect the way people live and work. And I don't see technologies in there. So
Okay.
I'm not saying that this is not a good thing. I'm not seeing how it fits in this standard, or this strand that we have. So I'll be voting no just for that reason. And really hard, because yeah, I'd like our kids to know about all of these things, but I think that we have to have coherent standards. And so I'm really reticent to do this major edit on the fly, but as I feel it is. And I know that Jenny, you have put work into this and put it forward.
This
but-
is not on the fly, so, yep.
Well, when we work as a committee, it turns out to be not as coherent as it might be in another way, but this is where we are right now. This is our method, our process. So anyway, let's go ahead then and vote on this one.
This motion fails 1-4 with board member Earl in favor and all other board members opposed.
Okay, thank you. Next one then is first grade strand 3 civics. And we are on 1.3.1. And looks like Jenny, you had one suggestion there.
Yes, and this, I actually am going to take the staff suggestion. I think it's good because it combines both Moss's, member Moss's and mine. Compare how classroom rules are similar to laws in the community, analyze how the absence of rules and laws can cause disorder and harm to people, and discuss while rules and laws restrict us, they also keep us free to do the things we love. It's talking about the consequences. It's not just what are the laws or the rules in the community. It actually chooses to focus on consequences on both sides. So I think that's why this is very important. It's a foundational understanding, and I've got to charge my computer. It's going to die.
Oh, please get plugged in. Okay, any comments from committee members on this motion? The motion is written in red in the third column from the left. Member Straight.
So I almost feel like there's some, well, I do feel like that there's some good things here, but I like the simplicity of the standard, but I also like the idea of the application as it would show up as an objective and as in a lesson plan of what's suggested here. So I'm conflicted on this one as well, because I think that's the natural flow of how we would go there. I kind of feel like it'd be nice if there was a separate category for things to consider when developing the curriculum. And maybe this is another place for example, so that we maintain the integrity of the standard, but we also move the direction of what that standard means.
Do you
I think that's valuable.
Do you have an amendment, Member Straight, or?
No, because if I started doing that, I'd mush it up. So I will defer.
Okay. Any considerations from staff or the writing committee on this particular one? I'm not seeing any. Let's go ahead and vote. So the motion would be to change 13.1 to read, compare how classroom rules are similar to laws in the community, analyze how the absence of rules and laws can cause disorder and harm to people, and discuss how, while rules and laws restrict us, they also keep us free to do the things we love. Okay, board members or committee members, go ahead and vote. Okay,
Chair Hansen, that motion fails 2-3 with board members Earl and Belknap in favor and all other board members opposed.
Thank you. We'll move to 13.2. If there's anyone who wants to raise anything on 13.2. Oh, Jenny, you've got a hand up. Is that on 13.2?
Yeah, I'll move Member Norton's amendment. I do think it adds value to that. It's not just one or the other, it's an and. So it's, let me go back on my sheet, 1.3.2, identify ways that people can, identify ways that people can function as members of school and or community by sharing principles, goals, and traditions. I think it adds to it by making sure it's not exclusive or just one of those, it's a combination.
Okay. Any further comment from committee members to that? Member Straight?
That seems like a simple change. Am I missing something?
I'm just asking, sorry, Chair, the committee, I don't think we use and or very often throughout. And I think we stick with either and or. I know it can be used interchangeably like that in that way, but I'm just wondering if it's have we used that throughout and or is it usually decided either way?
There might be one or two other places where it's in these standards.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, to me, I don't, I mean, the instruction to the teacher is to identify the ways that people can function as members of a school or a community by sharing principles, goals, and traditions. And there's two different settings. So that might be two different discussions. I don't see it as being so restrictive. I mean, it doesn't, the change, again, I think we're really into a change without a lot of substance for me, but for Member Norton, certainly it was substantive enough to put the change in place. So let's go ahead unless we have other comments. And Jenny, you've still got a hand up. Is that on this one? Okay, let's go ahead and vote on this one.
Vice Chair Straight, thank you. Chair Hansen, this motion passes 3-2 with 4 members Earl, Straight, and Belknap in favor, and all other committee members opposed.
Okay, thank you. Moving to 13.3. And I think this is Member Earl.
Yeah, I would like you to make a motion to add the language. So explain how diverse community groups, including families, government, churches, and charitable organizations work together to accomplish common tasks, solve problems, and fulfill responsibilities.
Okay, any comment, Jenny, to that?
Yeah, I think articulating which groups we want to be looking at is important in this case. I realize we have the word diverse in there, but it's a hit and miss on how that word is used. And I think being clear as to what districts and schools want to use, I think it's key. It doesn't limit, it just provides greater clarity.
A question for the maker of the motion, I guess. So we had the discussion about including and for example. Is this?
Oh, you could do, yeah, you could do it, for example.
Okay. So that would be, instead of including, we'd say, for example, families, government, churches, and charitable organizations work together.
Yes, where we took that vote already, I feel like.
Okay, maybe we can get that on.
In this one, I don't see a difference there, so.
Okay. Okay, do we have other comments on this one? Okay, I don't see any hands. And again, we're trying to move quickly here. And I appreciate the guidance from our advisory group staff and the writing committee. If there's something that should be considered by the committee, I'd appreciate you bringing that to our attention as we move along. Just raise a hand and let me know, or chime in if you don't have the ability to raise a hand, so that we can consider that, and we'll just try to move through these as quickly as we can, given them full consideration. So we're ready to vote then, I think, on this one. Let's see if we've got that on the board. So we're at 13.3. Oh, we got, sorry, 1.3.3. There we go. So explain how diverse community groups, including, and instead of including, we said that would be, for example. Okay. Does that look accurate, Jenny? Yeah. Okay, member Straight, your hand was up? No? Okay, I've got some votes left over from last time, it looks like. Oh, you're already voting. You're pre-voting? All right, just want to make sure you have a chance to clear before we count them again. All right, members, please vote. Okay.
Chair Hansen, that motion fails 2-3 with members Earl and Belknap in favor and the other committee members opposed.
Thanks, Norley. Okay, we'll go to the next one. We're on 1.3.4. And this one.
I would recommend we return to this one.
Okay, let's just make a note on that to return. And that takes us.
So I have a motion on the one, an addition 1.3.4. It would have to be 1.3.5. I don't know, it's just an addition here.
Okay.
So, and this has to do with, well, let me read it. Students will demonstrate, well, yeah. Combined them together. Okay. Students will demonstrate characteristics of responsible citizenship. For example, respect others' property, treat people with dignity, find solutions to conflicts, take responsibility for one's actions, take care of school grounds. This is one of those key things out of our civic and character education: personal responsibility, conflict resolution, property protection, and respecting the property of others. But it also directly correlates with role as a citizen and community member. It falls directly under that. So.
Okay, thank you, Jenny.
Trying to instill the respect and protect property stuff and laying foundation. That's the intent.
Could I ask, is this one covered anywhere else in the standards? If I could just ask staff or the committee.
I think in every grade level, responsible citizenship is emphasized in one way or another, just maybe not specifically with this wording.
Okay. And this one is under the heading of students will analyze their role as citizens in a school and in a community. That's correct, I believe. Okay. Oh, Brent, please go ahead.
So I noticed that they use the E period, G period, for example, given, instead of for example. So is this sourced from somewhere? What's the source of this? Because we would need to change that, for example, instead of example given.
I think it says, for example. right there.
Am I missing it?
Yeah, it's in the blue on the,
Oh, I can't see that.
Yeah.
Okay,
So yeah, it's been modified and says for.
okay.
example, Was there
I
a,
didn't see that. I see it now.
okay, does that
Okay.
answer the question then, Brent, or do you have another question?
Well, it seemed, this one seems, because we had that standard that had respect, or was that back on kindergarten?
if you notice, there's a little theme here, right?
Well, okay,
So, and that's those key things from our laws being laid into our standards that aren't there. And that's the protection of property, that's the respect, that's the,
right.
yeah.
So where is this from? Because it seems to be from it seemed to be written previous.
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Well, did you borrow this from a set of standards? Because it appears to be a well-written standard.
Oh, well, that I can't.
Anyway, you don't know where it came from?
Not, you know what? I have worked with a lot of people over the summer, and I can't say that I remember exactly where. I'm sure you could put it in and maybe you could Google and find it, Brent,
Okay.
and then, you know, I'm sorry. I just don't remember. I didn't write a note by it, who gave it to me, or, you know.
Okay. Could I ask for a comment from the writing committee as far as where this is proposed to fit in the standards, if this was something the committee discussed at all or considered? Just looking at the heading seems like a good fit to me. I wondered if it was considered and rejected for some reason or just not considered, or. Oh,
So not to my knowledge, it does appear kind of embedded within other grade levels as well, but it does seem to fit there pretty well.
okay. Thank you. All right. Looks like I've got two hands up and you both commented. Is that, let me go to Jennifer and then we'll hand it a chance and then we'll come back. Go ahead, Jennifer Thronson, please.
Yeah, just a quick Google search. It looks like the standard in most of its entirety came from CPALMS, which is a group at Florida State University.
Okay. Thank you. CPROM?
CPALMS, like palm of your hand.
Okay, thanks. Janet Cannon, please.
I'm in favor of the addition of this standard. I think it speaks to one of the concerns I heard from the public, and that was a request that we do some repetitive teaching of these kinds of principles throughout the standards in each grade level. And I think this does that and aligns well with where we are in the standards. So thank you.
Thanks, Janet. Okay. Member Straight, if you got something new to add, be brief.
Well, if I was to add anything, it would be, that list, I would make it longer. But anyway, it is for example, so I will leave it at that, but.
Okay. We'll go ahead, then it's time to vote. Committee members, the motion is on the board in blue on the far right-hand side. Please go ahead and vote.
Chair Hansen, that motion passes unanimously.
Very good, thank you. That moves us, I think, down to first grade strand 4. Is that where we are?
Okay, I'd like to make a motion on economics to strike how to prioritize their economic wants and make. So it say students will explain basic financial principles.
And Jenny, maybe to help us, can you explain why that would be objectionable or why we shouldn't include that?
Because we're talking first graders, I think it's interesting we're asking them to prioritize. Maybe that's, anyways.
Okay,
I just think of all the things where,
not age appropriate then is what,
yeah, yep.
okay. Committee members. Laura, please.
I actually really appreciate this change because I think asking children to order their economic wants, it's which toy do I want more today than I wanted yesterday. So I appreciate this change.
Okay, Jennifer Thronson, please.
I'm going to play the first grade teacher again. I wouldn't know what to put there. So can we do a for example, just to help teachers out? The question before, how it was phrased, I could get there. This one I would struggle as a teacher.
So are you saying that, Jennifer, with the amendment in or amendment out, you still need a for example, or?
No, with the way it was, I could get, because it's like prioritize their wants and make basic financial decisions.
I think
Help me there with the basic financial principles. What would those be?
saving, right? Saving would be one of those. I'm just looking at your, what your other goals are here.
Yes, please. And maybe we
Yeah,
can.
no, I'm just looking down because I think you're right. It may be a little bit on the.
And maybe, I mean, I know it's in a strand, so that's always hard. And I'm probably getting, Joanna, tell me to shut up. I might be getting too far. I just want to make sure I go back to the classroom. I know how to teach this, and I would struggle, but I don't need to teach it. I'm teaching the standards, so I can be quiet. I'm going to go to quiet. Let's go ahead and ignore my question.
I will just speak again. I'd hate to be the contrarian, but I think for first graders, do you want an ice cream every day this week, or do you want to buy, a baseball mitt in 3 weeks? Or, I think that is prioritizing economic wants and make basic financial decisions. And so I just don't see this as being out of the realm of what first graders would be expected to understand. But anyway, go ahead, Brent.
Yes, I want to look ahead to 1.41, 2, and 3. And that really gives meaning to what we have in regards to strand 4. And then if you look at our questions here, our bullet points, that seems to move it along well as well. I think we're straining at gnats on this one.
Okay, any further comments? So Jenny, be brief. We'll give you another chance. Go.
Yeah, I just don't think we're straining at gnats here. I think that I do think it needs to be worded a little different. I'm not sure how that is, but dealing with savings, recommending, using resources or money for helping others. This is, I think it's how you make money that it talks about that and making a living. So I just think it needs to be worded differently. I don't think the prioritizing is age appropriate here, but the using of the money for benefiting, for saving or, serving others, that kind of a thing, I think is valuable.
Okay.
Maybe we ought to work through the other items here and then.
No, I think we're going to take this one. The only thing we have on the table is just the change. Students will explain basic financial principles. That would be the first grade strand 4. Unless you want to amend that motion, that's what we're going to vote on. So I think that we've had a chance to comment on that, and we'll go ahead and vote just on that amendment. So the motion would be to change strand 4 to students will explain basic financial principles. Go ahead and vote.
Chair Hansen, that motion fails 2-3 with members Earl and Belknap in favor and all other members opposed.
Thank you. Jenny, so there was another item on that same strand 4. I think it had to do with one of the questions. Is that one that?
Yes. I'd like to add the question, how can money be used to help others?
Okay. Any comment from committee members on that? So that would be adding a compelling question to the list of 4 that we have. So it'd be adding, or a list of 3, so we'd be adding a 4th one. Okay, comments from committee members? Comments from staff or considerations from staff or the writing committee? Okay, we'll go ahead and vote then.
Chair Hansen, that motion fails 2-3 with members Earl and Belknap in favor and all other committee members opposed.
Thank you. That takes us down to additional standard 1.4.4.
Yes, I would like to move 1.4.4, explain how resources can assist others in a time of need through charitable donations and service given by families, churches, businesses, government, and charitable organizations.
Okay, we have a motion for the committee. Any comment or member Straight?
Well, for the purposes of alignment, if we didn't add the first one, I don't see how we can add that one. So if the committee wants to add the other one that we just voted against, then we could go to there, I think, but I don't think we can. That's my view, and so I won't be voting for it, although I do believe that being charitable is absolutely an important aspect of our lives.
Thanks, member Straight. Any other comments? And I know that all of us could probably comment on each of these. Personally, of course, being charitable is an important thing, but then I look back at the first grade strand 4, economics. Students will explain how to prioritize their economic wants and make basic financial decisions. I'm just not sure, this might be part of some discussion, but I don't know that that's one of the main tenets of the economic wants and basic financial decisions. It just doesn't fit for me. So anyway, try not to comment on each one, but we'll go ahead. Jenny, do you have?
Yeah, I didn't get a comment on it. I just made the motion, but we should have put it in above. This is a key thing that takes place, especially within the United States itself, where we use our resources. We've just seen this with COVID, how many resources people use both financially and otherwise. And I think it's a key thing that youth understand this basic principle, that a lot of what happens in life happens because of the generosity of people who have worked hard. So it's a key foundation.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're ready to vote on this one. Please, committee members, go ahead.
It shows that motion fails 1-4 with member Earl in favor and all other members opposed.
Okay, that moves us on to the next one. 1.4.5 is what it's numbered here. Jenny?
Yes, let me pull my thing up here. Give examples of choices people have to make about the goods and services they buy. For example, a new coat, tie, a pair of shoes, and why they have to make choices. For example, because they have limited amount of funds. This speaks to the prioritization. If we're going to leave that wording in there, it draws direct correlation to that. And the idea that there are limited funds. So people have to make choices.
Okay, can I ask Jenny, so when I look at 1.4.1, explaining costs and benefits of spending and saving in order to meet needs and wants, is this not contained? Is it different than that, or is it not contained in that?
I think 1.4.1, 1.4.2, 1.4.3 have consolidated things so much that we're missing maybe the basic meat of what we're trying to get at with these. We're trying to use very sophisticated language with kids, and not that they shouldn't know the language, but I think this clarifies what the intent is. So, you know, if it's substituting 1.4.1, I think that you lose just a little bit in that, but I do think it's that there's value in articulating it in such a way. So.
Okay. And I guess just clarity for me, these are instructions to teachers, right? So this isn't the language that would go into curriculum for kids. This is to tell the teachers what they need to present, what the goals are for their teaching.
Well, it does two things. And I think we forget about the other thing, is it also informs the public on what we're teaching. And so it needs to be clear enough that the public understands what the intent is. If it's not clear enough, then you have parents, you have community members who aren't able to understand too. It's not just the educators. While that is the key element because they are doing the teaching, we refer parents back to standards and say, this is what we hold up as important.
Okay, thank you. Member Straight.
So I see this as a regurgitation of our debate earlier, which is how much, for example, do we give? Because if I was to put this anywhere, I'd put it with 1.4.1 and say, for example. But do we do that through the whole standards? We haven't done that in the past. We pick and choose which ones. There is a criteria that the writing committee debated when to use them, when to not use them. We're now having that same debate. Maybe it would be good. I do know that if the teacher were teaching a lesson to my child, then those are pretty good examples that could be used as the basis for the lesson plan. But once again, we're back to that same argument. And so the challenge for me is I'm not against those concepts. I'm just against it in the context of the standards. So I'll try and not say so much.
Okay. Anything further on this one from the committee? Considerations from staff?
I just had some consideration brought forward, which is all of the choices on there are physical things. They're not about the goods and services, for example, about needing food or energy, electricity in the home. And then on there, because they have a limited amount of money, there's also the ability to say they don't need it. It's not a necessity, or it's because they have too much already. They shouldn't want more just because there is more available. So there's more. This kind of limits it very discreetly instead of opening it up a little bit more. So that's just input that came in.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Jenny, just briefly, and then we'll move forward.
You know, it's the rebuttal, right?
I know that's.
I appreciate your thoughtfulness, Chair Hansen, because I know it's maybe painful, but I appreciate it. But the rebuttal to that is sometimes, and this is what I heard when UVU did their research back, I think it was in December, asking teachers and others. One of the things that I heard from that was that sometimes these are so broad that people don't know where to start. And so some of the avoidance of the social studies and others is that they are so broad that it can encompass too much. And I think giving some clear direction doesn't hurt or hamper, and it doesn't prevent from other things from being discussed either. So anyways, sorry, thank you.
Okay, Member Straight, quickly, and we're gonna stop this started.
You must keep in mind that we're going to be developing some type of curriculum, and maybe there's an intermediate step, but I don't want to talk about that now. But anyway, we have a challenge of going from standard now to curriculum and how that's going to take place. But that's not today's discussion, but I think we need to keep in the back of our mind.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're ready to vote here. So we're voting on 14.1.4.5, which is on the screen, to add a standard, which would read, give examples of choices people have to make about goods and services they buy. For example, a new coat, a tie, or pair of shoes, and why they have to make choices, for example, because they have a limited amount of money. Now, please go ahead and vote.
Chair Hansen, that motion fails 2-3, with board members Earl and Belknap in favor and all other members opposed.
Thank you. And that, there's another item here that wasn't raised by a committee member, but I don't know if anyone wants to address that. Member Straight?
I'll put that forward. Let me find it here on the screen. Add standard, discuss how laws and the Constitution help us keep what we own and do what we love. And I'm not going to speak to it, but I just wanted to put it out there.
Okay, thank you. That consideration for Member Moss, who's not with us today. Any discussion to that? Okay.
This one's brought forward again. Anyways, as this was brought forward, it was saying, and do what we love. Again, it's the same question as the last time. Being ambiguous, it could mean that a child loves to play Xbox all day, or they love to eat candy all day. And so maybe that example, or do what we love, discuss how laws in the Constitution help us keep what we own and provide choices, or something like that.
Patty, are you, I just want a clarification. You're wanting more direction under do what we love, or under
Right.
both of those?
Right, under do what we love, discuss, that's what
Okay.
committee, yeah. So under do what we love, just because under do what we love is the broad gamut, it could be negative or positive, and under this strand itself, it's about doing things that are positive. Does that make sense? So do what we love is that personal interpretation, like was in the very beginning when you were saying, you know, how do you feel, or do what we love, and this is an emotion.
Okay, thank you. Janet, please go ahead. Oh,
I just have a question. Down at the bottom here, it says, is this addressed in the change to 1.3.1? And I believe that we passed 1.3.1. Is that correct?
that was talking about classroom rules, if I remember.
Yes. Right, right.
Okay, and now this one brings in the Constitution, I believe.
Yes.
So I guess there's a difference there also, well, a difference in the application as well. Because this one's not about rule of law so much as it is supposed to be about economics, how to prioritize economic wants and make basic financial decisions.
Thank you, Chair.
Joanna, please.
I'm just not sure how this one fits within the economic strand for first grade.
Okay, thank you, Joanna. And I'll just ditto that. I just don't see that it goes under this heading, which is another, I mean, we can make a big list of the things we want our kids to learn about and know. But I think for our teachers, it's important for them to fit under basic groupings and be able to be covered in a set of subject matter. And for me, this one just doesn't fit. But let's go ahead and take a vote on this. So the motion is written there in blue. Add a new standard, discuss how laws and the Constitution help us keep what we own and do what we love.
We're just waiting for board member Belknap.
Yeah.
She is not on. We have 4 opposed.
Okay, we'll just take it that way, and she'll be an abstention, I guess. Let me. Got something coming through, but no, that's not from
Her screen looked like maybe it froze.
her. Okay. I think that we can go ahead. Her vote either way wouldn't affect the outcome. I don't think of that one, so we'll go ahead with her as a not present.
I have that down. Thank you, Chair Hansen.
Thank you. Let's go to the next one, which is, have we got a number there on the next one that we're doing?
I think we're down on 2nd grade. We've been promoted.
Yeah, here we are, 2nd grade. So we are on 2nd grade, strand 1. I think that we're down to the compelling questions before we have a suggestion. That was from member Earl.
Yes, I would like to make a motion that we remove the question that is, why are historical events often interpreted differently through different points of view, to why do historians look at multiple primary sources to interpret historical events?
Okay, so we have a motion, which is to replace the 3rd compelling question with, why do historians look at multiple primary sources to interpret historical events? Do you want to speak to that, Jenny?
Yeah, it's my understanding, the reason why we are doing the primary sources, and we're teaching that in the first place, is really to go to the actual entity that engaged in whatever the historical item is, right? And so I think that's the direction we want to head. We want to include that language, but we want to use those sources to narrow down the historical event so we can actually get to the event that took place. And that's the purpose of that.
Okay. Thank you. Member Straight.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but I'll say what I think is true, and then you tell me if I got this wrong.
Who are you addressing that to? I don't know who's going to tell you what's true.
Well, you can. Actually, anyone can. So in regards to this one, I believe we kept both concepts in 1st grade. Am I correct on that? So we didn't delete the interpreted differently, because we kept an element of that. But I think we also added the primary sources. Could someone tell me if if that's correct, my suggestion would be that we not delete. So I'd like to make that amendment if what I'm saying is true. I want to be consistent.
So you're saying add instead of delete?
What if we combined them?
What I'm saying is that true?
Why do historians look at multiple primary sources through different points of view? I don't know if that works to interpret historical events.
Just trying to look back at 1st grade history.
I have it here too. Okay, it's on page 7. Basically, I'm for whatever makes it consistent between what we did previously and what we're doing now. That would be my suggestion.
So we've got to go up a little bit further on this one. It's not.
I found it. It looks like we got rid of different points of view completely. It was, why is it important to ask questions about, remember events from the past? We actually got rid of that question. So I don't think there's an alignment issue at this time.
Can you go up to first grade history the way that we revised it?
Item 30, if that helps, I think.
Yeah, we just want to see what we did in the meeting. So up a little bit higher, I think.
And I guess
Right
it
there.
becomes, is it sixth grade we determined that? No, it's still there. Why do people often see things from different points of view?
It
Yeah.
failed though, so that question failed. To eliminate it. Oh, you're right. Sorry. Yep,
Yeah,
you
so
got it.
And what did we do with the primary source issue there?
We maintained the language of primary source and just amended the compelling question.
We added, and why is it important to use them?
Okay, so what? I'm sorry, that's really light on the screen here, so we're trying to look through it. Thank you. So what is a primary source and why is it important to use them? So we have both of those included. All right, now if we can, it'd be nice to be doing a split screen with this, but now if we can go back to what we're discussing now, hold that place so we can come back to it if we need to. Then let's go to where we are now. This is the difficult work of alignment and vertically. So has everybody got this imprinted on your minds? Now let's go to where what we're discussing now and see what we need to do there.
I copied the question from first grade, I think it was, to this box. So under the motion is what the first grade in the bullet looks like so that you can look at them side by side.
Okay, thank you. So, well, and we did have the primary sources included in first grade as well, right? So I don't, for me, and I don't know exactly what motion Jenny wants to bring, if she wants to modify that or not, but I think that we have to keep the whole idea of different points of view and why people might see things differently. I mean, if we go back to the Pilgrims and the Indians, they certainly saw the landing at Plymouth Rock and the establishment of colonies differently from those two different points of view. And I think probably easy for kids to see that, you know, that story would be told differently depending on which group you were associated with. So for me, that's important. The primary sources was included before and could certainly be included here. Is there something, Jenny, if there's any of this
I
discussion
just feel like
you want to do?
primary sources do include different points of view. That, I mean, that's the point of getting a variety of primary sources. That's what we do. We look at, you know, different avenues and stuff. So I think it speaks to that, but I do think that the primary sources are key to be in there when we're interpreting historical events, because it takes us right to the root. We're not just getting someone's opinion about it. We're actually getting down to the meat of what happened and where it happened and then, you know, that kind of a thing. And it may be that it's someone's point of view, but it may not be. It may be something else that's a primary source. So I think it plays a key role. To not have it in there would be harmful. I'm not sure what, you know, if you want to adjust it somehow, but I think it does need to be there.
Let's see if we can get some help from Jennifer Thronson, and then we'll go to you, Brent.
I might suggest, I think you're absolutely right. The primary source makes sense. If we just maintain the third question as is, as it does really connect tightly with the first grade, and add the question that you inserted, the why do historians look at multiple? I think it just makes sense to have both. I think it's a good addition, honestly.
And also from Joanna, would that work for you, Jenny, to have, I mean, two different questions, but one covering the diverse viewpoints and one covering the why do they use multiple primary sources, which would refer back, I think,
Sure. Different
viewpoints.
That's fine. I think it encompasses that in the primary sources, but if it feels like that's what's necessary, if it, you know, for the intent or whatever.
Okay. If you're okay to amend your motion to that, I think that we might be building some consensus around it, but that's up to you. You're the maker of the motion.
Well, yeah, that's fine. We can amend it to that.
Okay. Let's go ahead then, committee, and vote on, we're adding a compelling question. Why do historians look at multiple primary sources to interpret historical events?
That motion passes unanimously, Chair Hansen.
Thanks, Norley. We need a little fireworks thing or something we can shoot across the screen when we get to one we can all agree on. Okay, let's move to the next one. So we are.
I'd say return to this one.
This is a return. Oh, because this is the second grade American history. Okay.
And then the next one is return to.
Yep. Okay.
Hold on just 1 second. Let me get to my other notes. Are we on 215?
14 would be moved to 15.
So I would recommend, this is the wording I would recommend, identify, so I would substitute this motion with the actual standard there. Identify the achievements of significant Americans, including those from local and other diverse perspectives, and explain their importance.
So that's the member Moss language?
Yeah, I just moving his.
Okay. So that's the one that you'd like to move forward?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's just clear language, but you know.
So we're changing, identify the achievements of diverse and significant Americans, including community leaders, explain their importance. So the difference here, and I'm just, I mean,
sure,
it is kind of an element of wordsmithing, I guess. We're choosing, these are almost the same statement. We're choosing some different words, and I'm trying to understand the significance of the changes. So if you can help me there, Jenny.
It's clear. I mean, when you're saying, okay, identify the achievements of diverse and or significant Americans. So you're either doing diverse Americans or significant Americans, or it just, I think it's a little messier than what Board Member Moss has put forward.
Okay, and there's an add of local, it looks like, right? So
yes, there is. That's accurate. Yeah, so it could be someone within their community. Instead of community, it would be
leaders. So that's the same, or basically the same idea as well. Okay. I'm just trying to look for differences.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where the emphasis then becomes on achievements of significant Americans, and then it frames it around local or diverse perspective, local and diverse perspectives. So.
And this one, I would like to hear, the writing committee did give us a written comment here and said that they brought this in as a suggestion from UVU. And I know that Member Moss had worked closely with the folks at UVU, and I believe that some of his suggestions came from their work, but then the committee worded it differently than what was brought forward here. And can we maybe hear from, and I'm not sure who we have on from committee now, have we changed the guard with our
Aaron's hanging in there and John has joined us.
Okay, so we've got both here. Either one, we would like to feel that was there a conscious decision made to retain this language and not adopt this other language, which I believe is the UVU language? And if so, why? Oh, maybe.
Chair Hansen, I'll tell you, this is not helpful, but I don't remember the conversation around this.
All right.
And it feels like the conversation that you're pointing to is leading to very similar places. So
Okay.
apologize.
No, that's no problem. We understand a lot of work went on, and nobody has a photographic memory for all this stuff. We've all got a lot of other stuff going on. So I just wondered if there was something substantial, because I think that as a committee, the discussion we're having is these look like the same thing. So, all right, Member Straight.
Yeah, and I kind of feel the same way. So if I stay true to my declaration, I'm going to go with the writing committee on this one. Because the word diverse is used somewhat differently, but I can't tell that it means anything different. So I guess I'm kind of in a nebulous spot where if they switch places, I'd be saying the same thing probably. So I just don't know. So it's one of those where I'm not certain if there is any difference in the meaning with the use of the word diverse.
Thank you. We're going to go to Joanna. Help us out, Joanna.
I just, in one, we're saying diverse Americans and the other, we're saying diverse perspectives. I don't know if that makes a difference or not, but I'm just looking at what diverse describes there.
As I looked through this and looked through it the other day, the only real difference I could see is that potentially we could be including diverse Americans who are not significant. And I don't know that we would ever do that, because in order to make it into any textbook or anything, I think they would need to be significant. But that's what I think the original language would allow, that the new language would not. And maybe that's a distinction. Maybe it's not. But I'd be okay with what's being proposed by Member Moss, just because I think that we would be identifying significant Americans from diverse perspectives. Am I saying anything that's not jiving with what the thoughts that went on, the folks who put this together?
So what's the definition of significant, Chair Hansen? Because I'm stuck on that, because I believe every person has significance. Now, not everyone was a general or a president or a business leader, but they do have a perspective, and it could be valuable. The perspective of all of our students is valuable. And so sometimes just the average everyday person, sometimes they're incredibly significant, their insight, their input. So I'm still torn.
Okay, we'll continue the dialogue for a second, but this is talking about the achievements of diverse or significant Americans. And when we get to that, then I start to maybe drift from what you're saying, Brent, but I think we've beat this one to death. It's time for a vote. And the motion that we have, I believe, is to change the language to say, this is for 2.1.5, identify the achievements of significant Americans, including those from local and other diverse perspectives, and explain their importance. So we can go ahead and vote on making that change.
That motion passes 4-1 with Vice Chair Straight opposed and all other committee members in favor.
Okay, we'll move then to 2.1.6. I believe in this one, Jenny had some thoughts on historically significant events. So please help us.
Yeah, in this one, my question kind of centers around, I'm trying to think, I haven't been, 7 or 8 for a long time, a really long time, actually. I just had my birthday not too long ago. So my thoughts are, when we add things like health crisis, natural disasters, I think we need to think childhood and then allow them to, and I know this is for the adults, but it's also for the kids. It informs educators on how to move forward. So I think it needs to be, all right, I'll make the motion. Identify 3 historically significant events in the students' lives. For example, birth year, starting school, a new local business opening, which I don't know if that one's necessary. That seems very unique to adults, maybe, and maybe I'm wrong, but I don't even know if the health crisis, learning to ride a bike, new baby in the family, moving and leave off natural disasters and health crisis. And once again, these are examples, right? But I'm just thinking kids, they don't think like adults. That may have been actually a great joy, not a crisis. COVID may have been, I get to ride my bike more often or something. I don't know. So I'm trying to just think of it child development wise, what things we want to include there is all.
Okay.
So
any other comments from board members, committee members? Any considerations from staff for the writing committee? I'll just point out before we vote that a new business opening in town, if it's an ice cream store on the next block over from my home, that would be very historically significant for me when I was 8 years old. Anyway, so the motion is to change 2.1.6 to read, identify 3 historically significant events in students' lives. For example, birth year, starting school.
I would remove, so sorry, the health crisis and natural disasters would not go in there.
Okay, let's make that change before we vote. Go ahead and strike those if you will, Jennifer. And I'm not going to read it again once we get those taken off.
Thank you, sorry.
Okay, so you're going to take that one off in health crises?
Yeah, it doesn't limit that from happening. I just think more age appropriate things that kids can relate to.
Okay. Committee members, please go ahead and vote on this one.
Chair Hansen, that motion passes 3-2 with Earl, Cannon, and Belknap in favor, and Chair Hansen and Vice Chair Straight opposed.
Okay, thank you. Let's move to, we get to skip down a little bit to 2.2.3, I believe.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we add identify examples and names of major geographical features, for example, Wasatch Mountains, the Great Salt Lake, Colorado River, in their local region, state, and country, and their significance. Is it supposed to be country or county? It is country, okay. And their significance for the people who live there.
Okay.
Oh, let's see. Okay, they've rewritten. Hold on. Let me look at the purple here. Sorry, I gotta grab. I don't know what the different. Let me just check the difference in the purple here. Is there a significant digit? And be able to name. That's what they included. So the purple language, I guess, is what. Thank you, whoever's driving there. I don't know if that's Director Thronson or who, but I can see that it adds clarity there. So just the.
So the addition is the be able,
purple one.
and then the, for example, on that. Is that right? So we've
Yes.
been able to name them. Okay.
Yeah, just putting words to locations where they live.
Okay. Thank you. Hands up on that one. Do we have any comments? Okay, and this is second graders. And this is under the strand of geography. Students develop an understanding of the relationship between people and their physical environment using geographic tools, technology, and map skills. And this one is particularly, I think, under the relationships between you and your family and your community have with vegetation, animal life, and physical features. I think that's the compelling question that we're on. Okay, members straight?
So major geographic features in their local region, that's going to change as you move throughout the state. So to give examples, do we change the examples depending on who's reading these. I mean, I know it's an example. I know in 7th grade, they cover the whole state. So you, in 7th grade, in Utah Studies, you cover all the regions in Utah, and they're actually clearly defined. You do the rivers, you do mountain ranges. So this seems to be a very simple, straightforward standard. So I think we're fine where it's at, especially since we want to limit the 4 examples.
Thank you, Brent. And so the examples for my area might be different lakes, rivers, and mountains than those that kids in another area are familiar with. So I'd lean towards the way the standard is now, where the teacher has that, can say, hey, look out the window and there's James Peak, here by us, or there's Ben Lomond, and not maybe talking about the Colorado River, which they may not understand is, in the same state even at that stage, but they need to understand some of this. But I think this is a local region and then moving up to the state and the country. So enough said. If there aren't any other comments, we'll go ahead and vote on this one. Go ahead, committee members.
This motion fails 1-4 with Board Member Earl in favor and all others opposed.
That takes us then to 2.2.4. And Member Earl.
Yes, I would like to combine 2.2.4 and 2.2.5. This is how I'd like it to read. I do have one addition to that. So after the word features, physical features, put the word have interdependent relationship and affect where people. So it would read, describe how location, weather, vegetation, animal life, and physical features have an interdependent relationship. There you go. And affect where people live and work, and how communities modify the environment to, and it would be support families and communities over time. And then it gives some examples that are already listed there. It just combines those two together because there seems to be somewhat of a duplication there. You've got interdependent, but you also got those other features there. And then the addition of support families and communities in place of meet their needs. It's just a clearer understanding of what we're doing things for.
Okay, could you just expand that view so that we can see that a little bit better? Thank you, Director Thronson. No, that's much better. Appreciate it. So the motivation behind this is clarity then, Jenny, and we're not really adding content or ideas or?
Yeah, I just think very much along the same lines of impacting communities and the interdependentness. I'm saying that right.
Okay, I'm just trying to look at what's been added or taken out kind of to this, and I'm seeing communities in both versions. I'm seeing interdependent in both versions. I'm just seeing one standard in the original dealing with the location, weather, and physical features, and then the other dealing with vegetation, animal life, and geographic features. Okay, sorry, Director Thronson and then Joanna.
Joanna's probably going to say what I'm going to say, but weather versus climate, we had the wrong term in the standard. Weather would be like the short, like the weekly weather, versus climate, which is a more long-term, like the average temperature over the region over a longer period of time. Friendly amendment would be to change weather to climate. Do with it what you will. Thank you.
Okay. Is
Yeah, I
that
think that's fine.
same comment, Joanna?
Yeah.
Okay. So regardless of what we do here, we will change the word weather to climate in whichever context is remaining in the standard. Is that okay? Well, okay. Any comments from committee members? Further considerations from staff or the writing committee? Okay, let's go ahead and vote, committee. The motion is to combine 2.2 and 2.2.4 and 2.2.5 to read. And I don't know if you can see that on the board. I'll need a little bit bigger to be able to see it on my screen. Again, thank you. Move that over just a little bit. There we go. Describe how location, climate, vegetation, animal life, and physical features have an interdependent relationship and affect where people live and work, and how communities modify the environment to support families and communities over time. For example, irrigation, dams, reservoirs, roads, buildings, bridges. So that's the motion before the committee. Please go ahead and vote.
That motion fails. Chair Hansen, 2-3, with members Earl and Belknap in favor and all other committee members opposed.
Okay, thank you. We'll move now to a new standard.
I would like to make a motion on this one still then,
Oh, I'm sorry.
without combining them together, if that's okay, to change from meet their needs to support families and communities in 2.2.4. And I don't think it's in 2.2.5. Is that right? No, I don't see it.
See it there. So, okay, we have a motion then to change the words meet their needs, support families and communities. Can you explain to us the significance of that, Jenny?
I think it is significant. I just think it articulates the benefit of who is benefiting from this. I just think it to support, not just meet needs, it's actually supporting these families and communities. So I think it has a significant weight to it.
Okay.
In a positive way.
Thank you. And I just, if you read that whole thing, how communities modify the environment to, in the original, it's the meet the community's needs. It refers back, I think, to the communities. In the new one, it would be how communities modify the environment to support families and communities over time. So that would be the only change. Let's go ahead then, committee, and vote on that one.
Now that motion fails 2-3, with board members Earl and Belknap in favor and all other committee members opposed.
Okay, thanks, Norley, for keeping us going. Now we're down, I think, Jenny, to 2.2.7. Is that right? That'd be a new standard?
Yes, let me look. Sorry, I had to staple because it's too big for my stapler. So it's like divided between two areas. So I apologize. Give me just 1 second to get to the other page here.
We've all got several screens open and a bunch of papers on our desks to try.
Yes. Okay, yes. So so this is my motion. This, to me, after going down through this, feels like kind of like that capstone project or whatever. So on a map of the world, locate where their families immigrated to the United States from, with support, curate and share information about the traditional food, cultural customs, recreation, religion, and music of that country or region. It just becomes I think, an application of what's been discussed and allows children to research that or do a little deeper dive.
Do we have comment from committee members? I think we need just a second to digest. There we go, members straight.
Yes, this type of thing I'm very much in favor of. It seemed for me to fit best in 4th, 7th, or 11th grade, even 8th grade, mostly because you have the push and pull factors of migration of people or immigration of people, whether it's migration or immigration. And as you, for example, in Utah history, you had the religious element of the pioneers of 1847. You have the railroad, you have mining, you have world wars, you have economic collapses. These are the push factors. And then there are pull factors to Utah or to the United States. And so those are addressed very, very closely to those grades. And so I'm in favor of this. I just think it's in the wrong place. I think it's a great idea, great concept. I've used it. And I've used it in reference to the push and pull factors, both for myself in 7th and 11th grade. So I support it, but I don't support it here.
Okay, thank you, Director Strauss.
Yes, just looking at the standard, not all families have immigrated to here. Some of them are like natives. And so thinking about how we might need to reframe that standard to include our native populations.
Okay, thank you. And these are 2nd graders, so just we need to keep that in mind, I guess. Any other comments?
Just one adding on to what Director Thronson said. It's not always known to the child. There's very different circumstances. So it could be an example of where your, examples include where your family came from, something like that, so that it's more inclusive of those where that status is unknown.
Okay, thank you. Not seeing any other comments on.
I have my hand raised, but.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jenny.
That's all right. I think there is some valid argument there, right? So I do think this doesn't have to be a complex thing, but I think when you can tie something that kids are learning about to something that's important historically from their family, I think you start building tight bridges. This doesn't have to be a complex thing with push and pull and all of that going on, but this definitely, this type of a standard assists children in bridging those ties. And maybe there is, so Patty, if I'm understanding it, you're saying locate where students' families historically came from. Is that a more accurate representation, would you say?
Yeah. It could even be immigration patterns or where families, historically came from in your community or your family, so that there's options there for students. So they,
community or family.
Yeah,
okay.
I just know that some of our youth in care or some, different things like that don't have the ability to ask a parent or things like that. Yeah.
Okay. So then we probably would want to strike immigrated to the United States from, right? I think that does create a stronger, more inclusive pattern there. So let me read back through it one more time in my mind here.
And while you're getting that straight, Jenny, maybe I can just ask, couldn't a teacher, on 2.2.4 and then 2.2.5, it talks about, folks' relationship to different geographic features and local regions and things like that. Wouldn't this discussion fit into both of those? If, for example, we have students whose families came from South America or Mexico, talking about the different climates there versus climates here and the way cultures have developed and those relationships. I'm not sure that bringing in the whole ancestry and immigration aspect of it is even necessary in this area. Adding that to the mix I think a good teacher, which I hope we have a lot of those, I know we do, could bring that in some of these other areas. But go ahead, Joanna.
Yeah, just on the rewording, I wonder about on a map of the world, locate where their families and other community families or other community members historically came from. Just to shorten that sentence and smooth it out a little bit.
Okay. How's that, Jenny?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Looking at this, let's get this the way that we want it, and then we'll move it to.
State it one more time, Joanna.
Where their families or others in the community historically came from.
Joanna, could it state or other members of the community? Others has that negative connotation as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yes.
Once again, I just think this is a capstone kind of a thing, and it really is something that some children can get behind, not a teacher describing, explaining, or interpreting or identifying, that kind of thing. This is just a compilation of, when we're done with this other things, then this is a way of correlating those.
Okay, so is that worded then the way that we want it? Remember, Earl? So
I've got a black screen, so maybe, I don't know if that's me or someone else.
let me read it to you. Add a new standard that states, on a map of the world, locate where their families or other families in the community historically came from. With support, curate and share information about the traditional food, cultural customs, recreation, religion, and music of that country and or region.
Yes, I think that's perfect. I appreciate everyone's help.
Okay.
Can you all see your screen? Is it my screen that I have something happen to?
It's good on my side. I'm still
Okay.
seeing everything.
Board Member Earl, I had the same thing happen. This is Joanna. I had the same thing happen right before lunch and had to restart my computer.
Okay. Jenny, before you restart your computer, let's go ahead and take a vote on this one.
Okay.
So the vote would be to add the new standard 2.2.7, which I just read, to second grade strand 2 geography. So committee members, please go ahead and vote.
That motion passes 3-2 with board members Earl, Belknap, and Cannon in favor, and Chair Hansen and Vice Chair Straight opposed.
Okay, thank you. That moves us to second grade strand 3 civics. And we have several motions, I believe, on this one.
My question is, do you want me to restart, or maybe we just keep going for a little bit till 2 o'clock, see how far I can go without seeing anything?
Just not able to see anything, Jenny?
I mean, you guys can read it out to me. My screen's completely black, so.
Well, that's going to handicap you. Can you get on your phone while you're restarting?
Well, hold on. Maybe I can get on. I've got my other screen here. Let me see if I can get it pulled up on this one, and then I can just switch over.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to.
Yeah.
Going if we can. While you're doing that, let's move to the next one. We'll try and, you can slow us down if we need to, but we'll try and read everything so you know what we're doing.
Okay. Well, I would make the motion on the first one. I can't remember what we did with responsible and good. So I guess that one's whatever we already voted on, right?
Okay, yeah, so I think the good responsible question has been resolved, and if I remember right, we kept good citizen, is that right? Jennifer Thronson is nodding yes. Okay,
I believe
Yes, we did.
so.
what's that?
Yes, sorry.
Well, whatever we kept there, right? We voted on that one.
That one's
Okay, and
resolved.
then
The
this
first one was the role of government was the first one that you had here. Is that one you wanted to address?
am I not looking at the right page?
Second grade strand 3.
I have are these questions?
Yes, one of the compelling.
Okay,
questions.
so how do classrooms, communities, families work together to resolve conflicts and create greater unity? I'd like us, if we're going to talk about resolving conflicts, also how we create unity. So striking they face, conflicts they face, and add and create greater unity. That's my motion.
Okay, do you want to speak to that?
I kind of just did. I just think
That's enough.
resolving conflicts is important, but also finding out how to create unity is equally as important. So.
Okay. Comments from committee members? On this one, I'll just say that I think resolving conflicts does create unity, just inherently, but and I again hesitate to go in and add words. But anything else anyone wants to add? Okay, let's go ahead then, committee, and vote on this one, please. So the change is to add and create greater unity. It's to strike they face and add and create greater unity.
Chair Hansen, that motion fails 2-3 with members Earl and Belknap in favor and the other committee members opposed.
Okay, thank you.
I need to ask for like a 2-minute emergency break here for a minute. I'm in the dark. I'm in the dark here.
Okay, let's take a quick nature break, I guess, bathroom break here, and we'll be back at 1:50.
Thanks, I apologize.
Back at 1:50, please. And does it look like we have Member Earl back with us? I don't see her here yet.
Not yet. I don't see her.
I'm here, Chair.
She's logging in now.
Okay, sounds good. We're at a bit of a disadvantage. We can't really continue where she's.
I'm here.
Okay,
It's a little bit of a peculiar thing, but anyways.
okay.
Okay, so when are we on? Greater Unity failed, right? Is that?
Yep, we'll get it started, Jenny. So we can't see you at all, but you're able to see the screen.
Oh, yes, I wonder.
Okay, we just got
I can see the screen. There we go.
Yeah, now you're back. Okay. Thanks. And looks like Laura said she's back. Brent, have we got you with us? Okay. We are back in action then. If we can just get to the point where we left off here, and if you can get us up to a number on the screen so that we can see. So this is second grade, strand 3, civics. And we had talked through the good or responsible citizen issue. And now we're down to this greater, well, we voted on the greater unity. So I think the next one would be how do people decide who governs them, that portion.
Okay. Can you just tell me, I'm making notes here on, I didn't get the vote on the greater unity.
No.
That was 2-3.
Failed?
Board member. It
It failed?
failed. Correct.
Okay, and then on the next, I'd like to make a motion. How do people decide who governs us, and why is it important for citizens to learn about candidates and vote? The addition there is citizens to learn about candidates and vote. So voting is just not enough, but to learn about those. And then those that are qualified to vote, it articulates that.
Okay. Anything further, Jenny, on that?
Nope, that's it.
Just, adding the idea that
Clarity.
learn about the candidates and also adding the idea of citizenship and voting rights.
Yeah. Yep. The one accompanies the other, and the same with, you know, if you're in a class, the class votes. If you're a nation, the nation votes. If you're in a community, the community votes. So yes, it adds that clarity.
Okay. Comments from other committee members? See any there? Any considerations from staff or the writing committee on these proposed additions? Okay, don't see any hands up there, and I can't see everyone on my screen at once. I'm sorry. So if you do have something and I'm not catching you, please make some noise or raise a hand. I can see virtual hands raised. But we'll go ahead and vote on this one. So the motion would be to change the last compelling question, that's compelling question number 4, to read, how do people decide who governs us? Why it is important for citizens to learn about candidates and vote. Okay, please go ahead and vote.
Vice Chair Straight, we're just waiting for your vote. Okay. That passes unanimously. Chair Hansen.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there one more on this, Jenny?
Yes, I would like to add just the simple question of what is the role of government? And I think, yep.
Okay. And I would like to hear from staff or the committee about that. We're introducing students in this stage to the concept of government, and about rights and responsibilities of citizenship and how we work together. But this seems like it tries right directly to that. I don't know if it was something that was considered or if it's considered somewhere else. Anything from staff or from the committee on this particular question?
I will just, oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Jen.
Okay, I just was going to say it does support a standard down below. We do talk about, oh, where did it go? Describe the ways a responsible government promotes the general welfare. So it does have a standard that would support it.
Okay, very good. Laura.
This question actually concerns me, because what is the role of government? We are giving no guidance or directions to our teachers, and what they may consider the role of government may be very different from the students in their class or the parents who are parents of these students. So I just think it's, yeah.
So according, Laura, just can I expand on that maybe a little bit? Can we put a qualifier in there? So it's according to something.
Okay, Jenny, just so you're saying that you would add to that, or you want an amendment? We're seeing if Laura wants to amend somehow.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Yeah.
I like the question, but I don't like it just there. What is the role of government?
Okay, thank you. Member Straight.
So we're not even to the debate on whether to add this whole new curriculum that gets taught every single year. And so I think this question is premature, because we have already said that we want to do something in that regard. We're not sure exactly what it's going to look like, but we actually had the amendment that Chair Hansen made regarding what will be brought back to our September standards and assessment meeting. So I think this is yet to be determined.
Because maybe we're going to have a little bit of a back and forth on this one, because this is kind of a big question. But I looked down to the one that Joanna referenced, 2.3.4. Describe ways a responsible government promotes the general welfare of the local community. I mean, if I look for the answer to what is the role of government, I think that's the answer, right? If just generically, not our state government or our country's government or any other country's government, just a responsible government, we're saying promotes the welfare of the local community. Am I seeing something differently maybe, or missing something there? And I'm going to go to Joanna and then back to Jenny. So go ahead, Joanna.
Yeah, just a reminder, I feel like we're all getting caught up a little bit in the compelling questions and what exactly their purpose is. And so these are supposed to be like interesting inquiries that will make kids really think and want to dig, and don't have just one single answer or a Googleable answer. And so I think we need to be careful not to be too narrow in the compelling questions. We need to make sure that there are standards that support each of the compelling questions, but we also don't necessarily need to have a compelling question for each standard. It's just a few ideas that teachers can use to get kids thinking and wanting to dig and learn more.
So can I ask Jenny, the maker of the motion? So another way to ask this would just be, why do we have governments? Would that?
I don't know. Let me think about that.
That might be a little less politically charged, I guess, than, role of government and separation of powers and all of that stuff. But
the preamble tells us why we have it.
Well, and maybe once again, I was just thinking about Laura's question a minute ago. What is the role of government according to the preamble? I mean, it's where it's correlated with something.
And then maybe.
Yeah, so that it's not just this open-ended, whatever you want it to be, but it's also not, it gives some direction. So I think the preamble is what we reference. It's looking like that. So I think, Brent, you hit it on. I think I would make that amendment there instead of.
Would this be one that we could bring in with the American history strand that we're going to talk about? Is this one we could write, reconsider or something, or return?
It certainly could be. It could correlate with that.
If we're going to go to the Constitution.
Yeah, why don't you put return on there? I'm comfortable with that. Would someone make a note that just reference preamble there so that not that we'll forget, because we probably won't, but I might. We just got to have Aaron keeping notes, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm good with that.
All right.
Okay, what's the next one?
Yeah, we'll move then forward, and I think we're down to second grade strand 4. We're on page 19 of the 60.
Okay, 2.3.1, right?
So no, right now, I had some highlighted ones with your name by them in second grade strand 4, economics compelling questions.
I'm not quite there yet. Am I on the run? Yeah, right there.
Oh, sorry. No, I jumped too far.
I think we've answered this question on 2.3.1, at least with this group, maybe not with the full board. And then 2.3.2. I don't want to move that. And then provide examples. Okay, so provide examples of ways in which, and I added families, government, religious organizations, and community members solve problems.
Okay. Can you tell us the
it goes on. I apologize. Volunteer, observe patriotic holidays and peaceable assemblies within their community. And peaceably assembled. This starts hitting on those key things protected in the First Amendment. So that could even possibly, I guess, be a refer back to, but. I guess let me just tell you my rationale here. The things they're focusing on is resolving conflicts and solving problems, that there's more the responsible citizens do than that. Do you know what I mean? They volunteer, they observe holidays, they do things together. So it's not just a conflict resolutions that they do.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from committee members? Member Straight.
Let me make certain I'm in the right spot. Are we on 2.3.2?
We are. No,
2.3.3.
2.3.3. That wasn't brought forward on 2.
Yeah, I'm good with.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I had some discussion with someone about that one, and I'm comfortable with where that one sits. So.
Okay. I was speaking to 2.3.1 and was in the wrong spot. I apologize.
Okay. So the motion that we have before the committee is to change the language on 2.3.3 to read, provide examples of ways in which families, government, religious organizations, and community members solve problems, volunteer, observe patriotic holidays, and peaceably assemble within their communities. And I'll just comment, I guess, before we vote that this one isn't examples. This is a list of specific things that would need to be discussed on each of these. And I favor more of the open-ended approach that's already in the standard. So if that opens up any other comments from folks that haven't commented yet, we can take those. If not, we'll go ahead and vote. Okay, please vote.
That motion fails 2-3 with members Earl and Belknap in favor and all other committee members opposed.
Thanks, Norley. That
Could we-
takes us to 2.3.4.
Could we look at adding one item to that previous one, resolve conflicts, solve problems, and something about unity? I don't remember what I had the wording previously. Oh, we didn't just create unity or something around that lines. I just think.
I think, Jenny, I don't know how to keep us moving forward and not be too limiting, but we do have another opportunity to look at these, and we've got a lot ahead of us. If we, of course, we're free to make whatever motions we want to, but I think it might be valuable for us to, move forward and just reformulate, whatever wants to be we need to raise, because I believe we're going to have a lot of these discussions probably again in our full board meeting. But whatever way you'd like to proceed, if you want to make a motion, please let's get the motion on the table.
Okay, resolve conflicts, solve problems, and create unity in their community. Adding and create unity. We can just do an up and down vote real quick.
Okay. So this would read, provide examples in which families, government, religious organizations, and community members solve problems, resolve conflicts, solve problems, and create unity.
Yeah.
So we'd just be adding create unity.
Yep. And create unity, or well, yeah, and create unity. So.
Okay. So that's the motion then before the committee. I'm trying to see this and the other and the original at the same time to see it is worded a little bit differently than what the 2.3.3 is.
Well, it would be provide examples in which of ways in which responsible community members have worked together to resolve conflicts, solve problems, and I put and create unity within their community. So it's just and create unity. That's the only additions.
Okay, got it. All right. Any comments to that? Okay, let's go ahead and take a vote.
Okay, Chair Hansen, that motion passes 4-1 with member Cannon opposed.
I'm against unity. I'm just saying.
Oh, you are not, Miss Janet.
Janet, just by your vote, that's what you did. You kept us from unity.
Okay, next one, 2.3.4, describe ways, now we've gone to responsible, ways of representative government, because we're talking about the government, promotes the general welfare of their local community, for example, mail delivery, garbage pickup, road and trail maintenance, public schools, and explain the limitations placed on local, state, and federal government.
Okay.
Gets into the dividing of powers in a government that doesn't do all for everyone, but that there are limitations to it.
All right, member Straight.
So I have some concern with the construction of this in several ways that I think goes along with that, but this is very specific to local government, which would not include mail delivery. But so with board member Earls, she expands this to local, state, and federal government, which for me then completely changes that list, which would then include mail delivery, but it would also include a whole lot of other things in addition to that. But that's not even completely true, because when it comes to roads, you have the state road system, you have local communities, their system of roads, and there's overlap in that regard between local and state and federal. You have the interstates, which are federal. So I'm struggling both with the original here as well as the substitute. But I'm in favor of what's trying to be accomplished here. But I think it really muddies it up if we expand this even to the federal government, because that is not the direction. We have a mess here, is my
Make an
is my
amendment.
opinion. Well, that's the problem. I can't amend yours, and that's what's on the table.
Okay,
So I can't do that. So I guess I can make. Well, anyway, I see some problems here.
okay. Are there other comments from committee members? I just, when I read this, see that the level of complexity that we're asking a teacher to introduce has gone up exponentially when we start saying representative government and limitations versus a responsible government that is promoting, general welfare, and just some examples of what a government, whether that's local or state or federal, the services they might provide for the community and how they promote their welfare. So I'm in favor of keeping this where it is and addressing some of those more complicated issues in another setting and probably another grade. Go ahead, Laura.
Is there anywhere coming up that we're talking about a representative government? Because I think it's not just a responsible government, it's a representative government.
Question for staff and for the writing.
Please.
Yes, it comes later on, especially in 5th grade when we're talking about the United States specifically.
Thank you.
Okay. More discussion or questions, Member Straight?
Well, I'd like to vote on the amendment, and then I would have an amendment after that. If it passes, it passes. But if it doesn't, then I would like.
We're ready to vote. So the motion that we have on the table is to change 2.3.4 to describe the ways a representative government promotes the general welfare of their local community, for example, mail delivery, garbage pickup, and road and trail maintenance, public schools, and explain the limitations placed on local, state, and federal government. Please vote.
That fails with board member Earl in favor and the rest of committee members oppose. So fails 1-4.
Thanks, Norley. Okay, is there a further motion then on this item? Member Straight?
Yes, and you may need to be patient with me on this. Okay, so let's strike the word responsible. And we can put representative because local boards, local councils, they are elected. So let's go with describe ways local representative government promotes the general welfare of their community. Let's strike local since I put it up above. Okay. For example, strike mail delivery. Let's add water. I don't know if this might be weird, but clean water, or I don't know. No, just water, sewer, garbage, road, trail maintenance, public education. That would stay because local boards of education or charter school boards, they would be that. And all of those are elected as well. Can anyone see anything glaringly wrong with that amendment?
Go ahead, Jenny.
Well done, well done. That's all I'm saying.
I'm going to voice the same opposition I did to the previous one, just introducing the concept of representative government at this stage is probably beyond the scope of what I think is in the standard right now. So I'm not in favor of that. We've got, looks like from a writing.
If we put elected, can we do it back and forth here? Is there anything that would make that work for you? Oh,
just keep it government, but I'd like to hear from the writing committee.
okay.
Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Chair. One of the things that is coming back to me, when we had a similar conversation about this, we chose the word responsible because with second graders, at this point, it's less important that they understand that the difference between a representative democracy or government versus unrepresentative. More important, they understand what a responsible government's role is, how a government is supposed to interact with the community that it serves. And so when you're talking to a second grader about responsibility and what it looks like to be a responsible student versus an irresponsible student, that's the connection piece in scaffolding this understanding of government. Because there are representative governments that do not act responsibly. There are representative governments that do an incredible job. But right now it's just distinguishing between a government that is doing the work that the community needs it to do versus a government that is failing to meet those responsibilities. That was the conversation we had in writing.
Thank you.
I could live with that.
Okay. Thanks, Brent. Jenny?
I would argue you use the right language for the right terms. And I do agree with responsible government, but I do think that this is representative, and all of these forms of government we have here are representative. Just like we're using the terms for finances, the goods and services, which some of those, I still think might be a little bit over their head, but representative government is what it is. And you're right, there's some poor ones out there, but there's some great ones too. So I think it needs to be the right language. And what we're showing here is what they're doing, right? So.
Okay, thanks, Jenny. Laura, you had your hand up and thought better of it, huh? Okay. Anything else that needs to be said on this one? Brent, you've got a motion on the table then. Is this your motion?
Well, I was trying to fix things, but well, I think for right now, I'll stick with what I said, but we have another shot at this. So anyway, I'm gonna stand by my amendment.
Okay.
And then let's think on it.
So what we have is describe ways local representative government promotes the general welfare of their community. For example, water, sewer, garbage pickup, road and trail maintenance, public schools. That's what we have. Okay, please go ahead and vote.
That motion passes 3-2, with Chair Hansen and Member Cannon opposed. All other committee members in favor.
Thank you. So now we're down to compelling questions for second grade strand 4, economics, I believe. Is that where we are?
That's accurate. Let me get down on my sheet too. So I would add the compelling question. Both of these questions have to do with businesses, supplies, services, economics, and just once again, this is kind of a culture in the United States, but how does a free market system work for the benefit of all?
Okay, so the motion is to add a compelling question. How does a free market system work for the benefit of all? And any comment, Jenny, on that one or explanation? Oh, Jenny, we don't have you. No audio.
That was good too. So
Yeah, sorry, I'm sure that was.
should recorded it. Yeah. Anyways, I just free market system allows for success and failure of businesses, which also allows for the moving forward of ideas. And I mean, this speaks to some of the things earlier, that meeting the needs of communities. And I just think it's an important concept that we need to, you know, as a young child, I think they can easily get the idea of this if they've sold anything on the side of the road, which I'm a sucker for stopping and buying lemonade, even if I don't drink it. But yeah, encouraging that kind of a entrepreneurial or free market type of a thing.
Okay. So we want to add, I guess that's just a question for me. So by adding this one in, we're going to introduce the concept of a free market system and everything that entails. I'm trying to see what's already in the standards now, and really it talks about scarcity of resources and opportunity cost, but it doesn't really spell out.
So maybe it would be better, I'm just talking through this, Scott, because I do have it. Maybe in place of the free market, it's just the final, what is an entrepreneur, which kind of touches base on that. I'd like to substitute that in with because we do talk about businesses and supplies and services and stuff. So it starts to hint into that area.
So change the motion then to say, what is an entrepreneur?
Yeah.
Okay. Janet, please go ahead.
My question related a bit more to the idea of the free market system, and I just wondered if that was age appropriate for second grade, if we could have a comment from the committee. Maybe the same question
Absolutely.
is introducing the idea of entrepreneurship appropriate for second graders?
I picked up corn on Saturday, and those little 7-year-olds and 8-year-olds were thrilled to get my dollars. So yes, I would say yes. And it does something to them. They can see their work produces. So yes, I would.
Thanks, Jenny. Let's hear from staff and from the committee on that as well. I think Janet was directing a question there also. So the concept of entrepreneurship at the second grade level in conjunction with basic economics. Brent, go ahead.
Maybe I'm getting too deep on this, but that conversation could turn the wrong way very quickly. I know 12th graders, when we talk about political and economic systems, many adults don't even know the difference between a political and economic system. And there is a difference. I'm not saying that they couldn't understand in a very basic way what an entrepreneur is, but when you start talking about free market systems, that's an economic system. If I went any further, I get too complex. But I just have some concerns of where that would get turned politically and how people might respond to that in a negative way.
Okay, we're speaking specifically. The motion on the table is so Jenny has decided not to go ahead with the free market system, or excuse me, with the free market system, and she's just on the entrepreneur issue. So that's the one that we're going to vote up or down on. Joanna, please.
Yeah, I have concerns just with the simplicity of this question and labeling it a compelling question. Is there a way, if we're going to include it, that it can be reworded to be more inquiry based, or not just a definition and it's answered?
Okay, yeah, you're getting us back away from the define this or explain this word kind of thing we've been doing in the past. So Jenny, what do we want kids to draw from this or understand?
Yeah, I'm looking back at our standard here. So if you give me just a minute, I'm looking through it.
I've got a text here from Robert Austin. If you all, I can give you his suggestion if you're okay with that.
Yeah, that would be great.
As long as you verify it's from Robert.
Right.
Before.
How do entrepreneurs use scarcity or opportunity? I'll put it on the screen. You can tell me to delete it, but just so you can see it.
I think that is perfect. Because it does weave into there's a need, right? And so the entrepreneur steps into the role of what that need is and fills a need. And the benefit is for both.
Good. Can I, and I'm sorry to just jump in, but I'm reading 2.4.3. Could we just add entrepreneur to that list? Describe and compare a variety of services provided by local economic institutions, including businesses, nonprofit organizations. Could we just put and entrepreneurs?
What's the difference between that and a business? A business isn't entrepreneurship.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it needs to be a compelling question or if it could just be down here at the bottom and just make sure that that's included, that individuals can fill that role. It's not just big businesses. It's not just nonprofits. It's not, other institutions. It could be filled by an individual. I think that's, at least what I hear, Jenny, you saying is that that's what we want. We want them to know that, hey, we don't have to rely on big companies. If we have a good idea, we can go out and do it.
Well, and even more than that, we don't have to rely on a government, right?
Right. So
We
we
have- yep.
can do it as well. But could we just add entrepreneurs to 2.4.3 and get the message fast?
So you're saying that all businesses are entrepreneurs, but not all entrepreneurs have businesses? I think they're the same.
No, I'm just highlighting the fact that a business isn't always a big business. It can be just a one person, an entrepreneur that goes out and does it. And you're right. I mean, an entrepreneur starts some sort of business, even if it's a sole proprietorship, but that's probably not what people think of when they think of a business normally.
Well, what?
Just trying to help. I don't know if
Yeah, I'm
that's,
not sure I see the difference.
we don't
there
want to
either.
go that direction. We can
Yeah.
back it up and I'll leave it back with the maker of the motion.
Yeah, I'd leave the compelling question the way I had it. Just because it drives question, right? A variety of questions. So
Okay, let's get it the way we want it then, and we'll get a vote. So I think there was a suggestion on this entrepreneurship. Is that the way you want it, Jenny?
yeah, I think that adds greater depth to it. It allows for more either discussion or further analysis. So yes.
So how to
Thank you, Robert.
use scarcity or opportunity. Okay. That's anything else from staff or the writing committee on this one? Anything that we should be considering? I'm not seeing hands up, so we're going to go ahead and vote on this one. Go ahead, committee members.
That motion fails 1-4 with member Earl in favor and all other committee members opposed.
I would like to move on
2.4.2.
2.4.2. So,
I'm sorry, Jenny, we've got somebody with an open mic or some background noises.
no, sorry, I'm at a school facility here, so
Okay,
I'm trying to,
no problems.
I think I'm gonna leave that one on my other page here. Go down to, okay, so on 2.4.3, just adding, describe and compare a variety of services provided by local economic institutions, including businesses. I guess we could leave nonprofits and public services.
Okay, help me understand what the example of public services. You're talking about governmental services or?
Yes. Yep. There's the libraries, right? Those aren't under nonprofits.
Okay. And I guess I'll ask the question. So are
Oh,
they?
let me read back through it. I'm trying to think through it. Economic institutions. So I guess it's the local economic institutions that are providing though, right? So I guess I'm looking at this question different than I originally read it. Is that, am I asking that question right? It's something local economic institutions provide.
I'm not sure, Jenny, where we're headed. So the change would be that I have on the screen is we would add.
So I'm actually
would add public services, but you're making a change to that, right?
Yeah. So Chair Hansen, my question has to do with, I think I read through the question different or understood it different than reading through it right now. It's the local economic institutions that we're making the comparison. Is that accurate? We're not saying local economic institutions, nonprofits, but does that make sense?
So I think that the business.
Is this a list?
Those are a subset. Those are a subset of local economic institutions, the way that's.
Okay. I read that differently. I guess when I read it more as a listing. So therefore this would probably be accurate. The public services would not fall under that.
Okay, yeah, I just don't see how public services fit under economic institutions where they're not.
Yep. Nope, sorry, we'll move on to the next one. I read that differently and interpreted that differently.
Okay.
So, okay, down to 2.4.5. I have identify specialized work, and I just have supply demand examples necessary to manufacture, transport, and market goods and services, and the impact scarcity of resources can have on these processes. And I don't know that it has to have supply and demand examples. It could just say work, supply, and demand in parentheses without the examples. Necessary to manufacture, transport, market goods and services, and the impact scarcity of resources can have on these processes.
Okay. So the concept that we're trying to add then is that in the event that, say, we have a water shortage and water is required for manufacturing, that can diminish a company's ability to produce its product? Or
I'm saying mills shut down because of COVID and you can't get anything printed, something like that. Yep, it's where the specialized work is impacted.
Okay.
And I think I'm seeing the note here that encouraging using a different word. So maybe analyze would be a better word instead of impact. And analyze. Well, analyze the impact. No, the scarcity, right? And analyze the scarcity of resources.
No, they have to be analyzed the impact.
Yeah,
Can I jump in?
Yeah.
Chair Hansen. So I just put those, we have identify as the verb. So identify the specialized work And then if we want to just use that again, it would, if we don't change anything, then we're also identifying the impact scarcity of resources.
Oh, okay. Leave
Does
it
that
there
make
then.
sense?
I'm good with it, just having it with the impact scared. You were just suggesting maybe identify could be changed or.
Or keep identify and then say, and analyze the impact scarcity of resources can have on these processes. If we wanted to go further or deeper than just identifying.
Okay,
the second
okay. I
portion.
like that.
So if I'm a second grade teacher on this standard, I would talk about Wendy's 4-for-4 meals turning into $5 biggie bags because labor is short and they have to pay more money to their workers. Is that? I mean, no, is that kind of what that's what
Yeah, like, and I don't think it's going to be that hard to come up with examples that the kids are impacted by, because we're seeing it everywhere currently, so.
Okay. I'm just, again, looking back to the second grade strand 4, develop an understanding of basic economic concepts necessary to make informed individual and family decisions, basic economic principles to explain how businesses supply goods and services to consumers. So I guess the question for me is scarcity of resources one of the basic economic principles, or is that a more advanced one that's
It is.
somewhere else? It is which?
It is a basic principle. Scarcity is a basic economic principle. I taught financial literacy for quite a few years.
Okay, basic. Yeah, the definition of basic is where we get. Is it basic where it's introduced to second graders, or is it basic where it needs to be introduced to financial literacy in high school?
I think it fits in different levels, in both areas. It's a different conversation in the high school level, but it's still a conversation. And I think it can be I've had that conversation with my own children. So.
You can't get certain fruits, right? They don't go in your lunch. So we see that at school lunch all last year.
Yeah, I was going to say we've certainly been more exposed to this at all levels than we have recently than we have in the past. Any other comments here? Anything from staff or from the writing committee that we should consider?
So this
Yep.
is 2.4.5.
So we're on 2.4.5 and the motion is to
Okay.
change that to what's written on the screen in blue there.
But we didn't delete 2.4.2, correct?
No.
So look at 2.4.2.
Okay.
The difference is individuals versus, we're talking specialized work here.
Let's make that change then instead of, anyway.
Well, what are you suggesting? I'm not sure.
Yeah, Jenny, maybe I can help with just a question. So is there something that's not covered by 2.4.2 that we're trying to cover? Because I guess when looking at these two, when Brent brings that up, I think that we maybe complicate things by tying that to specialized work instead of just saying scarcity of resources and opportunity cost. You know, how do those work in the market? Which is already there in 2.4.2.
I think scarcity does play out in both roles. I think, as matter, like I said, we're seeing it heavily here, and I think it'll continue. But yeah, if you think it's complicated, vote against it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine to just put it to a vote. Now, if we're ready to do that, are we there? I don't see any other hands, so we will do that. So the motion is to change 2.4.5 to read, identify the specialized work, supply and demand necessary to manufacture, transport and market goods and services, and analyze the impact the scarcity of resources can have on these processes. Now, please go ahead and vote.
That motion fails 1-4 with board member Earl in favor and all other committee members opposed.
Thanks, Norley. That puts us down to an additional standard dealing with entrepreneurs. Jenny, is that where we are?
Yeah, I think without the wording in there, I do think the wording needs to be in there in our compelling question in order for this to work. So I will just highlight that for another time, maybe.
Okay. Okay, that takes us then to the newly proposed second grade American History Standard, and that one is going to be on our an add to our agenda for the next meeting for that process. So then we go down. My civic clerk has given me a session expired notice. I've never seen that before.
Maybe it means a break. I'm not sure.
You've just been in there too long. I get it.
Yes, yes.
Just sitting idle in it.
Well, it's not idle. I'm scrolling here.
Yeah.
But I think what we'll do is head for a break at 3 and then try and go strong for that last hour and 45. So we'll do a 15-minute break at 3 if everyone can hold on until then. So then I've got to get back to where I was in the document. And maybe somebody can help me. Can you scroll that over so we can see the?
It's page 22,
Oh,
third grade beginning, strand 1, compelling questions.
Thank you.
Like to move? Do you want me to move?
No. Well, I'm just trying to get the right page here.
Okay.
I'm not on 22 doesn't read over. I think we are. Can you help me again? So there's the American.
So it's the top of 23, bottom of 22. So it kind of goes between the two of them right there.
Okay.
Mine is on 21, Chair.
Oh, it's because we've made so many changes to ours that it's increased the page numbers. That's why.
Happening.
So yes, third grade strand 1.
That helps. So we're at third grade strand 1, which in the original document, which is what folks might have pulled up or looked at, it's page 21 at the bottom of the page. And we're talking about community. So.
Okay.
Okay.
In general, I just want to explain my thought process in third grade. So you guys know there's this debate about, not debate, but in my mind, I'm trying to weigh out exactness versus community in a broader sense. So as I've made amendments or choose not to make amendments, it's trying to weigh those out and saying, are we talking about community? Or are we talking about a specific city or town type of a thing? So, well, my first one, my amendment would just be, what is your family's culture? And that I would just move to put that in there.
Okay, so the distinction is between your culture and your family's culture.
Yes.
Okay, and I guess help me, Jenny, understand the significance of that. I mean, those typically
Tying children to something versus singular. So that's what I would recommend on that one. And that's why.
Would they be a different culture? Would it be a different culture?
Would they be a different culture? That's maybe what I'm asking you. I think that there's something that tying children to their families. So, or whatever that family may be.
Okay. Okay. Any comments on that one?
It may need to have a parenthetical S on that, just because there's lots of different families where they're combining cultures as well.
Okay, explain that for us, Patty. So you mean like a mixed culture family where?
Yeah. There lots of mixed culture families where they're coming together and creating different cultures and moving those forward. So
I don't understand what you're asking though. What are you asking for possible change?
just on the word culture to put a parenthetical S, cultures. So there could be more.
Oh, I see.
Yes,
Okay.
one that's prevalent in the family, and they're recognizing both, or what that looks like.
Okay. I'm good with that.
Okay, I'm thinking and I'm trying to articulate the thought, but so in the case of say some adopted children or multicultural families like that, I'm wondering if that gets more difficult for a child to say what's your family's culture versus what is your culture, but maybe there is no difference. I mean, the child's living in that family and that's their culture, is that they have a mixed culture family, right? Where they've adopted other cultures with their adopted kids.
Chair Hansen, we did add in a previous standard that we talked about the family or other members' families, something like that, because we do have a portion of our youth in care that may not have that familial experience of knowing exactly who that is that travel around from different host families or different families who are providing that care for them. And so to be more inclusive, it could say from your family or other families, cultures, just so that the families are called out and they do have that connection, but they also have the ability to reach out and expand that.
Okay. Or just say, what is your culture?
I would rather do what is your culture than to expand it in that way, because that, to me, that's confusing. It's suggesting the child picks instead of the association with who they're with. So
okay,
currently I'd rather leave it the way it is, and then if it doesn't get passed, then it's so be it.
Okay, I think that's fine. Is there any other discussion that we should have on this? Any committee members, staff, or writing committee? I'm not seeing hands, so you can go ahead and vote on this one, please, committee members.
That motion fails 2-3 with members Earl and Belknap in favor and all other committee members opposed.
That takes us to 3.1.1, I believe.
I would like to move 3.1.1 and locate their city or town. I would like to change that to city or town. So there's an exactness to this one. So that's, let's see, do I have something else? And then, oh, hold on. Yep, city or town. Sorry, that's a different spot on my page. Just adding city or town striking community, because this is asking for a digital map exactness.
Okay, okay, member Straight, and then I think I've got a question for the committee too, but go ahead, member Straight.
So not everyone is a part of a city or town. Many people live in unincorporated areas or areas that are not within the boundaries of a city or town. But community, everyone has a community.
Okay, oh, Brent. Okay, I think we heard all of what you had to say. And that was kind of my question to the writing committee, because we use community frequently through the standards. And I wondered if that was to avoid those kind of questions when somebody's in unincorporated Weber County or even within a city. Sometimes there are neighborhoods, I guess, or areas, and I don't know what exactly the meaning. Community is, like Jenny said, it's not as exact. Even where I am in unincorporated Weber County, I still have a town that we could point to on a map, but I don't know what the thought process. I think it was deliberately chosen. Community was deliberately used through the standards. And I think one change would be possibly a lot of other changes. But Jenny, are you saying this is a special usage?
Yeah, I think as I went down through these, I think there's times when city or town is the more appropriate terminology than community. It doesn't take away from the standards, but I think it does add to it. Here, it's asking for the print and digital maps of, right? So, and then it asks for the state, it asks for very specific things, but then community's broad. So city and town would be appropriate here.
Okay. And then I don't want to dilute this discussion, but if we jump down to the 3.1.3, which is talking about cultures, then we still have the same suggestion though, the change for city.
I'm suggesting to leave that one. We haven't got there yet. Just going back and forth and talking to a number of people on this. Some of these I would not make the recommendation on, others I have.
Okay, so it is a distinction then.
Yes, I think so.
Got it. All right. Anything from staff or the writing committee that was involved in the choice of the word community? No, John, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just throw this out there. When we're looking at digital maps, oftentimes we're talking about Google Maps and kids loving getting all the way down to the specific neighborhood. So for example, I teach in Salt Lake City, but my kids really identify with the community of Rose Park. And so if a kid wants to look that narrowly at where they live, this would at least allow them to do that. If you say city or town, it limits their ability to get all the way down to the community or neighborhood level. So it's just a little bit, it gives children another option on how closely they want to look at where they live and what influences their identity.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that insight. We've got Jennifer and Joanna, and you guys are always competing. I don't know who to call on first. Should we give Joanna first go this time? Okay.
Haha, no. We may have some native students who are not in a city or a town. So I think the writing committee was thinking that community would be more inclusive, no matter where our students are located.
Thank you. Jennifer, she spoke for you? I wondered, Jenny, just looking at this, would it help in the issue that you're trying to solve if we said locate their community, city or town, and state, country, and continent on the—
I think that I appreciate John Arthur's comments, because I think there is some wisdom in that, because I think you are right. They do like to go right down to almost the cow next door in my neighborhood, but you know what I mean, or whatever's next door, in their neighborhood. So I think just adding, I just think city and town is equally important, is tied to identify with as, maybe a smaller community, right? A block or something. So yeah, I appreciate that thoughtfulness.
Staff to help us just wordsmith that, locate their community would be the smallest division, I guess, or the one that has the most flexibility, and then add in city, so community, city or town, and then everybody should be able to locate state, country, and continent, right? So we're moving up from that. Can you help us get something on the board that maybe makes that work?
Are you asking me? I think they have something on the board. Locate their community without striking it, adding city and town. City or town.
Yep. State, country. All right.
That does it.
That good? Okay. Brent.
Now, my mind might be too simple on this, but community to me would include cities and towns and anything else to whatever you want it to be. And then state would be above that. So heck, you might be Township 4 Southeast. I mean, there's all kinds of ways to delineate. I just want it to be as broad as possible so students can narrow it down how they want. So I like it how it is.
You like it the way it is in the standard?
I like it the way it is.
Okay. All right. Any other comments on this one? Seeing none, we're going to go ahead and vote. So the motion is to amend 3.1.1 to read, locate the community, city or town, state, country, and continent on print and digital maps of the earth and contrast their sizes and their relationships in scale. Now let's go ahead and vote.
Chair Hansen, that motion passes 4-1 with Vice Chair Straight opposed. All other members in favor.
Okay, thank you. That takes us to 3.1.3, I believe, Jenny.
Yep, my motion on this one is just to strike to which they are ongoingly exposed or of which they are part.
Okay.
So it's just the end part of that. There is no reason to articulate that when you're talking about their own culture or communities. That's exactly, you're restating that in many words. So define your own culture or the cultures of your communities for, and then it lists off some things. And so it ended at government. So.
Okay. Any comments from committee members? Any considerations from the writing committee or staff? I guess I can see a scenario where, again, with adopted kids or kids from mixed culture families where they may not see a culture as being their own, but it's something that they live in the middle of, which they would be able to talk about.
It does say the cultures of their, or the cultures of their communities with a plural. So I think it does address that.
Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and take a vote, committee members, unless I don't see any hands up. So we'll go ahead and vote on this. The motion is to remove to which they are ongoingly exposed or which they are part on 3.1.3.
Just waiting for thank you, Vice Chair Straight. That motion fails 1-4 with Board Member Earl in favor and all other committee members opposed.
Okay, let's get one more before the break here, Jenny. So that takes us to 3.1.4.
Yeah, so this one, just trying to add some more depth to it. Evaluate how the community has changed over time is what it is. And then just changing it out for observe and describe local and regional historical artifacts and sites that generate questions about their function, construction, and significance. So you're actually looking at something and articulating about it in their community. Back to more history type of terminology or thoughts.
Okay. Any comments to this one? Oh, Joanna, please.
I'm just wondering if it's telling teachers how to accomplish the standard. We're giving them an action or an activity to do with the standard rather than just giving a standard.
Thank you. Brent?
As I read 3.1.2, I think it talks about over time. I mean, anyway.
Okay. Let's go ahead then, not seeing any other hands, we'll go ahead and take a vote on this one. The motion would be on 3.1.4 to change that to say observe and describe local or regional historic artifacts and sites and generate questions about how their function, construction, and significance. Now please vote.
That motion fails 1-4 with Board Member Earl in favor and all other committee members opposed.
Thank you, Norley. Let's,
Do you want to do one more in this section and then we're done with it?
we just got one more.
Yeah, 3.1.5. So, or 3.1.4, sorry.
Yeah, let's do it. That's okay.
So this one is describe the difference between the contemporary map of your city or town and the map of their city or town. We could add community, city or town in there, community, city or town in the 18th, 19th, early 20th century, just to show those continuity of change over time. Just better articulation are a way of doing that. So.
Okay, so the motion would be to add a new standard, which would be 3.1.5, not the 3.1.4 that's labeled on the document, but about describing the difference between a contemporary map of their city and town and a map of the city or town in the 18th, 19th, early 20th century. Any comment to that? Okay, we'll go to Jennifer Thronson and then to Janet.
It's dancing that line that I'm always here to help you with instructional activity versus standard. So we're kind of telling teachers to get out maps and compare, just putting it out there as if we want to do that, great. But it is basically like, this is what will happen in the classroom, the way it is worded now.
All right, thank you. Janet?
Yeah, my thought was just, I could imagine that it might be very difficult for teachers to go out and dig up maps from earlier centuries. And yeah, that would be an activity more than a standard.
All right. Anyone else? Let's go ahead then and we'll vote on this. So the motion would be to add a standard that states describing the difference between describe the difference between a contemporary map of their city or state and the map of their city or town in the 18th, 19th, or early 20th century. Please vote.
And that motion fails 1-4 with Board Member Earl in favor and all other committee members opposed.
Okay. Thank you, committee members. I think we've earned a short break. Let's try and get back at 3:15 and we'll resume and see how far we can get. We're on page 22 then. Right now, the bottom of 22 is what we'll come back to. Thank you. Okay, Standards and Assessment Committee, staff and the public. It looks like we've got everyone back. Not seeing Laura yet. Hopefully we'll have her join us in just a minute. And we have another hour and 45 minutes to work on this. We will be stopping at about 10 to 5 because we need to discuss next steps and how this is going forward. So we'll cut off discussion on the revisions at about 4:50 and then have a brief discussion about next steps, and then we'll go from there. So thanks everyone for coming back from that break, and we'll get right back into it. We are on 3rd grade strand 2, rights and responsibilities as a community member. On the original document, that's on top of page 22, or excuse me, bottom of page 22, top of page 23. And we have that up in front of us with staff looking at it. So board member Earl, I believe.
Yes,
Is that you? 3.2.2. It doesn't have your name by it, but.
that's me. I think it's me. That I would have made that a motion, so.
All right.
I'd like to change identify problems to address needs in both of those areas.
Okay, can you help us understand the distinction between those two?
Yeah, I think one looks like you're problem hunting, out searching for problems. The other one, I just think it's a language. It's a, like I said, the one's out searching for something. The other one's, I don't know. I like the language better, I guess. Addressing needs, you're addressing instead of identifying things. You're doing something proactive, if that makes sense.
Okay, appreciate that. Let's hear from committee members on really the gist of this is just the difference between the original language of identify problems and the proposed language of address needs. Member Cannon. No, Janet, we've no audio. Got to get you back on that mic button. Okay.
The staff or writing committee address their thoughts on the language that is used here? This is a minor change. I wonder if how they feel about it.
Okay, let's ask those who were involved in bringing this draft forward. Anyone from the writing committee or from staff like to comment on that? Looks like I've got John with his hand up. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm kind of catching up here on the language, but the reach solutions and address needs, just as I read it, seems to be saying the same thing. If you're addressing a need, you're reaching a solution. But the way that we worded it there was intended to have that dual process where you have to identify a problem in order to then reach a solution. You can't just jump to the solution if the community or the individuals within the classroom, a family, have not identified something as a problem that needs to be addressed. That's the context.
Okay, thank you. And I'll go back and put on an engineering hat, I guess. And I think problem solving was seen as a good thing, right? Go out, find the issues, find the solutions. So I see that as positive language in identifying problems and then solving them. So for me, myself personally, I just don't see an issue that needs to be addressed in this area. Jenny, please.
Yeah, I think there's a difference between problem solving and problem seeking. And that's where I'm trying to seek clarification. If there's a way to articulate that instead of trying to seek out and look for problems, it's, do you know what I mean? Actually problem solving. Is there a way to address that? That's my primary concern here, is that we're going to be activating them to go out searching for problems instead of, does that make sense? So is there a way to address that without?
That helps with context. I'm not sure I have a good solution, but.
Because I agree with problem solving. I'm all about that.
Well, you don't want manufactured problems.
Yeah. so that we're constructing stuff. So,
And I think for me, I guess that's in the teacher's purview to, make sure that, how do we identify problems? What are problems? Going into that and talking about, how we do that part of the process. But I guess I just go back, standardized language for me is problem solving. And part of that is identifying problems, which I don't see that as in a negative context. I can see how you might.
well, it's not just me. We're seeing it around within the political system. That's why there's the concern there.
Yeah, lots of words have been weaponized. This one isn't a weapon for me, but okay.
And it may not for you, but others it is.
That may be the case. Member Straight.
So the concern is that educators will be leading students on marches. And am I reading that right? Is that what you mean by political, or?
Problem seeking versus problem solving. Yeah, and I don't know whether that entails marches or not. I have no idea what that would entail, Board Member Straight, but yeah, and we're seeing that.
Okay. Other discussion to this one? I'm not seeing hands, Jenny, except, no. Okay, Jenny, you have your hand up, but I think you had your say there, right? Okay, let's go ahead then and vote on this one. So the motion before the committee is to, I need to have this blown up a little bit bigger. I'm sorry, that light blue and very small font is just not working for me. So this would be changed. So this is a 3.2.2, and we would take out the words identify problems and replace that with address needs in 2 places. So committee members, please go ahead and vote.
That motion fails 1-4 with members, Member Earl in favor and all others opposed.
Thank you. Been giving you a workout today, Nora Lee.
Okay, then adding the words on 3.2.3, it's under research improvements that have been made in their community over time. For example, schools, roads, emergency services, utilities, jobs, recreation, libraries, clean environment. I put religious practices and then the protection of civil rights. So those religious changes that have gone on in their community as well. It could be just a quick vote, unless someone has a lot to say about it.
Yeah. I think I'm just looking at, so we're researching improvements that have been made in the committee. And then the improvements that are there as examples are schools, roads, emergency services, all these things. And then we're saying that another one of those improvements would be religious practices, saying that religiosity has gone up, or that more people are involved in different religions, or, I mean, is that the kind of improvement that?
Yeah, it would definitely be impact. Yeah, because we know that, take Ogden, for example, that on Sunday afternoons, there's dinners for the homeless there. So those are based on, these are improvements within the community themselves that are based on certain denominations.
Okay. Yeah, that wasn't what I got out of religious practices, I guess, when I read it first. Thanks for clarifying that.
Is there a better word than practices? Because maybe that is, well, I don't know, because that kind of is what they're doing, but yeah, it's not really services either.
Yeah, I took what you just said as kind of volunteerism or something like that.
But it is related specifically to people's religious practices. So maybe it's religious or service or something versus practices. I don't know.
You'll have to tell us, how do you want that worded? As is, or?
Yeah, I'd leave it as it is because it is their people's practices when they put their religion into practice within their community.
Okay,
But I was looking if there's a word that works better for you guys. If not, then I would leave it at practice.
okay. Any other comments?
And just the one going, and it was just already made, the research improvements that have been made in their community. So I just think the term religious practice, it would read to the layperson, improvements in religious practices. And so then determining what is a practice, I think gets dicey for maybe teachers, especially in these early grades, to be able to determine and then determine if that's an improvement in that religious practice, or is it an improvement in the community due to that practice? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, Member Straight. Oh, Brent, get your mic up.
I think I had it on and then turned it off.
Yeah.
So as I look at the list, I don't see that fitting. I'm not I'm not anti-religion or that we shouldn't, I'm just, I don't see it fitting with this group. And so I'm not quite certain. So if we go to 3.2.4, I think that would include religious practices, as well as 3.2.5. So, because it talks about community leaders. So I think we include that without naming it. And I think it actually is included in as we move along. Because religious practices doesn't fit with this grouping, but I do think it fits in the next two. Anyway, that's my thought.
That's fine. It could just be, like I said, a quick vote.
Okay.
We're exhausted. What other?
Let's do that. We'll go ahead and take a vote on this one. So the motion is to add religious practices to a list that is included in 3.2.3. Now, please go ahead and vote. You're still raising your hand, Brent.
Okay, that motion fails 1-4 with Board Member Earl in favor and all other committee members opposed.
That takes us to 3.2.5. And that's another one, Jenny, that I think you had.
Yeah, just clarity. Explain how their community's leaders are elected and appointed in the local government, and affects ways to work together with them to improve the community. So I just think it's clarification, local government, what are we looking at? What is the elected and appointed positions? And then, well, yeah, we'll just, I guess, one at a time. It's almost the same thing down with.
Okay. Comments to that, Brent?
Yes, I'm going to oppose that change because I don't want to just identify leaders as being local government. I think this makes it inclusive of what we just voted against. So I think religious leaders and that they become a part, and as part of religious practice, for example, I know our emergency response here in South Ogden City, that it includes religious leaders who are a major part of basically having inventories, for example, of equipment and an organizational structure so that if there is a crisis within the city, like the windstorm from a couple of years ago, we respond, but we also respond through religious leaders, regardless of religious which group that is. And so I want to keep community leaders elected, appointed. I want to maintain that because I want to make certain we include all community leaders.
Okay, further comment? Not seeing any. We'll go ahead and vote. The motion is to add in the local government to number 3.2.5. So please go ahead and vote.
That motion fails 1-4 with member Belknap in favor and all others opposed.
Okay.
I actually felt like that was a compelling argument. So thank you, Brent. But the next one I feel like needs to be local governments. Describe why local governments collect taxes and how they decide how to use them. I think there has to be an articulation there. So.
Can I ask a question there, Jenny, on
Yeah.
Why local? Because I mean.
Oh, it does. I suppose it doesn't have to be local. I just think we're doing communities and that seems to be more localized than. So it could just be why governments. But I don't know if that goes too broad. If you're trying to do their community, and maybe someone could speak to that, but community seems to be more intimate. So.
Yeah. So, well, I guess as I thought about this, and I don't disagree with this. I think this is, communities, governments collect taxes. I mean, there aren't other community kind of organizations or subdivisions that collect taxes, but I don't know if we just wanted to cut it off. Like right now I pay county taxes, but there aren't any town taxes for where I live. So it might be difficult to talk about taxes. I mean, when kids think about taxes, I think they think about April 15th, probably more than any of the other taxes that come around. So I don't know if that hampers the discussion. I mean, if we didn't have local, a teacher may be able to just say governments collect taxes to fund all these different services and improvements that we see, and not get into which taxes are local and which are not local. Go ahead, Laura. I'm thinking out loud here. Sorry.
No, I actually appreciate it. They're third graders, and the 3.2.6, I think it is, actually just said community collects it. But I actually think that just saying governments, or we could do something like why community governments, governments is probably fine without local there.
Okay.
I think that's accurate.
Thank you, Member Straight.
Sorry, I was actually trying to pull my hand down.
Okay, we'll let you do that.
So can I make that change then? That we just change it to governments?
You would like to, just so we'd.
Yeah.
Just communities to governments?
Yep.
Okay. All right, I think we're ready for a vote then. I don't see any hands up. Anything from staff or the writing committee on this one? Not seeing anything. Please go ahead and vote.
Chair, that passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, that takes us to 3.2.7.
And I would recommend on that one, just adding the word taxes in there. I know we talked about it up above, but I do think those choices of individuals that are elected officials, these are the things that impact their community. So.
Okay, I'm probably like all of you trying to put this in context now with everything that we've done. And so Jenny, you think that's still necessary, even with 2.6 talking about taxes and the use of taxes and those things?
One of the primary things that affect a community, it's not the only thing, but it really has it does have a lot of impact because it funds everything, it drives everything. I just think it is it needs to be there. It may not get the emphasis that others get, but we're under, for example, remember, we didn't include it all.
Okay, I see the reasoning. We might have to hire more counselors to help with depression if we talk too much about taxes at too young of ages. Just joking. I understand that's a big part of our government and our duties as citizens. Okay, Brent, go ahead.
So I like how we've dedicated 3.2.6, very specific to taxation. I think 3.2.7, that's very specific to the actions of individuals in regards to their community as far as supporting local business, volunteering, which connects up before and voting. So I think it muddies it to put taxes there. I don't think it's necessary in my view.
Okay, thanks, Brent. Other comments? Not seeing any other hands up, so we're going to go ahead and vote. The motion is to add taxes to the list on the list of activities on 3.2.7. So please go ahead and vote. And make sure you clear your votes and then vote there.
That motion fails 1-4 with member Earl in favor and all other committee members opposed.
Okay, that takes us to 3.2.8.
Okay, I would move that add the words after studying all of strand 2. So it's a compilation, it's the end instead of something to jump to. So
okay,
after studying the whole section, which, yeah, I don't know that I need to speak anymore on that, but addressing needs, all those kind of things, and then at the end, then some service project or something's done.
Okay, thank you. And I just note the writing committee's response on this one. They said they placed the standard at the end as an implication it should follow the other standards in the strand. They believe the teachers will know this, so it doesn't look like an opposition. It just,
except if people are picking and choosing because they don't have time, right? And they just decide we're just going to do that one, we're going to do this one, which is the reality if depending on their busyness. So I think it still needs to be stated.
okay, thanks for bringing that up. So the effect of this would really be that there wouldn't be a service project unless we had worked through 1 through 7. Is that right, Jenny?
The idea is to build foundational understanding and principles prior to the application of the knowledge. So yeah, I mean, it's like anything else. You have to build the foundational knowledge and then you apply that. Missing that, you miss out on the key elements of the purpose of it in the first place. And that's the very thing, the reason why they put it at the end, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
in reality, and thanks for helping me to think about this in a different way, these service projects would need to take place probably at the end of the year, right?
or at some time if they've,
Unless they focus just on this portion of the standards and
Yep.
knock it all out in the first couple months, it would be pushed to the end of the year, which
well, or whatever time, it doesn't have to be the end of the year. It could be midway through the year. There's a lot of places it could be, but the point is to build the foundational knowledge first.
Okay, Member Straight.
So I'm all in favor of civics engagement. I think this is all, I haven't been to an elementary, or my kids have never been to an elementary where this hasn't been an element. So I guess I just worry about mandating this for these different grade levels. Usually the community council is involved in discussing this. So would this just be the third grade teachers that do their project? I mean, I don't want to nitpick at it, I'm just wondering if we've thought through this to the point that we're not putting an undue burden on schools in this regard. Because I think it's important. I think they all do it. Maybe I'm wrong. Speak to me about it.
Chair Hansen.
Yeah, please, Patty.
Yeah. So as a former elementary teacher as well, one of the things there's two parts to this question. The first part is about developing that service project and having one. And is it, I guess, age appropriate? That is totally age appropriate. I would think in the classroom, especially if we're talking about third grade, that could be something out on the playground. They could say, you know, we're going to pick up trash on the playground and we're going to develop, just take turns. And so every recess, there's 3 of us and we're going to become the whatever club that takes care of that. Or they're going to be doing, so it's not always these large scale things that we may think of in the higher grades, the more complexity that's involved. This that just begins them down the road of noticing things and being able to interact. The other thing on here, which I don't know that it's just maybe shedding some light on even what the writing committee is saying, and then after, is if we get into the role of teaching, I would say that many of the teachers would actually do this alongside as they're learning these standards. They would be able to say, identify something as we were going back and or address the need. What is that need? And so as they're teaching this strand, they would probably be doing this. And then this is a part of having developed this plan along the way. So I don't think that in stating when it needs to be done is helping our teachers, because it could be done at the same time while they're teaching the rest of the strand. Just some thoughts to consider.
Okay, thank you. Brent opened up another question for me. So if there is a school-wide service project, would that meet the needs of this, or does this have to be a specific third grade service project? I know our local elementary that my kids were involved with had a school-wide Serve to Save dinner where they did a fundraiser and collected money for local needs. But are we looking? Can a teacher apply that and say, okay, I've taught to the standard because of a school-wide project? If there is that collaboration and it meets needs, or does this need to be a specific third grade one? And that's maybe a question for the writing committee or staff.
I don't think it specifies specifically that it needs to be that grade. It just states collaborate with peers to develop. So that could be something done as the whole school. It could be done as long as they're participating in that development. And then I'll turn it over to Joanna. Yeah.
Okay. We'll let Jennifer go first this time, Joanna, and then we'll wrap up.
Please always defer to Joanna. She is the master. I am going to say on this one, and I would love Joanna to give some context. It does seem like we're telling people what to do. Do a service project, and it's getting into curriculum rather than instruction, like goals of instruction. So I think a service project for what end might, if we reframed it, but that is my feedback on this particular one. I think it's getting a little to the curriculum side.
Well, Jennifer, you're saying the standard as written.
Yeah, either way, no matter how we're doing it, we're giving her a lot of
Is
very
pushing
specific, here's what we want you to do as teachers, and it's getting really prescriptive. With even the addition, but even in its current state. So I'm sure, knowing the writing committee, they've got some things there. I just think if I were a teacher, you're now telling me I have to do a service project. I may have already been doing one, but there's some resentment of being told exactly what to do.
Okay, back to you then, Joanna.
Yeah, I appreciate Jennifer's input on that, and she's absolutely right. I think the writing committee was trying to weave a piece of civic engagement, at least one opportunity for civic engagement, into each grade level, and that was how the third grade one ended up being worded. It is vertically in there, every grade level, I believe, but we may want to rethink how that one is worded.
Okay. Thank you. I think that opens up a lot of questions about how we proceed right now. Go ahead, Jenny.
Yeah, and I think that maybe even in my own mind, because I was viewing it a little different, but if a service opportunity a service is provided as an opportunity, do we say we've already done it, right? Kind of that checkbox thing. I don't know. So there's a lot of things that I hadn't thought of. I was looking at it a little different way, meaning that, you know, you build up to understand how to do something, but at the same time, as you guys are talking, there's definitely opportunities all the time. We don't want to check the box and move on, right? Too. So just some thoughts.
So with what's been said, if this was, instead of telling the teacher to plan, could it be discuss service opportunities and how discuss and or participate in service opportunities and hang on a second, participate in service opportunities and discuss, I've got to get back to the right page on mine, and discuss the way the service meets a need in the community, something like that, where
I wrote a proposed one, Chair Hansen, so just collaborate with peers. So we're keeping that aspect of we want this to be a joint project, but to address a need in their local community. So it could be service learning, it could be something else. It just leaves it a little more open. And many people might still choose a service project, but it doesn't cause such a great restriction to teacher creativity and innovation.
Okay, what if I personally don't mind that word service being in there. I think that's important. What if it said collaborate with peers to address a need in their local community through service or something like that? That takes away the project, but it still is not.
I still think it leaves some flexibility for educators to still achieve the goal of this without being so dictated.
Okay. Anything? I got a thumbs up from Member Straight. Jenny, you're the one that started us off on this.
Yeah,
What are we doing in this little process we're going through right now?
I feel like I think that's a little better. I'm just looking down through the whole strand one more time, kind of balancing it all out. I don't know. Yeah.
If we were to do that, would we need to restrict it to after studying all of strand 2, or could we leave that open to the teacher?
I don't know. That's where I'm trying to go back over it and kind of read through it. So
The best service and the best projects are ones that's led by students with their support of their teachers.
For sure. Okay, help us, Jenny, to get to a motion. And I hope through this process we haven't hijacked where you were. I think it's been
no, I just think I looked at it from a different perspective, and I'm trying to see if this perspective is invalidated by the new wording. Do you know what I mean? My perspective was invalidated by the new wording, if that makes sense. So yeah, let's go ahead. We can vote. Let's vote on this bottom one here instead of mine. I think we can substitute that in, and I can consider that more.
Okay. Then we have a motion, no more hands up. So we'll read this and then we'll vote. The motion is that this is 3.2.8 be revised to read, collaborate with peers to address a need in their local community through service. Go ahead and vote on that. And then while Nora Lee's tallying that.
That passed unanimously, Chair Hansen.
Thank you. I have a question for staff. Then you said that this was woven through the standards with this service. Is there another, have we done something that disrupts anything vertically with this that we need to make a note to look at?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, thanks. Okay, we are down to grade strand 3. And
so I would recommend a change from should to could on strand 3. I feel like it's telling them you have to do this instead of this is one way you could. If we're putting that in there, the communities could reflect the diverse heritage of class members and community members. Not that they should, but that it's one possibility. And probably a good possibility, but
And so we want to be less prescriptive here and give teachers the opportunity to select heritages that are maybe not represented in the class.
I just think of variety. Otherwise it's telling them a certain direction to go. And how to, yeah, I just think leave it open for educators in this one.
So for example, and I'm not speaking against or in favor right now, I'm just trying to reason through this. If we have a class that doesn't have students of color, then this would allow teachers to bring in maybe a heritage, an African American perspective or Hispanic American perspective, that kind of heritage, where if it stays as a should, then if there isn't that diversity in the classroom, then the teachers.
Notice what it is, Scott, when we're reading it, they're actually connecting to other communities. So this is, am I wrong in saying that? It's saying students learn about one or more communities in other regions of the world. Students use what they have learned in the first two strands about their own community as a basis for comparison. These communities could reflect or should reflect the diverse heritage of, we're telling students they have to reflect the diverse heritage of the other of class members and community members, or can they pick whatever community they want? Do you see what I'm saying? This is more about the.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that if you didn't have any Hispanic or African American students, then they, under the should, then those heritages wouldn't be reflected, right?
Say that one more time. Sorry, I'm trying to process where you're.
If you have not a very diverse class, then and the only communities that are learned about or studied about are the communities that reflect the heritage of class members.
So we're gonna.
No, I'm saying that the way it is now is probably more restrictive. I think the could would allow it to open up to many other heritages, if I'm reading it right. Am I?
Well, it's saying the diverse heritage of class, it should reflect those class members instead of could have. In other words, kids could choose what they want. It doesn't have to be their heritage. Am I understanding that right? Maybe I'm not. Am I reading this wrong? This opens it up to the child to make the choice,
Okay.
Not the teacher to say you have to, you should do it this way.
Yes, I understand. I think,
Okay, sorry, I'm missing then, Scott. I apologize.
I think we're saying the same thing.
Maybe so.
We're going to let somebody else talk and maybe let us
Okay,
clear our heads and not going in a circle here. So
sorry about that.
no, that's my problem. Probably. I don't think I explained well. Member Straight.
Yes, this strand is actually one of my favorites in the whole standards. And but that last sentence, I read it the way you do, Chair Hansen and Board Member Earl. So I think we just dropped the last sentence.
Actually, I think I'm in agreement with that. Then it doesn't direct one way or the other.
Because I love what's been done with this once we get into the rest of the, from 3.3.1 on. And so I think it's a great thing, but I think the last sentence, so my motion would be that, or I would amend the amendment to just delete the last sentence.
Okay, do we have thoughts, or we have an amended motion before the committee to just delete that last sentence? Do we have thoughts to that? Okay, and did Jenny and I's little exchange, I hope that didn't confuse everyone, but I think that what's happening here is by deleting that, we're leaving it wide open as to what cultures and heritages can be brought into the classroom through this strand, and not restricting it just to the makeup of the class, the students.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I think we should be ready to vote. I don't see any other hands up, nothing from staff or the committee. Okay, let's go ahead and vote.
Do I have it right? I just want to check. I scratched the last sentence. Is
Yeah.
that what you wanted for the vote?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we're voting on that. Just delete the last sentence here.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move to the compelling question section. It's down below. And Jenny, is that one that you wanted to raise?
Yes, this is just a simple, I just am, where are these other communities located, including continent, country, town, city or town? It's just more specific. People can either just, I guess if we want a lot of dialogue about this, we can, or just vote on it. Do you want more specific or not?
Let's see if there's any hands up. And I don't see any, so I think we can just go ahead and vote. Committee members, the motion is to change the second compelling question to add including continent, country, city, or town. Please go ahead and vote.
Would it be including or such, what's our term?
Oh, sorry.
I think
I'm
this
sorry.
one would have to be including, not just for example.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And that motion fails 1-4 with board member Earl in favor and all other committee members opposed.
Okay, next motion would be a compelling question, adding how does the government structure function in their comparison community? So that's my question.
Okay. Any discussion to that one? Okay, see no discussion. Let's go ahead and vote on that. So the vote would be to include a new compelling question. How does the government structure function in the comparison community?
That motion fails 2-3 with board members Earl and Belknap in favor and all other committee members opposed.
Okay, thank you. Takes us to 3.3.1.
Strike and there after comment. So it's choose a community in the world outside of their own, locate the community on both print and digital maps of the earth, their continent, country, city, or town, and contrast their sizes. So it's striking and there and then adding city or town to it. So it's narrowing it down.
Thank you. I have a grammar question for our grammarians. So when I read this, I was thinking about extraterrestrial communities. A community in the world outside of our own. I'm not sure if anybody else reads it that way. But I don't think we actually want to go. Is that, I'm sure that it's well understood the way it is.
I know I'll never read it the same now. So
Yeah. Couldn't it just state choose a community outside their own? Does it need to say in the world? Because if it's not in the world, then it's outside the world. I know. I tried to say that with a straight face, but it makes the same argument.
I don't think we introduce aliens in that whole discussion in the third grade. Anywhere in our
I think there is value in saying anywhere in the world so that it's not sounding like it's just we're going to go from Provo to Orem, right? I just that idea that be expansive. So
So choose a community somewhere in the world.
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that. I don't know. It's, I mean, nobody else is going to make that mistake. It was late at night when I was reading it, and I made myself chuckle. So. Okay, so Jenny, your
Yeah.
amendment then, or your changes to do what?
Well, let's strike and in there and then add city or town. And then I don't know if we want to deal with that. Choose a community. You could just do outside their own. But I do think maybe it is good to articulate, to think a little broader. But I don't know, is there other suggestion there, or is that committee feel good with that?
So what we've got now is choose a community somewhere in the world outside of their own. Locate the community on both print and digital maps of the earth, their
Yep, that sounds good.
country, city, or town, and contrast their sizes and the relationship in scale. So that's what we've got. Remember straight?
Now, I made an assumption here, and it's not a good assumption because it doesn't directly communicate this. But when it says choose a community in the world outside of their own, I think we're hoping or thinking they'll choose one outside of the United States. Or am I wrong about that? Could they choose a town in Georgia, or am I completely misreading this? Because anyway.
No, that's a good question. I think as far as do we want it to be outside of this country and not somebody in Ogden choosing where their cousin lives in Emery County or something like that?
I don't know that we want to pick that.
Well, what if it's the neighboring community? Is that okay?
Yeah, I don't know. It may be with the child. I don't know.
Chair Hansen, I think that it would need to have a comma in order for it to read correctly, so that we're having the action upon the right noun. So it would need to say choose a community, and then it would be, yeah, there we go. Somewhere in the world, and so that's parted, and then it's outside of their own. And that way we're putting the right action to the right place and the right noun as well.
Okay. Let's see. John is still with us and's got his hand up. Please help us out.
Oh, thank you, Chair. In the description of the strand, it's talking about the connection of the communities that our students are living in to the world. And it states, students learn about one or more communities in other regions of the world. And the idea here, as you go through the strand, is that students will be able to compare not just the geography of where they live, but the cultures, the types of government. And if you are comparing communities within the United States, they will be sharing similar types of representative government. They aren't getting that kind of experience of comparing what they're experiencing in their communities with maybe a geographically similar community someplace else in the world. And so the whole point of this strand is to get our third graders thinking more globally.
So even then, the existing standard probably wasn't so specific about that one, right? It needs to be something outside of our country to get there.
Yeah, the intention was, or I guess the assumption we made was that if you read the strand descriptor, that would carry through the standards themselves.
Yeah, thanks for reminding us to do our homework before we start doing this stuff.
No.
So we're talking about a sister city, right? Kind of thing. Let's see if we can get some wording that brings that across, because I think that makes good sense. Brent, can you help us with that?
I just want to say that I must be getting punch drunk, because I went right back to the descriptor, and John's exactly right. Connecting your community to the world. I mean, that's clear. So we don't need to do anything. So completely disregard anything I said about that. It's great the way it is.
We still have the extraterrestrial problem.
Well, that's your problem.
All right, let's read what we've got and see if that gets the message to us. So choose a community outside the United States. Locate the community on both print and digital maps of the earth, their continent, countries, city and town, city or town, and contrast their sizes and their relationships in scale. Is that, Jenny, you're the one that started all this. Are you okay with where we are?
Yeah, I think it landed well. I think there is, if that's where we want to go outside, then let's make that clear. And it sounds like that's what the strand is intended. So I think there's wisdom in making sure that's articulated that way.
Okay, and if we find life on Mars, I think it's still open by that one. Okay, go ahead. Let's vote.
Chair Hansen, that motion passed unanimously, excuse me.
All right, next one is 3.3.2. And this one was the inferences prediction.
Yeah, I'm not, yep.
Okay, we're going to forgo
Like I
that.
said, I had some people reach out to me. We had some discussion about that.
All right.
The next one, I think I just want to add religious worship on it instead of the, although I do think the historical buildings and things there, but I think that may be built into the community themselves and things. So
let's go to 333 and get that on the screen the way that you want it.
right there,
That's
just
it.
adding religious worship there.
For example, architecture, governments, religious worship. Okay, I'm just looking back at our strand again, taking a minute to do that. Okay, I speak in favor of this. I think the local religions have played a big part in cultures all over the world. So I don't see why that shouldn't be included. Anything else from other members? Member Straight.
I think just put the word religion. I think it brings up other connotations when we throw in the word worship.
I think I agree with that. We can
Okay.
just put religion there. I think it's a friendly change.
Okay. Thank you. Others from other members, staff or writing committee? Are we crossing over any lines that we discuss other places, or including something in an area where it's where we have coverage somewhere else?
No, I think it's great.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks. Let's go ahead and vote then on this one. So we are gonna change 3.3.3 to say define the cultures of the community they chose in 3.3.1. For example, art, music, food, dance, system of writing, architecture, government, religion. Okay, just a grammatical question. Do we need an and religion there, or do we've dropped it? We've just put a for example with a lot of comma connected words in a lot of these. Is that?
No, because it's not the end of it. It's just a list of examples. So you wouldn't include an and. It's kind of like having an EG. You just list until you decide not to list anymore.
All right, thank you. That's my education, at least part of my education for today. You've improved my writing skills. Let's go ahead and vote.
And that motion passed unanimously, Chair Hansen.
Okay, thanks, Norley. I like it when you say that. Okay.
I would strike the last part of this, and let me read the whole thing. Examine the types of government found in the community they choose in 3.3.1 and compare them with the government of their community. For example, how community leaders are selected, how the government maintains order, keeps people safe, and and enforces rules and laws, and the role of the community member and the inclusion of immigrants. If we're adding that I almost feel like we've got to address refugees. We've got to address those that have immigrated there, temporary workers, a lot of different groups. I'm not sure we want to go into that, but that gets into, I think, some different topics, but certainly we could. I think refugees may be one of the big ones then that we want to make sure we stick in there too, and temporary workers, or, you know, other type things, or even is a case with oh gosh, where's our war going on right now? Russia and Ukraine, that we've got soldiers working there while families have left, you know, I'm just saying, what if we start breaking that down, we've got to break it down to other groups too.
Okay, comments on this one, Member Straight?
I think immigrants would include refugees. That would be my understanding and usage.
I just have a question maybe about that as well. I personally have seen, me and my family and I lived in Japan for a while, which is very exclusive, I guess, not allowing a lot of immigration, and at least not until recently, there hasn't been much at all. And then contrast that with the States and the, you know, melting pot type philosophy that we've had for, you know, since the inception of the United States. And I think that's important to talk about the differences in societies like that. But if immigrant is charged for some reason, is there another word that we can use? Or for me, it's fine. I think immigrants includes all those things that.
Well, I wonder if there's a way to, if there's a broader term, I'm trying to think.
People from other countries, or, you know, an inclusion of, I mean, immigrants is kind of the word, unless that carries. And I'm maybe not as tuned in to some of the connotations that some of these things have picked up that would be negative. I think we are a nation of immigrants here, and there are nations that have been very restrictive, you know, against any kind of immigration.
Well, I'm just wondering if then, like I said, with refugees, people coming into or out of a country, how people move in the country, kind of.
Pull up Webster's and let's see what immigrants says. I don't have a great dictionary definition.
I was thinking a refugee was someone more fleeing, hoping to go back, right? That's what my interpretation was. They're not planning to stay here. They're actually hoping war or something will, you know, subside so they can return to their families and communities.
According to Webster's, the first definition is a person who comes to a country to take up permanent residence. And I think maybe that's what can be discussed or should be discussed here without getting into some of the other more of service-oriented things, taking in refugees, you know, for a period of time with the intention of them not being assimilated into the country and the culture. So I guess we're talking about the government and inclusion of these folks. I'm okay with immigrants being there. Yeah, go ahead, Patty.
I've just put out a couple feelers to see if there's any response about changing that. I know that we have John Arthur on here, and he also serves on our access committee. I don't know if he has any feedback on using the word immigrant or not, or if that's something that you want to vote on now, and it can always come back at another time as we're going to be reviewing these standards probably in September as well. John, yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I will point out two things from the writing committee standpoint. This is just a for example. It's not telling teachers that they must look into how, or have their students study how other communities and other governments look at the inclusion of immigrants. As you mentioned, Chair Hansen, we are a country of immigrants, and other countries they make different decisions when it comes to how they integrate and include folks from outside their country into their societies. So I think that having students look at that gives them a broader perspective on the value that immigrants bring to our communities and the power and diversity. So I think it's a positive thing. But again, it is just a for example to give educators some direction and places that they can go, but they don't have to.
And Chair Hansen, adding on to what the amazing John Arthur just talked about, is we have Dr. Christelle Estrada that weighed in on it, and she said that is the federal definition and wording as well. And so that would be the proper terminology to be using.
Okay.
If I can also chime in on this for just a second, sorry. I'd also like you to consider that we do have students in the classroom that also have come from immigrant families. And that is an important place for them to belong within this standard.
Okay, thank you. I think, have we heard what we need to, committee? Is there anything else any questions or any other comments?
I just am wondering if we need to add to that is all I'm asking, if we're going to do that, if we need to add refugees, or if we're considering, are we saying we're considering those immigrants as well? Is that what we're saying?
Well,
Yeah.
I don't think from what we read on the definition, that's,
Yeah.
the
Okay.
definition of an immigrant. Okay, anything further? Let's go ahead and vote on this one. So the motion for the committee is to amend the standard to delete and the inclusion of immigrants on 3.5, or excuse me, 3.3.4. Please go ahead and vote.
This motion fails 1-4 with member Earl in favor and all other committee members opposed.
Okay, that will move us to 3.3.5.
Yeah, so under this one, examine how and why the community they chose has adapted to and I instead of modified, I made use of this environment over time, how the changes have benefited families and community members, and identify the consequences of these environmental changes.
Okay.
So it kind of balances out the language in my mind.
Okay. Is there any discussion that's needed on this one? John, please.
Thank you, Chair. The reason why we chose the word modified there, as well as to include with adapted, is there are places in the world, for example, Mexico City, when it was originally settled, they didn't just adapt to the environment, they literally built islands into it, the same way folks are talking about in Utah Lake. So it's not just making use of what's there, it's changing the environment at times. And we want students to understand that based on the needs of the communities and geography in other parts of the world, sometimes you have to actually change the environment to make it what the community needs it to be.
Okay. Thank you. Further discussion or questions? Not seeing any hands, so we'll go ahead and vote. The motion before the committee is we will change 3.3.5 to read examine how and why the community they chose in 3.3.1 has adapted to and or made use of its environment over time, how the changes have benefited families and community members, and identify the consequences of these environmental changes. Now, please go ahead and vote.
That motion fails 2-3 with members Earl and Belknap in favor and all other committee members opposed.
Okay, thank you. Then we get to the newly proposed third grade strand, and that one we'll address as we've discussed, and that takes us, we'll graduate to fourth grade. And the first item that we have that's a specific revision is 4.1.2. There is a note from member Norton that says needs to be consolidated and edited. Unrealistic to expect this to be covered in a typical school year. I don't know if anyone has a motion they want to bring forward that relates to that particular statement from member Norton. That was right up at the top there in orange. I'm not seeing any hands raised to do anything with that. So we'll move down to 4.1.2. This one, Jenny, is.
Yeah, I tried to reach out to member Norton. I was not able to make that engagement to try to see if we could simplify that. But I think, can I speak to this for just a second? I do think, and as we get to these older grades, that we've done this, we're condensing, but there's so much in that condensed version that we think the condensed version actually is benefiting us, when in reality, the concern is that it's actually creating more ambiguity, and where there's so much there that could possibly, instead of a concise, this is the direction, and then just knowing how to address those. So anyways, those just a little commentary there. So 4.1.2, this is meeting their needs. Instead of meet their needs, it would be support families and communities.
Okay, we've seen a similar
Supportive language of our families and communities.
Okay. And I think member Straight, go ahead.
Well, I tried to get my hand up before you moved on.
Oh, sorry.
There's a big shift when it comes to social studies once you hit the 4th grade. And it does become bigger because 4th grade becomes Utah studies, which matches up with 7th grade Utah studies. 5th becomes US history, which matches up with 8th grade US history, and then 11th grade US history. And then 6th grade really is world history, which then matches up with 9th grade geography and 10th grade world history. And so it changes drastically. So what we're looking at in 4th grade is much different, and 5th and 6th, than what we looked at in K through 3rd grade. And that there is a big shift. That being said, I thought we had already dealt with this concept, or what number, are we on 4.1.2? Or did we skip that? I'm lost.
That's where we're at.
So we want to delete meet their needs. I think that's what was said then, replace with support families and communities. Have we dealt with this one before, Chair?
I'm trying to look back. I know I've had it come up a number of times.
Didn't we keep that language, meet their needs? Well, either way, we can just move on, but I think that was my recollection. And if I'm wrong, then that's
You're
fine.
correct. In 2nd grade, there's a similar amendment.
That's my opinion, Chair.
In 2.2.4, we looked at that and kept the original language.
Chair, that goes to you.
We can move on. I could just bring this up in the full board as we address these.
It looks like Chair Hansen is been kicked off. One moment.
He's off the island.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm not sure what's going on with our streaming today, but I just got a black screen and was kicked out. So here we are back. I guess all of you have been there all along. Okay. I don't know if you picked anything up or we can just carry on. What's happened in my absence?
So would someone summarize from staff?
Chair, we discussed on 4.1.2, I think it was, that earlier a similar amendment had failed to meet their needs to families and communities, I think it is. And so we were passing it to you to make the decision, and then Board Member Earl just removed the motion. So we are now moving on to the compelling questions in fourth grade strand 2.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So we are on your first one there, Jenny, with Utah's First Peoples.
Yeah, I would change it to cultures of indigenous Native American tribes within Utah, and striking and why it is important to protect these sites. Anyways, and I make a motion in a minute that we add something to protect historical sites as another question down below that, but I just think this just becomes, I don't know, that's quite the question, right? So, and then the change of the language, the Native American indigenous peoples should not be associated with Utah's first people. That suggests that they belong somehow to Utah. Anyways, that's my recommended change on that first one.
Okay, I would like to hear from the committee or staff that were involved in that, because that is very specific language. Not, at least in, I don't know where that is in the vernacular, I guess, and how widely adopted it is, but Joanna, can you help us with that?
Yes, I actually emailed Board Member Earl and thanked her for noticing this. Robert and I attended the Governor's Native American Summit, and one of the presenters there had on one of her slides, Utah, something like Utah's First People or Utah's Native tribes. And she's Danae, and she pointed out, this is a mistake. I should fix this, that the tribes were here before this was Utah. They do not belong to Utah. Does that make sense? Does that help?
Yes, that does. So I believe what I read into that is that the language, the proposed language would be more accurate and culturally responsible. Is that right? Okay. So then maybe the question becomes on this, why is it important to protect these sites? And Jenny, you just believe that belongs somewhere else?
No, I think it's a separate question. I think it's a separate question, and I think it creates its historical sites, which would include indigenous Native American sites as well, but it's inclusive of it's more inclusive. This is not exclusive just to Native Americans, this section. It includes explorers, it includes all kinds of things. And I don't, once again, in a couple of the communities that I go to, they have a number of historical sites with the first log cabin, you know what I mean? These kind of things. So there is this, it needs to be a broader narrative around our historical sites and how to protect and preserve that rich heritage.
Okay. So with that explanation, Member Straight.
Yeah, so I get the first one, to replace with indigenous Native American tribes. But I think if we change that, doesn't that make the second one okay? Because it is indigenous Native American tribes, their artifacts that we're trying to protect. Doesn't that solve the issue?
Well, maybe I can just give you my understanding. I think
Okay.
what Member Earl was talking about is that this is not restrictive just to Native Americans. This also talks about explorers, trappers, and so some of those sites should probably also be included when we protect sites. So I think she's proposing that there's another compelling question about why is it important to preserve historical sites.
Okay.
So yeah, so the cabin that they have down at the Pioneer Village that was up in the area where I live, why is that important to preserve as well as the cliff dwellings and things that we find, in southern Utah?
That is an accurate statement, what you just said. That's where I'm going with this, so.
Well, let's separate them then. And
okay, so I think that we can proceed with Member Earl's motion as it is, and then it would be up to one of the committee members to raise another motion that's not listed here to add that historical site preservation item, and maybe staff could be working on some wording for that.
yeah,
And I do
that.
have one, but we can
okay.
We can wordsmith if we need to.
Okay.
Okay. So anything else from committee members on these items? Let me get my screen back to where it was. Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands. So we'll go ahead and vote. And the vote is on changing Utah's First Peoples to Indigenous Native American tribes within Utah, and deleting, and why is it important to protect these sites? So please vote on that change.
And that motion passed unanimously, Chair Hansen.
Okay, thank you. We will then move to, we have one more that's on the board, and then we have the one that we just talked about.
Let's do the question first, and then we'll the interactions.
Cover the one that's up here. Oh,
yes.
Okay, let's do that.
So I would add, and then anyone can help me, Joanna, if this needs to be strengthened. Why is it important to protect historical sites? Just that simple. Or even historical sites in Utah.
Okay.
Okay, thumbs up. I got a thumbs up from her, so
There.
it must be getting better. I'm not sure.
I don't see anything on the board as far as comments to that. So the motion would be to add a compelling question about why is it important to protect Utah's historical sites.
Hold on. We might want to, maybe we better just leave it at historical sites so we don't end up with the problem what we did with the Indigenous Native American tribes, right?
Oh, just historical sites?
Yeah.
Okay.
Brian's raising his hand.
Anything we can do to get the graffiti out of Zion National Park would be awesome. Okay, Brian, please.
So would that include Bears Ears, which would be a historical site for Native Americans?
I would think so. I think historical sites are, it would open up the general discussion of what is a historical site and what should we protect. I would think.
I would too, but I just make sure that's our understanding, because that's a bit of a political issue, as we know. So.
Well,
so Brian, are you suggesting not to go into this at all?
No, I think we could be consistent. And if we're going to say historical sites, it's not just pioneer historical sites, but it should include Native American historical sites.
Right. I think that's the idea, right?
Yeah, we just broke it out from just being Native American or Indigenous peoples sites to now covering all of the historical sites in Utah. So for me, if I was a teacher in that environment and with that question, I would say, well, what is a historical site? And then, why is it? It's a site that's important to some population of Utah because of what's happened there in the past. And then why is it important to protect it? But I don't think that's restrictive at all.
So maybe it needs to say historical sites in Utah, so it's not possessive of, does that make sense? Would that add clarity to that?
Well, this whole thing's about Utah, so.
I know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't care either way on that one.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see what we've got. So the compelling question that we're voting on is, why is it important to preserve historical or to protect historical sites? Okay, please go ahead and vote.
And that motion passed unanimously, Chair Hansen.
Thank you. Now we're on to the next one that you have in this section, Jenny.
I knew we can do a quick vote on this. Human geography suggests that we're moving, and I know this is a technical term. I understand that. I understand the whole frame there, but I prefer human interactions of Utah instead of human geography. It suggests that peoples are moving around, like someone's moving peoples around and they're forming geography. But I know that's not accurate, and I know Brent's gonna correct me. It's just that it's a little off to me. It feels off.
Okay, can I go back to our first meeting, I think, and we talked about this one at length. Is that right? When we first addressed this in our standards and assessment?
Yeah.
And for continuity, should we do what you guys did while I was off in Never Never Land and just carry that through? Is that?
That's my view.
It should happen. If we need to vote, we can take the vote right now, I think, or we can just
leave it. I'll move the other forward later.
Okay.
Kind of odd, but.
All right. The staff got a good record of that then, that was included in our initial vote on the human geography question. Okay. We will move then down the screen to a new standard. That's 4.2.5.
Hang on. I've got some notes somewhere on these that I'm not finding. If you don't mind just waiting just 1 minute, I've got it. Oh, you maybe have them in front of you. I had some, sorry. Give me just 1 minute to make sure I'm on my notes. Okay, yep, I'm on. Okay, so I just wanted to add, I just feel like this standard itself is not, it's talking about a broad range, but then it barely talks about the key historical figures in Utah. So I'd like to add 4.2.5, summarize the contributions made to Utah history from key explorers and frontiersmen, including Franciscan friars Dominguez and Escalante, Jim Bridger, I'm not going to say the name right here, Edinine, I don't know, Provost, Miles Goodyear, and Jedediah Smith.
And that one's an including.
I think so. Those are your main guys.
So we don't get to talk about Ogden?
We could put him on there too, if you want to.
Okay. No, I'm just joking. So let's have some discussion on this. I think we started some without any hands. Did you have something, Brent?
Oh, so I was trying to gain context by looking at the rest. Do we have any standards already to deal with the mountain men and the explorers? Because I could keep adding to this list. I mean, John C. Fremont, the reports he did really led Brigham Young and others to choose the Salt Lake Valley as their destination point. And I know that destroys some ideas that they just got in wagons and started driving and they said, oh, we're there. So anyway.
So
I don't
Brent,
have a good comment because I don't know what's there, but
would you
this
want
list isn't
to,
bad.
would you want to amend then, Brent? Based on
no,
that
I
concern?
because
Okay.
we could put Peter Skeen Ogden, we could put John C. Fremont. I just want to make certain we're not giving its due diligence already. I assume we haven't, but anyway, could we get some input on why, I'm going to assume that they're not there, why fur traders and explorers and that and other were not included in here?
Okay, let's go back to staff and the committee and ask that question.
I can speak to that one. This first strand is geared mostly towards Native peoples because it is pre-expansion. And then the second strand that we're currently on is truthfully already kind of let me find it. Hold on one second.
We kind of skipped over it. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
and I think there were some changes that were made. I know some of these things got pulled into other areas. Hold on one second. Where did it go? Could have very easily have been an oversight. I would caution you though, if you choose to proceed on that, instead of saying including to again, and as an example, just for sake of time, it's not that they would be excluded in a discussion, but I feel like as a teacher, when you say including, that I am expected to dedicate
I'm good with
a
that.
set amount of time for each of them.
That's been changed.
I'll have to keep looking. Yeah.
We changed that wording before to be consistent throughout. For example, it should be for example, which it is. Oh, wait a second.
Remember, Earl, is it your motion? It sounded like you said yes to for
Yeah,
example.
I did. I'm good with that. Yeah.
Okay, so glancing through the rest of fourth grade, I'm not seeing anything. I do remember mountain man rendezvous and things with our kids. Was that something, was that in the old standards and not in the new standard, or?
Okay, I may have just found part of it. In 4.2.2, it does talk about traders and trappers. And I think when we were revising, it got condensed into 4.2.2.
Oh.
And it's in relation, it's not individual contributions to Utah history. This is in relation specifically to Native American Indian tribal groups, which has to do with these traders. But I think the traders themselves, I think we've got 4 standards dealing with Native American tribes. And we're talking about the sovereignty of them. We're talking about, the trading, different elements. But when it comes to the other elements of Utah history, we're missing some of that. So.
Okay. Joanna,
So here's
more. Just 1 second, Brent. Go ahead.
Yeah, I am wondering if during the revision process, we actually lost a piece that dealt individually with trappers and traders. It would not surprise me with all of the work done.
All right. Brent, did you have something?
Yeah, I think Jenny's right. We can't have Utah history without the Dominguez and Escalante expedition, or without Jim Bridger, or Goodyear, or Ogden, or Fremont.
Escalante, LaSalle. I mean,
yeah,
keep going.
So my suggestion is, let's leave the names off, but let's make certain that'll be changed to, for example. So including, that will be changed. We need to make note of that because that's consistent. if we keep that, but I would be fine with a shorter standard where we look at key explorers, trappers, traders, frontiersmen. Because the way it's worded up here, it wouldn't include Dominguez and Escalante, because they weren't trappers. They were looking for a route from New Mexico to California. That's what they were doing. So it's kind of a separate thing. So I think perhaps we need to look at two new standards here, not just one. If we want to include it here, or we need to break that out a little different. Anyway, thank you.
Thanks. So can you get that up on the screen and blow it up a little bit, the suggested motion, so that we can read through it? Because I thought we had changed that to explorers and frontiers. Yeah. So explorers and frontiersmen would be inclusive of frontiersmen as trappers, right? As well. Does that cover them?
Good.
I don't know. They've all got coonskin caps on, but is there difference between trappers and frontiersmen, or are those kind of intermingled in frontiersmen? Okay, let's read the motion that we have and see if there's anything that anyone wants to suggest on this. Summarize the contributions made to Utah history from key explorers and frontiersmen. For example, Franciscan friars Dominguez and Escalante, Jim Bridger, Etienne Provost, Miles Goodyear, and Jedediah Smith. And that list could go on and on and on, but this is a for example list. Okay, we getting our heads around this, and does that make sense to everyone?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Oh, good. They put parentheses around it. I was going to say, I think I'd put parentheses to articulate that. Thank you, whoever did that.
Okay. If there's no further comment or question by anyone or any other considerations. Yep, Brent, go ahead.
I just say, I would also like to go back, because it was suggested that perhaps there was a standard already in there. It would be nice to know what that was before, because I haven't found it, but nonetheless.
4.2.2 talks about economics and trading with European American trappers and traders. I think that's the one that was brought up as far as the other reference. And please, if I'm not remembering that correctly, add to it, Joanna or Aaron. But I think that's the one that was pointed out.
I think so, but is Member Straight asking about a previous version of the standards? I can go back through them and try to find what was there previously. May take a while though.
Okay, Brent, is your question about in this standard, or is it about previous versions?
Well, I just want to make certain we get it right. Okay, we can't leave it off.
So is the question, if we look at 4.2.2, that's another reference to frontiersmen or traders,
right,
trappers.
But see, this new standard includes a lot of trappers and explorers, but that would not include Dominguez and Escalante. So I think we kind of have some intermingling going on that isn't quite as clean as I would like to see it. But I guess we can fix that later, but nonetheless.
Okay. Go ahead. We're counting down right now because we've got to get a game plan for going forward. And
I know.
So do you have an amendment to this motion?
Not right now.
Okay. Not seeing any other hands up. We're going to go ahead and vote on this one. So the motion would be to add a new standard, summarize the contributions made to Utah history from key explorers and frontiersmen. For example, Franciscan friars Dominguez and Escalante, Jim Bridger, Etienne Provost, Miles Goodyear, and Jedediah Smith. I have a quick question before we vote. Is summarize, is that in keeping with our new direction? Where I know we kind of got rid of define. Is summarize okay? That inspires more response, I guess.
Oh,
students.
Let's not use including. Did I get taken off?
Yeah, it says, for example. if
Oh,
you-
okay. For some
My
reason-
question is just on the word summarize. Is that one okay, Joanna? Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lower level verb if we're concerned about depth, but just to ask another question or something else to think about. When we're summarizing the contributions, like do we want an example list for what those contributions are? Are teachers going to be, I have not taught fourth grade. Will teachers be able to identify those things? Should we be more concerned about what the contributions are rather than specific names?
Okay, yeah, I mean, my mind would go to mapping this area, developing trade routes and travel routes for the pioneers and other folks that came later, that sort of thing. But I don't know if that's not easily understandable. Maybe we do. Jenny, what do you think?
Well, I just think this was missing. However we want to articulate that, I think we can maybe staff could work on this particular one without us voting on it, and we can bring this back since we're time-wise. Do you know what I mean? Maybe this is one that could be addressed.
I think that's an excellent idea. We are kind of right on the cusp, and
Yeah,
so instead of
and I think
voting on
it could
this
be,
one,
we don't want to,
yeah.
we want to leave it open, but I think those contributions may be a better way to go. So yeah.
Okay, so the committee is kind of coalescing around adding something in here having to do with early frontiersmen, trappers and explorers. We need some help on contributions, I guess, and then a for example list of names and a for example list of contributions maybe. Okay, we're going to break right there. If somebody could put there is a start here and there. Thank you, Patty. And we are on the original, we're page 29 of 63. So we don't have a lot of options. We do have this reserved as an agenda item for our next standards and assessment meeting. We will include it there. We will not finish in our next meeting if we continue at the same pace and we move faster today than we did the last time. So we will be asking, unless someone has other suggestions, we'll be asking board leadership for another special meeting during the next month to work through this. I mean, we discussed before when we could vote to take the standard and move it on to the full board without a committee review, but that's not our process. So I don't know any other way to move through this other than try to be more efficient the next time. We'll spend another hour or so on this in our regular meeting, and then we'll schedule another meeting. Any comments or suggestions to that? Laura, please.
First off, thanks to everyone who's done all the hard work, and thank you, Chair, we've had a rough year, haven't we? 2 years. Anyway, in this committee, my thoughts is that maybe we need to start working on either an up or down vote rather than deep discussion, but unless there's amendments. But I'm just throwing it on the table here for thoughts.
Okay, Laura, and you're welcome to make those motions at any point for an up or down. I haven't been successful in getting us there because folks want to explain why they're making changes and how they feel about things so that the committee can consider those opinions. I think that's part of committee work.
It is.
So,
it is.
Okay. Nice to move forward, but if we don't have the discussion, I'm not sure we're doing this full service. So,
okay.
All right. And I'm happy to go with whatever the committee wants to propose. We'll move in that direction if we can. We just haven't been successful in doing that yet. I would, unless there's other comments or suggestions, that's how we'll move forward. This will be on the agenda next week. Will be a limited time because we do have other items and we can't exclude all of those. And then we'll ask for another special meeting in September. I'd like to thank the writing committee members that spent the time with us today. This was a long meeting. We knew what we were getting in for when we got on the school board. I'm sure the writing committee, this wasn't part of their job description. So thank you for sticking with us and giving us some good context. And staff members, appreciate your willingness to help us to put things in context and make sure that we're considering everything that we should so we can make good informed decisions. So thank you for that. Appreciate the good teamwork today. And thanks, Nora Lee, for calling the votes. that takes a big burden off of me, and I kept my voice almost to the end. So we'll see you guys next week, I guess. And thanks to the public who have a lot of interest in this and for all the input we received along the way. We'll call the
Thank you,
meeting.
Aaron. Thank you, John.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah. Thanks, Chair Hansen. Thanks, board members.
Thank
Have a
you.
good one.
day.